This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Got Me Mary by Casey Cox, narrated by John Solo. 1. Lawson. There are so many reasons why I shouldn't like Chester Matthews as much as I do. On paper, our friendship makes zero sense. We're polar opposites in almost every way. The two of us shouldn't even enjoy each other's company, much less be besties, and yet he's the best friend I've ever had in my life.
You can do it, Lawson. 10 minutes to go. Let's bring it home strong.
For one thing, he's way too optimistic for my liking. Chester only has two modes, good and better. He's one of those people with an annoying tendency to look at the bright side of any situation. My sarcastic, cynical, jaded self should be unimpressed, but Chester somehow manages to find a way to disengage my automatic snark response. ASR. Yeah, it's a real thing. I flick a glance over at him jogging on my right slightly behind me. It's way too early on a way too cold fall morning. Despite my lungs burning, I can't help but aim a smile at him. You got it, I say, picking up the pace in response.
That's it, buddy. We got this.
Chester starts yelling from behind me, but by the time his words are out, he's blown right past me. Another reason not to like him. I wouldn't describe Chester as bulky, but he is taller and more built than I am. Yet despite me having the toned runner's body, he's the one who regularly hands my ass to me on our almost daily runs. With a cheery smile, of course, sometimes accompanied by a backslap. Almost always with a positive quip thrown in there. Ugh, my eyes should be rolling so hard into the back of my head right now. He's essentially a 6'2" yummy marshmallow with a heart of gold. I should hate everything about that. It should all be too much. Yet with Chess, for some reason, it never is. I let him stay a few paces ahead of me and allow myself a moment to admire the view. My eyes travel down from the chestnut brown hair poking out from beneath his beanie to his massively wide shoulders. A solid muscular back tapers into a trim waist. His skin-tight gray athletic pants cling to his solid round ass and trunk-like legs as his white sneakers rhythmically stride over the sidewalk. I puff out a few forceful breaths and force my legs to move faster to make up the lost ground. Checking out my best friend is a no-go, especially when said best friend also happens to be my roommate. A roommate who has no problem parading about our small apartment in flimsy old tank tops in summer and way too low sweatpants in winter that unintentionally reveal way too much of his glorious body. Another reason why I shouldn't like Chess, not only is he too damn attractive for his own good, he's completely oblivious to it, which, frustratingly, makes him even hotter. The sidewalk narrows and our shoulders bump. We turn toward each other at the same time. Chester's lips curve up into a crooked grin, and my already parched throat gets even drier. He claps me on my back.
Keep going, buddy. You're killing it this morning.
I manage to nod as we continue our run through downtown Brookhaven. As hard as I try to stay focused on my breathing and keeping up with him, my gaze keeps darting over to Chester every few seconds. A beam of sunlight breaks through the gray clouds and shines down on him, lighting up his dark brown eyes beautifully. I'm transfixed by the tips of his long lashes, how they flutter with every movement he makes, fanning out a short shadow across the tops of his cheeks. My stare is abruptly broken a few moments later when, out of the blue, Chess grabs me by the arm and yanks me roughly toward him, toward his warm, heaving chest. Hello, what is happening right now?
Jiminy Cricket,
he booms in that deep voice of his. I snap my head forward just in time to catch sight of an elderly lady I came this close to bulldozing over.
Very sorry, ma'am.
Chester apologizes over his shoulder. Yeah, Sorry, I add, glad no one got hurt. God, she must have come out of nowhere. Now that I'm steady on my feet, Chess loosens his grip over me. A soft chuckle bubbles out of his throat.
That 80-year-old lady with the assisted walker?
His eyes twinkle.
Whatever you say, Pumpkin.
Buddy, Jiminy Cricket, Pumpkin. If it were anyone else using words like that around me, my snarky mouth would be working double time, rightly sassing the shit out of them since, it is the 21st century and who the hell still speaks like that? But for a reason I haven't figured out yet, there's something about Chess that makes me find pretty much everything he says and does nothing but fucking endearing. Even though we're both 21, I swear Chester's got the soul of some old-timey dude from the 1920s trapped inside his body. He's got this innocence about him. He's kind and well-mannered. He sees the best in people. He believes things can always get better. In an age of online trolls and guys sending dick pics as a way of saying hello, Chester is nothing short of, refreshing. Just being around him makes me feel like the world is a less shitty place. Don't get me wrong. He can still be every bit the immature and silly 21-year-old that I am. He spends way too much time on social media, takes way too many silly selfies, often roping me in and forcing me to pull an equally goofy expression to match the one he's making, and his love of weird-looking exotic animals is next level. Did I need to know that the tarsier primate has massive bugged-out eyes that can sometimes be bigger than their actual brains? No, I didn't, but did I enjoy the 5 minutes Chess spent recalling everything he'd learned about them while we sat on the couch, our feet gently grazing, eating our microwaved ramen noodles for dinner last night? Yes. Yes, I very much did. Chester is one of a kind, truly special, the kind of guy I look at sometimes and think to myself, how did I ever get so lucky to have someone like you in my life? He is, hands down, the best human I know. It also doesn't hurt that for all his cute old-timey expressions, he has a voice so deep, so masculine, that when it rumbles out of him, it does things to my body. I met Chester when we started vet school 3 years ago. He went from being my desk neighbor to the dude I hung out with after class to the guy I played a drinking game with on Friday nights, where we watched movies from the 80s and 90s and took a shot every time we came across a reference that didn't age well. Now, that was one area where I constantly whooped his ass. Somewhere along the way, we became roommates and besties as well, although what Chester sees in me, I'll never know. I'm also perfectly fine not to question it. That someone as sweet and sunshiny as Chess wants to spend any time around the grumpy, let's go with acquired taste like me makes me happier than it probably should. We stop at a red light, and yep, Chester's one of those folks who uses those few spare seconds to jog on the spot. I used to make sassy comments about people who did that. Now I find myself staring at his gorgeous face with a goofy grin and something almost like a flutter in my belly, which is so beyond ridiculous it makes ridiculous seem normal. If I'm not up for questioning why Chess likes hanging out with me and being friends, there is no way I am venturing near anything that resembles boyfriend territory. For starters, I don't do relationships. I have my parents squarely to blame for messing me up on that one. And two, Chester deserves to be with the best guy in the world, and trust me, his name ain't Lawson Barnes. We jogged past a store with Christmas decorations lighting up the display in the window, and I let out a loud groan. Jesus, it's only mid-October. We haven't even had Halloween yet. That means there's over 2 months of this Christmassy shit coming up.
The holidays are coming,
Chester booms excitedly, his eyes beaming as he spots the window display I'm still leering at. His lips are stretched in a wide smile, and he's no doubt genuinely filled with excitement for the upcoming holiday season. Yet another reason I should despise him. Chess loves Christmas. I mean, like, really loves it. Every year, he goes all out with decorations and presents and enough holiday cheer for the both of us. Makes total sense. The holidays are awesome, if you have a great family and money to shower them with gifts. Unfortunately for me, I don't have either of those two things. I'm no Grinch. I just happen to hate everything about the holidays. As if the frigid cold in Brookhaven, Virginia isn't enough to deal with, add in bustling crowds, a headache of Christmas shopping, not to mention the incessant Christmas music blaring from speakers that suddenly pop out of nowhere. Do not even get me started on that damn Mariah Carey song. And, well, it's enough to make me want to bury my head in the sand, preferably on a warm beach with a constant stream of cocktails flowing my way. We turn the corner and onto our street. I concentrate on my breathing. My legs are already sore and my muscles heavy, but I narrow my eyes, focusing with a determined grit to not let Chester beat me. Again, the last 50 yards always hit the hardest. He reaches the front of our apartment building a few seconds ahead of me. "Good job, Law." He congratulates me in a way that sounds sincere because, knowing him, it is. He studies his smartwatch for a few seconds while I rest my hands on my knees, trying to catch my breath.
"Our times are getting better."
He glances over at me, grinning widely.
"We're improving every week."
There it is, the 1-2 combo punch of positive reinforcement and encouragement. He's going to be a great dad someday. I start cooling down, flexing my legs out to the side of my body as my thoughts drift to the day ahead. Chester sidles up next to me, planting his big hand on my shoulder while he grabs his left ankle with his other hand and stretches his quads.
"How are you feeling about the interview?"
he asks, as if reading my mind. This fucking interview, I mutter as he switches sides and latches onto my other shoulder. It sucks dog balls.
Don't think about the negative. Focus on the opportunity here. One of us could score an internship with the Vet Shop Boys Clinic.
Yeah, one of us, I grumble, sounding as pissed as I feel. My turn. We shuffle around so I can use Chess for support, gripping his broad shoulders as I launch into my quad stretches. There's a 6-week internship position going at the best vet clinic in the entire city. One. As in singular. As in, if Chester gets it, I don't, and vice versa. We're in our last year at vet school, so we both had internships before. We've just never competed for the same spot at the same clinic. We've made it through to the final round of interviews, and there is another candidate in the running, too. I suppose they could get it, and Chess and I could miss out. As much as I want the internship, I'd feel horrible for Chess missing out. Whatever happens, one or both of us are going to be crushed. It really is a no-win situation, unless there really is a Christmas miracle or something. Not that I believe in that shit, but for this, I am willing to be proven wrong. It's also a paid internship, which means if I get it, I won't have to apply for a shitty retail job somewhere where I'm forced to wear a Santa cap, listen to god-awful Christmas music for 8 hours straight, and wish every customer a happy holidays with a smile, sounding as if I actually mean it. So, yeah, I'm so not in a jolly mood going into this interview today. Once we're done cooling down, we head inside. We share a modest 2-bed, 1-bath apartment. Nothing fancy, but we've made it homey. Chester keeps saying our next place needs to have a backyard so that we can get a dog. We. As in plural. As in he and I would become parents. Together. Something about that feels so completely right that I'm so completely shit-scared to even begin unpacking it.
"You take a shower first,"
he says in that low, commanding voice of his.
"I'll make us some hot cocoa, and then we can start getting ready for our interviews."
I nod, slapping him on the back as I brush past him. Even with the possibility of one of us not nabbing the internship we both want so badly, Chester radiates nothing but positivity. How does he do it? And why, despite being the exact opposite of me in almost every single way, do I like everything about Chester Matthews so freaking much? 2. Chester.
The world can be a cruel, crappy place. I'm not oblivious to this fact, I just choose to ignore it. Okay, maybe ignore is too strong of a word. It's not like I avoid the news or social media. That's pretty much impossible these days anyway. Let's just say I choose not to dwell on all the doom and gloom out there. And Grandpa always used to say, do the best with what you've got, and don't worry about the rest. So, that's what I do. It's how I try to live my life. I know bad things happen to good people and that life isn't always fair, so I choose to focus on the things I can control. It's amazing how much a smile, a friendly hello, or a few words of encouragement can go to brighten someone's day. I also realize how incredibly lucky and privileged I am. I have a wonderful, supportive family. I got accepted into vet school to do the only thing I could ever imagine doing with my life. I have a terrific group of friends. Yep, I've got everything a guy could ever need. Well, okay. There is one thing missing. I don't have anyone to share my life with. Apart from 2 guys I dated back in high school, I'm single, and have been that way for the past 3 years. In completely unrelated news, I may also have a teensy tiny, oh, so small you need a microscope to see it, crush on my best friend Lawson. Which is silly and stupid and firmly in the realm of never gonna happen. I get that. I do. Law doesn't do relationships. I've heard that message loud and clear over the course of our friendship. I can't say I blame the guy either. Lawson doesn't like talking about his family, but from the bits and pieces he's drip-fed over the past 3 years, I know it's a bad situation. Or as he likes to put it, my family has taken dysfunction and turned it into an art form. He's the product of a one-night stand. The real kicker? Both his parents cheated on their respective partners to have said one-night stand. 9 months later, Lawson arrived. Hardly a Hallmark moment. His parents were never together. From the sounds of it, they can barely tolerate being in the same time zone even now, all these years later. They both moved on with their lives, getting remarried and starting new families. Lawson was treated like a football, scuttled between 2 parents who didn't want him and half-siblings he never got a proper chance to get close to. He fell through the cracks of 2 families he never truly felt a part of. How absolutely awful is that? So, I get why he's adverse to relationships and makes total sense. He didn't exactly have healthy role model material growing up. And I'm sure once I find someone nice and fall in love with them, I'll look back and be able to laugh about this silly little crush I'm harboring. Good thing for me, I've at least managed to be discreet about it. I'm pretty sure Law has no clue about how I feel, and that's exactly how I intend to keep it. Lawson's foot tapping erratically against the floor next to me breaks me from my thoughts. We're sitting in the waiting room of the vet shop boys' clinic, and he's equal parts pissed off and anxious about our interviews with the clinic owner, Mr. Robinson. He spent the entire bus ride over here fuming about the unfairness of there only being one internship available. I know it's hard, but try to relax a little. I keep my voice hushed, so the receptionist can't overhear us. She told us her name was Harmony when we came in. She seems like a nice lady, and whenever she glances our way, there's a friendly smile on her face. Still, I'd rather keep this private. Lawson lifts his eyes to meet mine. They're unlike any eyes I've ever seen, speckled with so many shades of blue, and, like always, they pierce straight into me. He forces a tight smile. "I'll try," he whispers back. I grab his hand and give his fingers 3 quick squeezes. That's our secret code. "I got you." He drops his head, his jaw clenching and unclenching a few times. No other part of him moves as he wriggles his hand, then slides his fingers over mine. 4 presses. "I got you too." He then schools his features and resets, looking straight ahead. He's a funny egg, Lawson Barnes. Just by looking at him, it'd be easy to form an impression of the guy that isn't entirely accurate. He's an enigmatic bundle of tousled charcoal black hair, killer blue eyes and chiseled bone structure. It gives him an air of aloofness, unapproachability. His penchant for dark clothes, dark humor, pretty much everything, weighs him down with an angsty air that, while not entirely untrue, is more of a preservation tactic than anything else. I've gotten to know the Lawson underneath the gruff, sassy exterior, and that person is warm and sweet and thoughtful. After the upbringing Law had, I don't blame him for building up walls and not letting many people inside them. I'm one of the few people he has invited in, and I'm so happy he did. "Mr. Matthews?" I glance up to see a man who I assume is the owner of the clinic standing next to the reception desk. "Mr. Robinson," I say, getting up. I shoot a quick look over to Lawson. He smiles and gives me a discreet thumbs up. "Please, call me Gus," he says with a warm smile. "Mr. Robinson makes me sound old. I like him already." As I follow Gus down the hallway, I use the time to collect my thoughts. Yes, it blows that there's only one internship position going, especially since it's a paid position both Law and I could really use. But there's gotta be a way around this somehow. I noticed a holiday display in a shop front on our jog this morning. I follow Gus into his office, and even though it's only mid-October, I throw up a silent prayer and hope for a Christmas miracle. "So, tell me a little about yourself, Chester, and why you want to be a vet." I'm in my final year of vet studies, and I've had 2 previous intern placements. Gus just gave me an overview of the Vet Shop Boys Clinic and launched into what I've noticed is a pretty standard first question. "Well, I've always loved animals," I begin. I'm the youngest in my family. My 2 brothers and 3 sisters are all over 10 years older than me, so because of the age gap, my parents got me all sorts of pets to keep me company. Dogs, cats, rabbits, guinea pigs, fish, you name it. I love all creatures, and I'm especially obsessed with exotic and rare animals. I guess looking after so many different types of pets as a kid instilled me with both a curiosity and a sense of responsibility. I want to dedicate my life to making animals' lives better in whatever way I can. The rest of the interview is filled with more of the type of questions I expected. What are my long-term career aspirations? How would I handle a difficult animal owner? What's the most challenging situation I've faced in a clinical setting? Gus listens carefully, jotting down a quick note every so often. From his opening remark about not calling him Mr. Robinson, he set me at ease. The more I talk, the better and more confident I feel. Things are going really well. Hopefully Lawson will have the same experience in his interview. As much as I want this internship, and I really do, especially now that I've met Gus and have heard him beam about what an incredible team of vets he has working here, I'm more torn than ever because I don't want Lawson to miss out on this incredible opportunity either. But it looks like one of us will have to. I try to ignore that sinking feeling in my chest. I was probably a bit naive wishing for a Christmas miracle this early. It's really more of a mid-November onward thing anyway. "Well, great. Thank you, Chester." Gus finishes scribbling the last of his notes in his pad once we get to the end of the interview. He rests the pen across the paper and looks up, directing another friendly smile my way. "I have to say I'm very impressed. Your grades are impeccable. I've contacted the clinics where you previously interned, and they had nothing but glowing praise for you. And now that I've had a chance to speak with you, it's evident you are a fine young vet in the making." I smile, filled with a mixture of happiness and relief, and oh, shoot. My stomach drops as my thoughts fly out the door and down the hallway to where my best friend is sitting, waiting, wanting this exact same opportunity as much as I do. Gus must see the mixture of emotions on my face because he props his elbows on the side of the desk and asks, "Is everything okay, Chester? Have you got a question you'd like to ask me?" I nod, wiping my palms down the front of my pants. Not so much a question as a request. Gus quirks a brow. He's a good-looking guy, slightly older, maybe in his late 40s, with friendly green eyes. "Go ahead." I swallow and pray I'm not about to undo all the good work I've done so far. I have a friend, Lawson. Well, he's my best friend, actually. He's sitting out in the waiting room. We're also roommates, so that's why we came together. I'm babbling. This is not getting off to a good start. A soft smile lands on Gus's lips. "I believe I'm interviewing him right after you." "Yes, well, that's right. You are." He's another equally impressive candidate. He is. I take a deep breath. What I'm about to say could backfire spectacularly, but gosh dang it, I've put it out there. Now I need to follow through. I really want this position, Gus. Even more so now that I've had a chance to meet you. I've done loads of research, and this really is the best vet clinic in the city, and I'm not just saying that to suck up, I swear. I believe you. His smile deepens. Thank you for the compliment. We're a very hard-working team here, and I appreciate it. Relieved, I use the moment to throw in, and oh my God, whoever does your Insta rocks. Your posts are the cutest, while still being informative and educational. Gus chuckles. That'd be one of my vets, Fulton, and a vet who used to work here, Tyler. They're both a little, out there. Well, I hope I get a chance to meet Fulton and the rest of your team. I turn serious again, because I want you to know this opportunity would mean the world to me. I chew on my lower lip for a second. Then I say it, the thing that could cost me a shot at this internship. And it would also mean the world to Lawson. Gus frowns, tilting his head slightly. I'm not sure I follow. What are you getting at? I don't really know. I guess what I'm trying to say is, if I don't get the internship, please, seriously consider giving it to Lawson. He's such a hard worker. He loves animals more than anything in the world. He learns fast. He'll do anything you ask him to. He's just the best. I scratch the back of my neck as my rambling gives way to silence. A long silence. Oh, God, Gus thinks I'm an idiot. I've blown my shot at landing the internship, and holy guacamole, I hope I haven't ruined Law's chance right along with mine. Gus mills over my crazy little outburst for a few more moments. Finally, he says, friendship is very important to me. The vets and staff who work here aren't just colleagues, they're family. We look out for each other. Being a vet is the most satisfying job in the world, but it can also be challenging. We deal with all sorts of things, the good, the bad, and all the fluids. I crack a small grin, even though I have no idea where he's going with this. I was very pleased by your interview already. I hold my breath. Now, I'm very impressed by you. Gus stands, so I do the same. Thank you so much for coming in today, he says as we shake hands. Wait, that's it? That's how this interview ends? A cryptic comment like that? Oh, God, what have I done? I'd been wishing for a Christmas miracle when I walked into his office, but now, as I'm leaving, I'm hoping I haven't accidentally unleashed a Christmas nightmare instead.
3. Lawson. Chess and Gus step back into the waiting room, and uh-oh, the expression on Chester's face makes me do a double take. Something is wrong. Very, very wrong. It reminds me of the time we ate leftover takeout, which we assumed had only been in the fridge for 2 days, when in reality it was closer to a week. Chess looks pale, and as if he's about to hurl, just like he did then, which doesn't make any sense. We'd been preparing for this interview together for weeks. I was expecting him to nail it. What the hell went on in there? Mr. Barnes, Gus says, sidestepping past the disorientated Chess to greet me with a big smile. If you'd like to follow me? Chess drops into the empty seat beside me, still looking bewildered as I get up. I'm too far away to squeeze his fingers, but my gaze doesn't leave him. When his eyes finally flick up to meet mine, his expression is unreadable. Good luck, he mouths, but for some reason it's more unsettling than it is encouraging. As I follow Gus to his office, the image of my shell-shocked, normally unflappable bestie is still fresh in my mind. I peer over at Gus, suddenly stricken with panic. Over the past few weeks, Chess has been showing me the clinic's Instagram feed. It's hard to miss the fact that all the vets who work here are ridiculously good-looking, like suspiciously so, which leads me to think, what if this isn't actually a vet clinic? What if it's all a front for some modeling agency/underworld body-swapping facility? If Chester came out of Gus's office looking like that, what if I come out of there with Oh my God, I can barely bring myself to think it. A smile plastered on my face, and a sudden urge to see the positive side of things. I must shudder at that nightmarish thought as I sit down because Gus eyes me cautiously.
Are you all right? Can I get you some water?
But is it really water you're offering, or actually a mind-numbing agent that will erase every single memory I possess?
I shake my head firmly.
No, I'm fine. Thank you.
My nerves settle a little as Gus starts telling me about the clinic and its history. Okay, so he's a legit vet.
You can't fake the clear passion and love he has for animals, as well as owning a place like this. There's nothing but affection in his eyes when he talks about the incredible team of vets, nurses, and admin staff he's assembled over the years. When he's done with the intro spiel, he asks,
"So, tell me about yourself, Lawson. What made you want to become a vet?"
I wish I had a cheery story like Chester does about always having animals in the house growing up, but I don't. My childhood was spent being jostled in a 50-50 custody split between two households where my parents were more focused on their new families than giving two shits about me. It's hard to put into words what it felt like to be an 8-year-old kid and overhearing your parents arguing over who you should spend the holidays with. But they weren't fighting for me to spend the holidays with them. No, they each wanted to shove me off to the other one. But I had him last year. It's your turn this time.
The twins aren't sleeping well. They need to be our priority. Lawson's too disruptive.
So yeah, pets weren't exactly a top priority for my parents. I could, probably should, make up some sappy story about how I came to love animals. But then again, why hide from the truth? When I was 10, I saw a dog get hit by a car. I blurt out, "Oh." Gus leans back, a frown appearing on his forehead. The car didn't stop. They just kept driving. I was with my dad. He saw it as well. He did nothing either. He tugged on my hand, and we just kept walking down the sidewalk. I kept craning my head toward the injured animal. Cars drove past, but no one stopped to get out and help. No one did anything for that poor dog. I try to keep my voice steady, but even all these years later, it still gets a little shaky recollecting the story.
"That's so sad,"
Gus says quietly, his eyes getting a little glassy. It was. When I got home, I stormed into my room and cried. I was furious that a poor animal got hurt, and there wasn't anything I could do about it.
"You were only 10.
Gus reminds me softly. Yeah, I know, I acknowledge. So I started Googling to find out more about animals, how to look after them, and how to treat them when they're injured. When I stumbled upon veterinary sciences, it just, I don't know, hooked me in.
When you know, you know,
Gus offers. Exactly. That accident is what led me to knowing I loved animals and really cared for their welfare and well-being. And it also confirmed my opinion that most people were assholes. Shit, I clutch my chest. Sorry, that last bit just slipped out. I so shouldn't have said that, but Gus only chuckles as he takes down a few notes.
It's no problem. And I agree with you. Some people can be assholes.
Relieved I didn't completely screw up my chances with that last remark, the rest of the interview goes smoothly. Gus listens intently, taking the odd note here and there, but mainly staying focused on me. Once he's gone through all of his questions, he asks,
"Is there anything else you'd like to add before we finish up?"
I shuffle in the chair. Actually, there is one more thing. Shit, am I really doing this? The sight of Chester deflated after his interview plays in my mind. I have no idea what happened during his interview, but if there's anything I can do to help put him back into contention for this internship, then hell yeah, I'm going to do it. You just interviewed my best friend, Chester. And look, I know that on the outside he's all sunshiny and sweet, and, well, he's like that on the inside too. I clear my throat, drag my fingers through my hair, and start over. What I'm trying to say is, Don't be fooled by what you see, because even though he's the nicest, most decent guy ever, he's also got grit and determination, and he can handle himself in any situation. He's the smartest person in our class. He will work his ass off for you, even if he won't ever use the word ass himself. He's more likely to say butt, or bottom, or derriere. Anyway, I wave a hand in front of myself. I digress. The point I'm trying very badly to make is that whatever you throw at him, he will handle it, because he's capable and then some. He really, really wants and deserves this internship. Crap, have I just blown my own chance? Not willing to give up, I add. I mean, I really want this position too. I just thought you should know that about chess. Sure. Gus looks like he's trying to bite back a smile as he scribbles down some more notes. Oh God, what part of that rambling mess is he recording? But when my eyes dart to his notepad, it's not words I see him writing. He's doodling what looks like a love heart, which makes no sense. I must be seeing things. Gus catches me staring and quickly flips the page over. "Thank you so much for coming in today," he says, pushing to his feet. I suddenly feel confused and worried and start to wish that this place really was a modeling agency/underworld body-swapping facility. We shake hands, and I muster a smile as he escorts me out of his office. Fuck. What have I done? I don't know why Gus couldn't just tell us over the phone. I grumble to Chess, who's walking beside me. It's 3 days after our interviews for the internship, and yeah, I have a bad feeling Chester and I both missed out. It's nice that Gus wants to deliver the bad news to us in person. I don't usually warm to people very quickly, or, at all. But despite my initial body-swapping conspiracy fears, which have so far proven to be unfounded, Gus seems like a nice, decent guy. Side note, no more staying up until 3 a.m. going down weird conspiratorial rabbit holes on YouTube. Dinosaurs did not build the Egyptian pyramids. The Denver International Airport is not the headquarters for the Illuminati, and Bill Gates has better things to do with his time than making fake snow. Though, as I glance up at the dark gray clouds overhead and zip my hoodie up, I kinda wish that last one was true at least. It's only nudging into late October, which means it's too early for snow, but it's one of the few things I actually like about the upcoming winter season. Snow, that is, not the messy, slippery sludge that accompanies it. That shit sucks. Cheer up, buddy. I think it's a good sign he wants to see us both. Of course you do. Chester stops walking, turns to face me, and clamps my upper arms in his strong hands. His face is serious, but friendly, in a way only he can pull off. Everything is going to work out just fine. He has literally no way of knowing that, unless Gus really did add a little something to the water. No. I am not going there again. You're right. I'm sure it will be, I reply unconvincingly. The next thing I know, Chester's fingers are grazing my chin, tilting it up so I have nowhere to look but straight into those big brown eyes of his. We may be standing on a sidewalk with people passing us by, but at this moment, everything else fades away. And I swear it's only Chester and me left alone in the universe. Whatever happens, we're going to be okay. You know that, right? He asks in that deep, masculine voice of his. His eyes probe me, and there's something so intense, so intimate about it that it makes a slow heat crawl up my neck. I relax and breathe out. Yeah, I do. This time I say it like I mean it, because I know it's true. No matter what happens, we have each other's backs. That I'm sure of. Chester's lips stretch slowly, and he holds my gaze for a little while longer. Good, he responds, and we resume walking. Yes, it sucks that we're likely going to be on the receiving end of some bad news, but Chess is right. We are going to be fine. Whoever doesn't score the internship will be happy for the one who did, and the one who did will be there to support the one who didn't. And if we both missed out, I have enough cash in my wallet for a tub of ice cream and chocolate sprinkles. We can nab some comfort food on the way back home and watch YouTube videos of animals looking like people until we feel better. The bell above the door jingles as we step into the clinic. Gus is behind the counter with the receptionist, Harmony. They exchange a quick look before turning to smile at us. "Boys, don't you look good?" Harmony's eyes widen, and then she amends, "I mean, it's good to see you, boys." If she's trying to pretend she's embarrassed by the tongue slip, she's not doing a great job of it.
"It's great to see you both, too,"
Chester replies brightly. Gus seems to be suppressing a smile as he motions for the two of us to follow him to his office. My breathing goes shallow, and I swipe my suddenly clammy palms down the front of my shirt. This is it, the moment we find out which one of us gets the internship we both want so badly. As Chess and I sit down, he shoots me a warm smile, but I can see the slight worry at the edge of his eyes, too. He's a bright, positive, optimistic person, sure, but he's not an idiot. He knows as well as I do that at least one of us is about to have our hopes dashed. He reaches between our seats, onto the desk, and wraps his fingers around mine. He grips them 3 times. I squeeze back 4 presses. I can't even remember where this silly finger thing we do started, but it never fails to put me at ease. A tiny flicker of hope burns in my chest. Chester thinks the two of us getting called back to the clinic together is a good sign. Who knows? Maybe he's right. Please let him be right. 4. Chester.
I'm trying to remain confident, more for Lawson's sake than mine. He's been fuming ever since the interview, going on about how he royally screwed up, yet being vague whenever I pressed him for more details. Not that I can talk. I still don't know what to make of the abrupt ending to my own interview.
A flurry of nerves skitters in my stomach as I let go of Law's hand and face Gus, expectantly waiting for him to deliver the news.
Whatever he says, whatever the outcome will be, Law and I are tight and we'll be okay, that I'm sure of. And if Lawson ends up being the successful candidate, I'm going to bundle him up into the biggest hug I've ever given him and tell him how proud I am of him. Dadgummit, just the thought of physical contact with him makes my body respond, so I carefully cross my legs and turn my attention to Gus as he starts speaking. I was equally impressed by both of you, and at first I thought that would make my decision difficult. As you both know, there's only one internship available. Lawson's eyes flick to mine. I'm smiling, but he's reading me as if he knows that underneath I'm just as anxious as he is. I thought, how on earth am I going to be able to choose between 2 equally impressive candidates that I know would be a great addition to the team? Gus stops talking, a huge smile breaking out over his face. And then I said to myself, Gus, you own the damn clinic. The solution is so freaking obvious it's not funny. Law and I steal another quick glance at each other. He's chewing into his lower lip in a way that has no right, being as adorable as it is. I turn back to Gus. His eyes are gleaming, so if he's about to deliver some bad news, he's going about it in a very peculiar way. You're both hired, he finally announces, raising both hands in the air with a dramatic flourish. The only sound in the room is of 2 jaws hitting the floor. Holy fudge sticks, I managed to mutter, dragging a hand through my hair in disbelief. Are you serious? Law asks, the hesitancy in his voice loud and clear. He doesn't want to get his hopes up in case this is too good to be true. But one look at Gus, nodding with his whole face lit up, confirms this is indeed real. I'm absolutely serious. Even though we've recently hired a new vet, all the way from Australia, I might add, we're still short-staffed and run off our feet. I've discussed this with the team, and we're in agreement that we could do with 2 extra sets of hands around here. Law and I stare at each other, wide-eyed until we both rush to our feet and embrace. Fuck yeah, he whispers into my ear so that Gus can't hear. I grin stupidly. It's such a typical Lawson thing to say. Told you it was a good sign, I say just as quietly. I can feel him chuckling, the vibration rumbling from his chest into mine. We sit back down. Sorry about that, I say to Gus, who is looking at us with nothing but amusement in his eyes. Don't be. That right there is one of the reasons why this went from being a really hard choice for me to one of the easiest hiring decisions I've ever made. I don't understand, Law says. Gus's eyes shift between us. You guys have... Oh, I see. See what? What is he talking about? It's not my place to say anything, Gus adds with a smirk. But I suggest you boys have a chat and ask each other about the last thing each of you said at the interview. Trust me, it'll explain everything. I look at Law, and even though he shrugs, there's a hint of pink smudging his cheeks that wasn't there before. That's interesting. I do have one additional condition that I haven't mentioned, though, Gus says, and we both snap our heads back to him. It's a bit of a tradition we do with interns who join us around the holiday season. I know how much Lawson would be tempted to groan at that. He did groan, very loudly I might add, when I mentioned yesterday that there were only 63 more sleeps until Christmas Day. Thankfully, he stays silent at the mention of the holidays this time. And what would that be? I ask Gus, slightly afraid of what the response will be. A charity fun run, he replies, sporting a massive grin. This year we'll be raising money for an animal shelter owned by Bishop, the partner of one of our vets. How does that sound? Incredible. Even though that's something I would normally say, the word actually spills out of Lawson's mouth. I'm even more surprised by the genuine excitement in his voice. He's bolted upright in his chair and is smiling. It's big and wide and completely genuine. It makes sense, I suppose. We like jogging and we adore animals. This combines two of our favorite things. Thank you so much, Gus, Law says exuberantly. Yeah, thank you so much for giving us this wonderful opportunity. It means so much to us. We won't let you down, I promise. I add as happiness bubbles in my chest. This is the best outcome we could have hoped for. No one missed out, and we both get to work at the best vet clinic in Brookhaven. It seems that Christmas miracle season started earlier this year, and I am mother fluffin' here for it. Gus goes over some of the details with us. It's a 2-month placement starting in the first week of November and wrapping up early in the new year. I listen, but I also don't overcome with joy that this is really happening. A phone call that Gus has to take interrupts us, but we were finishing up anyway. Law and I practically bounce down the hallway to the reception desk. By the time we get there, somehow our fingers have ended up entwined. Harmony's eyes dip to our joined hands from behind the reception desk. When she looks up at us, there's a playful, almost knowing smile stretching her lips. Congratulations, boys. She hands each of us a folder. Here's some paperwork to take back with you. Thank you. We look forward to seeing you in 2 weeks, I say as we head for the door. At some point, my hand has nestled itself into the small of Lawson's back. Harmony's eyes drop, her brows lift, and when she next looks up, there's a mischievous glint in her eyes right before she winks at me. It's almost like she can tell I have a crush on Law, which is totally impossible. I've been doing a super good job hiding it for 3 years. There's no way someone who's met me twice for a few short minutes would be able to cotton on to it. Is there? 6 weeks later. December 1st. The last 4 weeks have been full on, but in the best way possible. This internship is nothing short of a dream come true. Even though Lawson and I are working our behinds off, juggling vet school, our social lives, and working at the clinic, I'm learning so much and having the best time ever working with the Vet Shop Boys crew. And yes, Law and I spoke and found out how the other one ended our respective interviews with Gus. I was bowled over by the selflessness of what he said about me. How he was prepared to put in a good word for me even if it meant he might talk himself out of getting the thing he wanted so badly. See, underneath the broody attitude and snarky mouth, Lawson Barnes really does have a heart of gold. Interning at the clinic hasn't just lived up to my expectations, it's blown straight past them. The vets who work here are the best people. In addition to Gus, there's Noah, Fulton, Chase, and Lockie, the vet from Australia Gus briefly mentioned when he hired us. Technically his name is Lachlan, but he says no one in Australia actually uses full words, hence the abbreviation to Lockie. His Australian accent is so thick I sometimes have a hard time catching everything he says, but he's a terrific guy. We've also met Tyler, who used to work here but now runs a bakery down the street with his boyfriend Daly. He pops in all the time and still hangs out with the crew. The vet nurses are also incredible and do such amazing work. Vets may get all the glory, but the real heroes are the nurses who support them. And then there's Harmony, who's fast become a good friend. She's like a mother hen and a college party girl rolled into one. It really is a close-knit family, and everyone has embraced us so warmly. And the best news is, today is the first day of December, which means it's now only 24 more sleeps until Santa arrives.
So, Christmas plan, Devos?
Tyler asks enthusiastically, glancing around the table. The entire vet gang, plus Harmony, Lawson, and I are sitting in a round corner booth at their usual after-work hangout. It's a nice, spacious bar, and the music's not too loud, which makes it easy to hold a conversation. I drink occasionally, but not too much, put off after losing too many drinking games with Law. Lawson slumps farther into the booth, as if trying to physically distance himself from this conversation. I know he hates the holidays. The crowds, the pressure to buy gifts, the Christmas carols he complains follow him wherever he goes, but this year will be different because this Christmas season, I have a plan. And everyone sitting around the round table knows about it and is, as Tyler put it memorably the other day, 100% in on it. Everyone, that is, except for one person. We have a tradition at the clinic, Gus begins, kicking things off right on cue. Since many of us go away for the actual holidays, we spend the entire month leading up to Christmas organizing get-togethers in our homes. Everyone is invited, but due to your shifts, you may not be able to make them all. But at least this way, we all get to spend some holiday time together.
Oh, I love that idea, I say, smiling, pretending I wasn't filled in on this several weeks ago. I turn to Law, who, to his credit, isn't scowling, even though it's clear he's less than enthused by the prospect of an entire month of holiday festivities. Gus waves at Fulton. So, to kick things off, there will be a midweek dinner at Fulton and Bishop's Place in 2 nights' time. That's right. Fulton's wearing a "'Tis the Season to be Furry" t-shirt and lifts 2 fingers into the air. 2 things real quick. In the short time I've known him, I've really grown fond of his quirkiness. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge with all respect that even though Christmas is ostensibly a Christian celebration of the birth of Jesus, we welcome and celebrate all of the rituals and traditions, secular, spiritual, and religious, that take place at this time of year. He's also super PC. And 2, he thumbs his glasses up his nose. This year, in lieu of buying each other presents... There actually is a groan coming from next to me at that. I'd like to run an idea past y'all. What do you say we donate the money we would have spent on gifts for each other to Chester and Lawson's fun run instead? That's met with an instant response of head nodding and heck yes from the entire gang. I swivel my head. Law's mouth hangs open. Oh, well, you guys. He trails off, speechless. I know one of Lawson's biggest peeves about Christmas is the forced gift giving and how wasteful it can be, especially when he doesn't have a lot of money and his parents pressure him into buying gifts for half-siblings he barely knows. That's such a wonderful idea, I take over from him, as he's clearly a little choked up by the super nice suggestion. But you guys don't have to give up presents just for us. It's not just for you, Noah supplies. It's for the animals at Bishop's shelter. More head bobbing from everyone. Besides, Chase chimes in, we all have pretty much everything we want anyways. Except for more snazzy t-shirts. That's Fulton. Except for more Botox. That's Tyler. Except for smaller boobs. And that's Harmony. They're all smiling, so it's clear they're only kidding, I think. Chase frowns at Harmony. Smaller? Yes, having E-cup boobs after popping out 3 kids is no fun. Want details? He rears back comically. No thanks. What these knuckleheads are trying to say, that's Gus restoring some order, is that we have the most important thing of all. We've all found our special someone. I hear what sounds like a muffled, almost everyone, from somewhere, but before I can turn to see where it came from, Lockie cuts in. Another round, he asks in his broad Australian accent, and everyone nods their agreement. Just a lemonade for me, please, I say. You got it. Lawson, you want to give me a hand, mate? Sure. Once Lockie and Law are out of earshot, we all lean in conspiratorially. I've already let the gang in on wanting to make this holiday season special for Lawson. I didn't betray his trust and explain why he doesn't like the holidays. I didn't even have to. Everyone jumped on board and offered to help me out straight away. We've been chatting about it low-key whenever we can fit it in between consults and any time we happen to be in the staff lounge at the same time. This is the first occasion the entire crew is together, except for Lockie.
That was part of the plan, too. Him whisking Lawson away to the bar so we can work on the plan. One of us will bring Lockie up to speed with the details later. So I've done my part. Gus is whispering like he's a secret agent or something, even though there's no need. It's cute. I've brought up the December festivities plan. Lawson now knows what to expect.
And Lockie is going to dawdle and take as much time as possible at the bar,
Fulton reminds us, looking over at the guys still making their way slowly to the bar. Tyler rubs his hands together excitedly. Awesome. The groundwork is laid out. But before we go any further, Devos... He pauses for dramatic effect, something I've noticed he tends to do a lot. We need to come up with a badass code name for this project. We all take a minute to think about it. Oh, I know, Fulton pipes up. How about Operation Ho Ho Ho? Tyler rolls his eyes. Please, this is meant to be about Chester and Lawson, not a commentary about your sex life with Bishop. That earns him a swift middle finger. How about Operation Got Me Hoping? Noah proposes. I like the out-of-the-box approach. Gus rubs his chin. But Christmas is about love and peace on earth and goodwill to our fellow humans. I don't really associate it with the word hope.
What about Operation Got Me Wishing?
Fulton bravely risks making another suggestion.
You know, like wishing upon a star.
Is that something you do? Tyler teases dryly. Look up into the night sky and wish upon stars that exist billions of light years away? That earns him yet another middle finger response. I like Operation Got Me Thinking, Chase mentions. Because that's what we're doing right now, isn't it? Thinking of ways to help love find its true course. What? I shake my head, certain I've misheard the guy. Did he just say love? What the fudge sticks is he talking about? This mission is about making Lawson enjoy the holidays, not... Guys. Tyler throws his hands in the air, cutting off my thoughts and capturing everyone's attention again. What is going on here? He continues. Are we trying to come up with a name to make these two fall in... Correction. I mean, make Lawson fall in love with the spirit of Christmas, or... I don't know, are we coming up with book titles for an MM romance series? Can't it be both? Gus replies with a cheeky smile. I mean, can you imagine if someone actually documented our lives and wrote a series of romance novels about it? They'd be bestsellers for sure. Imagine if one day the books were made into a Netflix series. Channing Tatum would be perfect to play me. Now that I know who he is, I think Henry Cavill could do a great job as me. Noah adds with a dopey smile. As the conversation devolves into who would play them in a movie version of their lives, I lean closer to Harmony and ask, what did Chase and Tyler almost say just before? It sounded like they were insinuating. My voice trails off, and I'm not sure how to finish that sentence. I've been doing such a good job hiding my true feelings from Lawson. Have I let my guard down lately? First, Harmony winking at me the day we both scored our internships. Now, two of these guys? Are they somehow picking up on my feelings for my best friend?
That you're in love with Lawson?
Harmony picks up where I left off. She takes a long pull of her drink from a straw, smiling sweetly as she bats her eyelashes at me, like she didn't just rock my entire world. What? Me? In love with... Law? I'm sputtering, and it captures Gus's attention. He leaves Tyler and Fulton bickering over who Ryan Gosling would be better suited to play and scooches over to us. What are you two talking about? He asks with a grin that suggests he has at least a vague idea.
I was just sharing with young Chester here my theory that he's in love with Lawson.
Oh, yeah, that. Gus chuckles, sounding completely unsurprised. Meanwhile, my heart is flipping over itself. I am gobsmacked. When did you first realize? He asks Harmony.
Let's see.
She glances down at her watch.
If I remember correctly, the interview for the internship was at 10. The guys arrived 5 minutes early, so I guess the moment I knew they were in love with each other was, 9:56. I take a few large gulps of my remaining lemonade. How is this possible? Is it that freaking obvious that I'm in love with... Wait a minute, she said in love with each other, as in... Hang on. You don't think that Lawson has feelings back for me, do you? For some reason, my totally serious question has Gus and Harmony breaking out into face-splitting grins. Aw, they're so lost, aren't they? Gus shakes his head gleefully. Like a straight man trying to find a clitoris.
Harmony mutters loudly enough to make everyone at the table jerk their heads to face us. "I've got it!" Tyler claps his hands, saving us from having to explain that crazy-as-heck detour to the others. "I've got the name for the project." "Well," Noah prompts after Tyler leaves us hanging for way too long. "Operation Got Me Mary," he cries out eagerly. I look around the table, and everyone seems on board with it. "That's actually pretty good," I tell him. "I love it." Right then, Law and Lockie return with drinks. "So," Lawson says, sliding back into the booth next to me, passing me my lemonade, "did we miss anything?" 5. Lawson. This is nice. I nudge my shoulder against Chester's as we round the corner and head back toward the lake. "It is." Chess replies with a smile. Even after a month surrounded by vets that could double as models, Chester's attractiveness hasn't dimmed a single watt. His wide brown eyes are focused sharply ahead of him. His nose is a strong, dominant line of perfection, and his lips huff out little whooshes of air with each breath he takes. That would be because it's a freaking cold December morning, but since we've been working so much this past month, we don't get to jog together as much as we used to. Plus, we have a fun run to train for. Even though the temperature has dropped to below 50 during the day, we still haven't had any snowfall yet. Hopefully it'll come soon. There's something magical about seeing the world blanketed under a layer of white, powdery snow. It's almost enough to make a guy think the world can be a good place, after all. Almost. Do you think it's weird, Gus is being super cagey about the fun run? I ask Chess, feeling the muscles in my legs pounding as they hit the pavement. He shrugs a shoulder. "Not really. What is there to know? It's a fun run. I'm sure it's pretty standard." "I suppose. While I'm excited to be involved in anything that raises money for neglected animals, a sense of something being slightly off about this fun run has crept into my way too jaded mind. But whatever, Chess is probably right, and I'm most likely reading into something that isn't there. We do a lap of the lake before heading out the cast-iron gates of the park to start making our way back to our apartment. "How are you feeling about a whole month of Christmas celebrations?" Chester shoots me a nervous smile that suggests he knows I'm not hugely thrilled by the prospect I learned of at the bar last night. "It's fine." "Really?" "Yeah, why?" "I was expecting your answer to contain expletives and include at least one rant that includes terms like consumeristic industrialist complex." I snicker because that totally sounds like something I would normally say. But I don't know. These past 4 weeks interning at the clinic have been, well, pretty damn cool. I actually feel happy, like I've finally found somewhere I belong. There was never any doubt in my mind that being a vet is the only thing I want to do with my life career-wise. What I didn't expect was to like everyone who worked at the clinic so much. That never happens to me. I'm used to being let down, made to feel I'm unwanted or a burden, so it comes as a shock when I meet people who make me feel the complete opposite of that. Everyone at the clinic is just so damn nice and decent. I'd always had a hard time understanding ophthalmic consulting. That's diagnosing and treating common eye conditions, such as dry eye, corneal ulcers, cataracts, glaucoma, and retinal disease. So the other day, Noah took 15 minutes out of his lunch break to work through my questions with me. Chase offered to let me administer vaccinations while he supervised, and Fulton talked me through the mental health components of being a vet and pointed out some great online resources to check out. Everyone who works at the clinic is incredible. It feels like what a family should be. "So, you're not too upset about having to do Christmassy things all month?" Chester double-checks. "No, I'm not too upset," I tease. Chester's eyes sparkle with joy as we run past a bunch of storefronts all decked out with completely over-the-top holiday decorations. There's only a mild irritation in my chest at the sight of all the Christmassy crap. Why mild? Normally I'd be at 11 by now.
It's probably got something to do with Fulton's suggestion last night that instead of exchanging gifts, everyone would donate money to Bishop's Animal Shelter courtesy of our fun run. That hit me right in the feels. I'm already liking this crew more than anyone else I've ever met, except for Chess, obvs, and then they go ahead and do something as amazing as that. The commercialization of Christmas is one of the things I hate most about it. I'm guessing that for people who have money to splash around on expensive gifts, it might not be an issue. But I'm not one of those people, and it makes me feel really shitty because I'd love to be in a position where I bought Chester whatever his heart desired. Unfortunately, I'm not, and it fucking sucks. We jog a few blocks in silence, my heart rate really kicking up now. We come to a stop at an intersection. As Chess does his bounce-on-the-spot thing, he draws in a deep breath and says, "I actually have some holiday-related news of my own." The light turns green and we take off. "What's that?" I ask, settling into a groove beside him. "I'm not going home for Christmas this year." "Oh, but you always go back," I say. Chess comes from a big family. One year, his parents host a massive family Christmas where all his brothers, sisters, their partners, and their kids come together. The other year, his siblings spend it with their partners' families. Since Chess has been single the entire time I've known him, he goes back even in the off years for a smaller Christmas with just his folks. He's invited me to come back with him every single time, but I always decline. Spending Christmas alone isn't that bad. "We talked about it at Thanksgiving. This is our non-family year," he explains. "My parents have always wanted to do a cruise in the Caribbean. They found a great deal, so they booked it in, which means I'm on my own." I grab Chester's arm with a gloved hand, feeling the size of his hefty bicep muscles through the layer of material between us. "You are not alone, Chess." That thing about spending Christmas alone not being too bad? Yeah, I was bullshitting. It's the crappiest thing ever. There's no way in hell I'm going to let Chess suffer through it the way I always do. A small smile rounds his lips. "Oh? And why is that?" "We'll spend it together. Obviously." I roll my eyes. "You're stuck with me whether you like it or not." "I was hoping you'd say that." There's a slightly overconfident lilt to his words. I steal a quick glance in his direction, but apart from breathing a bit heavier, Chess seems the same as always, barely breaking a sweat. As we continue running, I think back to what he said. He talked to his family about Christmas plans at Thanksgiving. That was a week and a half ago. Why has he waited all this time to share the news he wouldn't be going home for the holidays? Stop it, Lawson. There is no big conspiracy at play here. Chester is your best friend. He has no ulterior motive. "I have an ulterior motive," Chess announces as we wait in another red light. "What?" I almost bark it out. He looks at me funny. "Well, since I'm going to be home for the holidays, and as you know, the Vet Shop Boys crew have a month of celebrations lined up, plus we have a charity fun run, well, I'm kind of on a mission." The light goes green and we start running again. "What sort of mission?" He looks over at me, smiling way too cheerily. "I, Chester Matthews, am going to make you, Lawson Barnes, actually enjoy Christmas this year." A snort falls out of me. Yeah, right. Good luck with that. Chester may be a lot of things. Smart, good-looking, funny, sweet, loyal, the best friend. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I remember. Chester may be a lot of things, but he is not a magician. There's no way on earth he's going to be able to make me like the holidays. I'll endure them, sure. Maybe even run the risk of cheek RSI at all the fake smiling I'm going to have to force myself to do. But there is literally zero chance of me actually enjoying the holidays. Unless he's in cahoots with the VSB crew and there really are body-swapping shenanigans happening at the clinic. Bad, Lawson. Stop it. We pull up in front of our building and begin cooling down. Chester's not studying his smartwatch like he normally does. Instead, his gaze is aimed straight at me. My chest warms under the heat of his glare. I feel both self-conscious and something I can't quite name being the focus of Chester's undivided attention like this. A warm hand lands on my shoulder as he starts his quad stretch.
"You've gone quiet,"
he observes. That's what happens when people say wild and outlandish things like how they think they can make me enjoy Christmas. Chester swaps sides, his hand now on my other shoulder. If you can actually make me enjoy the next 4 weeks, it'll be a Christmas miracle. I mutter sarcastically. It's only after I say it that I realize how stupid making that comment was. So very, very stupid. Chester clinches my shoulder even tighter. He repositions himself so that he's right in front of me. There's a spark of excitement illuminating his big brown eyes. I gulp. I can see exactly how he took my remark as a challenge. I wince. Damn it.
"Is that so?"
I can't help but look at anything other than his gorgeous face since he's barely inches away from me. I swallow thickly.
"Because you know how I feel about Christmas miracles, Buttercup."
Oh, God, now he's combining talk of Christmas miracles with terms of endearment in that deep, low register of his I can never get enough of. It's official. I am screwed. 6. Chester.
Am I the worst person ever that the look of mild terror that crossed Law's face as we were cooling down yesterday still makes me chuckle a little? On the inside, that is. I'm not being cruel about it, but he was just so darn cute. He knew he'd stepped into it, issuing me a challenge like that. Truth to be told, I have been feeling a bit bad about undertaking Project Got Me Merry with the others without Law knowing. I've never hidden anything major from him before, so keeping a secret that big is hard. But I can do it. I will do it. It'll be worth it. That's why I told Lawson I was on a mission to get him to like the holidays. I, as in me. So I was honest and upfront about that part of it. I just omitted the bit about everyone else at the clinic being involved, giving the project a code name, and all of us carefully planning a series of events over these next few weeks to achieve that very goal. So really, it's a half-lie at most. If you factor in that it's for a good cause, add that it's happening for the holidays, subtract it from any guilt I may be feeling, well, it's practically a good deed. Okay, maybe that's pushing it. But at any rate, it's not the worst thing in the world. I just need to keep reminding myself of that. As much as I would love it, I know Lawson isn't going to suddenly wake up and be the world's biggest Christmas fan. That would be too unrealistic, and honestly, that's not the point of this whole thing. The actual point of what I'm doing is much simpler. I just want Lawson to feel loved. That's what the holiday season is about for me. All the things that take place, the music, the decorations, the food, the gifts, they're all just ways to bring us together. In a world that can feel so cold and busy and lonely at times, we all need a little love and warmth in our lives. Lawson's never had that. Just thinking about how his parents have treated him his whole life makes my blood boil, because I see the end result of that. He's closed off and guarded and doesn't let people in because he's afraid they'll hurt and reject him, the way his parents have. I may not be able to change any of his past, but I can make sure that this year his holidays are filled with people who care about him, starting right fudging now. We walk up to Fulton and Bishop's front door. Their house is a cute cream bungalow with a low-pitched roof that extends over a large front porch. Judging by the number of cars already parked out front, I'd say Law and I are the last ones to arrive. "You feeling okay?" I check in with him before knocking. Lawson goes to run a hand through his hair before remembering he's wearing a beanie. He's decked out in his customary black from head to toe, which makes the contrast of his bright blue eyes all the more breathtaking, even in the dim glow of the porch light. I'm sure it will be fine. I wait for him to tack on something like, compared to getting wisdom teeth removed, or once I get blind drunk, but there's no added snark coming. Progress? It will be fine, I assure him. Fulton and I have discussed tonight's planned event at length. I warned him that if we started off too strong with Christmas carols and all the usual traditional stuff, it'd make Lawson run a mile in the other direction. What's needed is a softly approach. We have a whole month to ease Lawson into the magic of the most wonderful time of the year. Rushing into things too quickly too early would not only be counterproductive, it could potentially derail Project Got Me Merry right as it's getting underway. All right, let's do this, I say, knocking on the door. A few moments later, Bishop opens it, greeting us warmly with smiles and hugs as we come inside. We've met him briefly a few times when he's picked Fulton up from work. He had told us to expect a cat paradise when we got here, but wow, this place is truly something else. Jiminy cricket, I say in awe, gaping around at what can only be described as a cat utopia on steroids. Wherever I turn my head, my vision fills with elaborate multicolored tunnels, platforms, perches, ramps, and crosspieces that run under the ceilings, above windows, and along all the walls. There are cutouts in the corners of the rooms so that the cats can walk between them, painted to resemble the open mouths of various animals. I've never seen anything like it before. Lawson's taking it all in, too, his mouth hanging open just like mine.
This is breathtaking.
Amazing, I agree. It's really something, huh? Bishop's voice is full of pride as he takes in our reactions. Your 12 cats are so lucky, I tell him. Bishop scratches the back of his neck. Make that, 13. Fulton says it's meant to be a lucky number. Apparently so is 33, which I hope he was kidding about. Lawson and I are still smiling as Bishop leads us to the kitchen and adjoining dining room where everyone is already gathered, but my eyes are drawn to the centerpiece of the room. It's a swirling spiral that runs from the floor to the ceiling with a giant cat bed made of wicker, although it looks more like a cocoon hanging snugly in the middle at about chest height, and because it's the holidays, the spiral is adorned in tinsel and flickering Christmas lights. Fulton greets us with a wave. He's hovering over the stove. I don't know what he's making, but it smells delicious. When he spins around fully, I chuckle at the shirt he's wearing. It's an image of two ornaments dangling off a Christmas tree with one of them saying to the other, "I like hanging with you." So glad you guys made it. He waves his wooden spoon in the air. We might need a round of introductions, you guys. Gus introduces us to his boyfriend, Tate. Tyler has hearts in his eyes as we meet daily. Noah's there, but flying solo since his partner, Hayes, is flat out at work. I make a mental note to ask Noah what line of work his partner is in since he's always so busy. And Chase, Lockie, and Harmony aren't here since they're working tonight. Oh, I know what we need, Fulton says once we've met everyone. He leaves everything percolating on the stovetop and heads for his phone. Music! Lawson does the world's fastest eye roll, but I turn my head to Fulton and give him the world's smallest head nod. If Law's expecting Mariah Carey and all the standard holiday tunes to start playing, he's in for a very big surprise.
What the heck is this?
Tate asks, scrunching his nose up when the room fills with the sounds of heavy guitars and a chaotic beat. Christmas music is so overrated, nothing beats heavy metal, right, Lawson? Fulton says with a smirk. I can't decipher whether Law's eyes are bulging because he was expecting crappy Christmas songs or because he's ecstatic to be hearing his favorite music blaring from the speakers.
This is amazing.
You guys like heavy metal? He asks in happy disbelief, looking around the room. He's met with the chorus of very loud no's, except for Fulton, who gives a very Fulton answer. I have very eclectic taste in music, and I would never judge anyone for what they enjoy. But I will turn the volume down, just so that we can still hear each other talk. This one simple gesture, playing the type of music Lawson likes, is enough to chill him the fudge out. I knew he had reservations coming into tonight, about the whole month ahead, really, but Fulton playing non-Christmas music is a stroke of genius. By the time we're all tucking away into the vegetarian carbonara he made, seriously, it's so freaking good, the mushrooms and sun-dried tomatoes make me not miss the bacon at all. Law is well and truly relaxed. So is everyone else, especially since Fulton changed the music from heavy metal to some light jazz while we eat. As sounds of chatter and laughter swirl around us, I lean into Law and whisper, "See? Told you it would be fine." He smiles softly as his eyes meet mine.
This is more than fine. I'm having a real good time. Thank you.
I can't help the fireworks that go off in my chest at hearing him say that. All I want is for Lawson to enjoy this special time of year. I'm glad, I say, scooping up another forkful of delicious, creamy goodness. After dinner, Bishop summons us into the living room. The short trip takes longer than expected since we keep getting distracted by cats every few steps we take. But chocolate, cheesecake, muffin, coffee bean, cookie, poppy, wasabi, donuts, sprinkles, dopey, Pop-Tart, Oreo, and vanilla bean are just so fluff and adorable. And Fulton doesn't seem to mind telling us all about them, so it takes us a while to meander over and join the others. When Law and I finally reach the living room, there's only one free spot left, an oversized lounge chair. "You guys can fit," Gus suggests helpfully, his eyes darting between Lawson, me, and the piece of furniture. If I didn't know any better, I'd say the guys had planned this, which is weird because Lawson's meant to be the suspicious one, not me, and if anyone's going to object, it'll be him. I'll just sit back and wait for him to do that.
"Of course we can," Law says with a smile on his face. What the hey? He takes my hand in his and leads me to the chair. We lower down into it, and yeah, we do fit. But it's tight, real tight. The sides of our bodies are practically squished together, and it's actually a little uncomfortable with our shoulders being so wide, until Lawson solves that problem by shifting and wrapping an arm around me. "There, this is cozy." That's one word for it. My body always responds to any physical touch from Law. If our feet accidentally graze when we're sitting on the sofa watching TV, when we brush past each other in our narrow hallway, my body never fails to react, and now I'm glued to his side in a room full of people wearing regrettably tight jeans. This could potentially be a very big problem. "So what's the plan, Phil?" Noah asks, looking up at his best friend, who, along with Bishop, isn't sitting like the rest of us. The two of them are standing at the front of the room. "2 words, Fulton says excitedly. "Some dessert," Tyler chirps, which earns him a mock-evil glare from Fulton, but a smooch from Daly. "No, that comes later. Right now, we're having a trivia night." Fulton and Bishop launch into a cute little happy dance that makes me grin like an idiot. I turn my head expecting to see the most epic eye roll to end all eye rolls from Lawson, but he's not doing that. He's smiling. Actually smiling at the silly little spectacle playing out before us. His eyes meet mine and he tilts his head. They're so in love, aren't they? All I see is 2 gorgeous pools of blue as I reply with, "Yeah, they are." We stay like that, frozen for a few moments, just staring at each other. "Hey, Law?" I break the momentary spell we seem to have fallen into. Would you mind passing the cushion, please?" 7. Lawson. "Sure." I reach over to pick up a spare cushion lying on the floor. "Here you go. Everything okay?"
"Yeah, it's just more comfortable this way,"
Chess says, hastily snatching it from me and jamming it over his thighs. "And is this comfortable?" I grasp his bicep in my hand. I probably should have asked that when I hooked my arm around him, but I only did it to create some more space for us as we squeezed into the chair.
"Uh-huh,"
he says, averting his gaze and turning his attention back to the front of the room. Chester must be heating up, since his earlobes have turned bright pink. Fulton and Bishop have stopped dancing and are launching straight into Trivia Master mode.
"We'll keep it simple," Fulton begins with a smirk. "The first rule of Vet Shop Boys Trivia Night is you do not talk about Vet Shop Boys Trivia Night."
Almost all of us snicker at the reference, except for Tyler, who scrunches up his nose.
"I don't get it."
Daly whispers something into his ear. Tyler still looks confused, then they kiss. Oh, they're so in love. A twinge of something pulls in my chest. As much as I love seeing these displays of love and affection all around me, it only reminds me of what I'm missing. My dating history consists of, well, a whole bunch of nothing, really. I've had hookups and guys I kinda sorta liked, but no one that I'd ever consider letting in on a deeper level. Except for Chess, that is. I don't even know how he managed to slip inside past all my defenses and barriers. It wasn't an intentional thing. I just felt something for him. A trust, an ease that I'd never experienced with anyone else. Our friendship progressed so smoothly I didn't notice that we'd gone from adjoining desks in class to living together and having devised a secret finger tap system in what felt like no time at all. The funny thing is, it's never freaked me out. It's also something that I've never questioned either, preferring to leave things alone and not mess with the good thing. If it ain't broke and all that. For all my insecurities and beliefs that I'm unlovable and that there must be something fundamentally wrong with me that makes my parents treat me like they do, with Chess, I've always felt safe. Even when he's witnessed the bad parts of me, he hasn't run away or tossed me aside. It's almost as if he likes all of me, which is weird because that never happens in real life, does it?
Seriously, though.
Bishop cuts into my thoughts.
The rules are simple. Just yell out if you think you know the answer. There will be no scoring since we know some people can take things a little too far. Hey, why's everyone looking at me?
Gus says after everyone snaps their heads in his direction.
This is a fun game, okay?
Bishop goes on with a chuckle.
Let's have a good time, okay?
Everyone nods.
All right, first question.
Bishop clears his throat dramatically, lifting up a flashcard and reading the first question from it.
What Canadian city claims to be the birthplace of the first ugly Christmas sweater party?
I have no idea. Chess frowns as he thinks about it, too. A few seconds pass, then Daly yells out,
Toronto.
That's met with a vigorous headshake from Fulton, who has draped himself over Bishop's shoulder and can obviously see the correct answer written down. The guys have broken off into smaller groups and are discussing options when Tyler chimes in with,
Boston.
The room falls silent as we all turn to stare at him.
Boston?
Noah checks.
Is that your final answer?
Tyler bites his lower lip, a hint of uncertainty flashing across his features.
Yeah. Isn't it up north and, to the right or something?
His accompanying hand gestures for north and to the right only make this even funnier. Boston's in the U.S., Tate offers with a sympathetic smile.
Really?
Tate nods.
You sure about that?
100% positive, Tate replies, grinning. Tyler looks a little miffed, but like me, he's never short of a sassy comment to get himself out of trouble.
Well, I can't be this attractive and good at mapology, now can I?
Everyone breaks out into friendly laughter. Chess and I join in as well. Sure, these guys tease and make fun of each other, but it's like their love language or something. There's never any malice to it. And even though I'm certain Tyler's not going to be living down his mapology remark anytime soon, I'm sure the kiss Daly just planted on his lips will help take his mind off it. The trivia night continues. At some point, Fulton brings out an incredible dairy and gluten-free dessert from Daly's bakery that, lo and behold, doesn't taste like dried-out cardboard. The chocolate cake is actually mouth-wateringly delicious. It's so good I helped myself to a second serving, figuring I'll jog it off tomorrow. What's even more surprising is that I'm actually having this much fun picking up all this useless Christmas-related trivia. As the night rolls on, I learn a lot of quirky facts I'll never be able to do anything with. For instance, I had no idea that in Japan it's a tradition to eat Kentucky Fried Chicken for Christmas, and since it's so popular, spots have to be reserved up to 2 months in advance. Or that the candy cane was invented in Germany, and that the reason for its J shape is because the J stands for Jesus. Or that the ancient Greeks considered mistletoe an aphrodisiac, and that's why it's believed kissing under the mistletoe can bring good luck. I flick my eyes over to Chester when I hear that, and yep, the guy must still be warm. His entire neck and lower half of his face is tinged in pink, and he's hunched over on that cushion like his life depends on it. It must be a really comfortable cushion. By the end of the night, my cheeks are hurting from all the smiling. Genuine smiling. And I can't believe it's past midnight. Where did the time go? I ask as Fulton and Bishop lead us to the door. Chess and I are the last stragglers to leave. As we bundle ourselves into our coats, gloves, scarves, and beanies, Chester is thanking Fulton and Bishop for such an amazing night. I have to agree that it's been pretty damn cool, and if I were a suspicious person who spent way too much time in weird pockets of the internet, I'd be inclined to think it was almost a little too amazing.
I mean, from the non-Christmas music to a trivia night that, while fun, also opened me up to how different cultures around the world celebrated this time of year. It was almost as if the whole night was orchestrated to ease me into a month of holiday celebrations. Good thing, then, that I'm trying to put my cynical, skeptical days behind me. Tonight was a great evening, there's no denying that. We all had a great time, and that's the only thing that matters. I know you guys have the day off tomorrow, Fulton says. If you don't have any plans, why don't you drop by Bishop's shelter? Bishop lights up. That's a great idea. I can show you around, and you'll get to see where the proceeds of the fun run will be going to. That sounds great. Chess turns to face me. We don't have any plans, do we? No, we don't. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Fulton clutch his chest, then whisper into Bishop's ear. That makes Bishop smile and respond with something that sounds an awful lot like, "Don't worry, they will be soon." Our ride arrives, and with a final round of hugs and a few more cat pats and scratches, Chester and I leave. The first event of the Christmas season is done and dusted, and I managed to survive it. Even liked it. Who knows? Maybe the month-long festivities ahead won't be so bad after all. One of the main issues I had when I bought the place was taming the overgrown yard. Let me tell you, mowing 10 acres of grass with a push mower was a total bitch. Yeah, I'll bet, Chester says as we walk beside Bishop. He's giving us the grand tour of his shelter. The 2 animal houses are up to scratch, but as you can see, they're getting pretty full. He's not wrong. The animal house we've stepped into, which he told us can house up to 60 animals, is packed to the brim with mainly dogs and cats of every color, breed, size, and shape. While it's incredible what Bishop is doing by having a place like this, seeing all these unwanted and unloved animals breaks my heart. I glance over at Chess, frowning deeply as he takes in the rows of animals. Proceeds from the fun run you boys are taking part in will go toward building another house, doubling capacity overnight and ensuring all the animals brought here have as much space as possible. I'm happy and heartbroken at the same time, Chess tells Bishop, reflecting the exact way I'm feeling at the moment, too. Yeah, Bishop runs a hand through his hair, taking it all in. It can be pretty full on, but I made a vow to myself when I bought the shelter. I'm only going to focus on the good, on what I can do to help these animals, and not on what brought them here in the first place. Chester breaks out in a wide smile. That's totally his life motto, too. Got it from his granddad, if I remember correctly. That's a good philosophy. Bishop starts walking us out of the animal house when I hear a strangled cry coming from behind us. Bishop and I turn around, and there's Chester, on his knees, hands covering his mouth, staring at... I take a few steps forward. "Who is that?" I ask Bishop, taking in the Landseer-colored Newfoundland dog. His white coat is blotched in splashes of black, but his head and neck are pure jet black, like he's wearing a hood. He's a big boy, too. Just by looking at him, I'd guess he weighs at least 100 pounds, maybe more. That's Rudy, Bishop answers with a sad sigh. Poor fella has been here for over 3 months. Chester glances up at us. His brown eyes have gone wide and watery. No one wants him? Bishop shakes his head. Unfortunately, no. Do you know what happened to him? I ask. He was dumped at the clinic. They had no way of knowing for sure, but based on his extensive injuries and 2 broken back legs, they assumed it was a car accident. Fulton and Noah operated on him. They had to amputate everything below his pelvis. It was the only way to save him, and even then they almost lost him a few times. He's lucky to have made it. I'll say. Chess sticks his hand through the cage, and Rudy slowly hobbles over to him. He's in a wheelchair harness to support the lower half of his body and help him with mobility. The big guy is cautious, carefully appraising Chester's fingers. Rudy continues getting closer, first sniffing and then finally giving Chester's hand a few tentative licks with his bright pink tongue before staggering a few steps away. The whole time Chester's and Rudy's gazes are fixed on each other. I'm dumbfounded as I take it in.
It's always special to witness an animal and human bond for the first time. And make no mistake, that's exactly what's happening here. Chester and Rudy are connecting. Chester's always been attracted to rare animals. The more unusual looking, the better. That's because he sees all animals as beautiful. Whether they have scales or fur, whether they slither, swim, or walk, he doesn't seem to care. He just has the crazy capacity to love all living creatures. While most people would look at Rudy as a dog with a disability and view it as a defect, Chess sees straight past that. In his eyes, Rudy is perfect and beautiful just as he is, and he's as deserving of finding a good home and being loved as any other dog here.
"He's not microchipped?" Chess asks, getting to his feet and wiping off his knees.
"No." Bishop grimaces.
Fulton and the guys stuck up posters all over the place. The fucker. Sorry, I mean owner.
"No, you were right the first time," I say. Bishop grins.
"Rudy's former fucked-up owner is a total no-show. Gus had to absorb the cost of all of Rudy's operations and post-op treatments, and believe me, it wouldn't have been cheap."
"Wow," Chess and I say in unison. I always thought of Gus as a good guy, but this is extraordinary. I don't know many clinic owners that would go above and beyond like this, especially covering costs out of their own pocket. We spend a few more minutes being shown around the place. The whole time we're following Bishop, I keep checking in on Chester. He's sad, but he's got a determined look in his eyes. I've seen that look before, and I know exactly what it means without him having to say a single word. He wants Rudy. 8. Chester.
I'm quiet for the entire drive home from Bishop's shelter, but the second we walk through the front door, I shrug out of my winter clothes, kick off my boots, and announce with a determined nod, "I want Rudy." I head into our tiny living room and drop onto the couch.
Chess.
Lawson follows and sits down next to me. I can predict by his pinched lips and uncharacteristically soft tone what he's going to say next.
"You know we don't have the space for a dog. The two of us barely fit in here as it is. Plus, we live on the second floor. That's 2 flights of stairs. We'd have to lug him up and down them every day, and Rudy weighs way too much for us to do that."
It sounds like a thought-out response, one he probably formulated on the silent drive home, preemptively guessing I'd want to take Rudy in. I sometimes forget how well he knows me. Better than anyone, really. Yeah, I guess. I fold my arms across my chest, knowing he's right, but hating it all the same. It sucks so much. How can people not see that Rudy is the cutest freaking dog in the world? How has he been in that shelter for 3 whole months and not been adopted yet?
"Because as I've been telling you for years," Lawson says, gently grazing the top of my thigh with his fingers, "people are idiots."
I manage a small smile. He's trying to make me feel better, and I appreciate it. He's also right. We don't have the space or the right conditions to accommodate a dog with Rudy's needs in our cramped apartment.
"It's our first day off together in 4 weeks, Law says, "and it's your call. Whatever you want to do for the rest of the day, I'll agree to it."
My eyes widen a fraction. "Anything?"
Well, yeah, within reason."
He points a stern finger my way.
"You are not forcing me to go Christmas caroling."
I snicker. As if we'd go Christmas caroling now? I pause. It's more of an evening thing. He smiles in spite of himself as I tap my chin, wondering how I'd like to spend the day with Law. It's early December, so I'd love to go out and get a tree and put up some decorations around the place, but I wonder if it's too soon. Not in terms of the season. If I had my way, I would have put up decorations before Thanksgiving. I mean, for Law. Last night at Fulton's was a good first baby step, a gentle introduction into the wonder and merriment that is Christmas, but is Lawson ready for Christmas trees and decorating? It could be a case of too much too soon. I might need to ease him into it with eggnog, I declare, snapping my fingers at my brilliant idea. He cocks his head.
Eggnog.
Eggnog, I repeat. Let's make some eggnog and then see where the rest of the day takes us. Lawson is surprisingly amenable as I stride into the kitchen with him following close behind.
This will be the type of eggnog that contains alcohol, right?
He clarifies. Oh, yeah, totally. There's no way sober Law will agree to going out into the cold, still no snow though, buying a tree and coming back here to decorate it as well as hanging up lights and all the other decorations I have waiting in my Christmas closet. But slightly tipsy Law raises the odds in my favor by a lot.
How do you know how to make eggnog?
He asks, resting his elbows on the small island as I gather ingredients.
I thought it was stuff people bought from the store.
You can do that. I crack the eggs into a small bowl and add some sugar before I start whisking. And some of the ones you can buy aren't half bad. This is my great-grandmother's recipe, and it is amazing, especially if you like it really thick, sweet, and creamy. A chuckle falls from Lawson's lips as he shuffles on his stool.
That's exactly how I like it.
He narrows his eyes, and it's as if they've got laser beams designed for no other purpose than to set my skin on fire. Warmth creeps up my neck, the same way it did non-stop last night when we were both squished into that seat at Fulton and Bishop's. That's not what I'm talking about. I try to deflect. He straightens, smirking.
I mean, that's how I like my eggnog to taste, Chess. I have no idea what you're referring to.
Oh, shoot. Is he being serious? I chance a look in his direction only to catch 2 rows of perfect white teeth beaming back at me. Hilarious, I deadpan. You know, if this whole vet thing doesn't pan out for you, you should consider a career in comedy.
Oh, come on now.
Law takes 2 big steps until he's right behind me. My body stiffens as his hands slide around my waist and he nuzzles his nose in the crook of my neck. He must be on his tiptoes to reach me. Instinctively, I lower down slightly and lean back into his touch.
What can I do to help?
He asks, but all I notice is the way his body is pressing into mine, and how damn good it feels. There's really not much to it. It's mainly just heating and whisking as I add in the cream, milk, salt, nutmeg, and vanilla, I reply, trying to chase away thoughts of how close Lawson's, parts are to mine.
Don't forget the booze,
Law adds. Why don't you take care of that? I swivel around, which forces Lawson to take half a step back. That's the last thing to add anyway. You can be in charge of that.
Sounds good to me.
It doesn't take long to get the eggnog ready for the final step, alcohol. I briefly step away to use the bathroom, and when I return into the kitchen, Lawson is pouring a massive amount of rum into the mixture. Law! I run up to him. What are you doing? That is way too much.
You said to be generous,
he says, setting the bottle down on the counter. Yep. Totally my fault. I should have specified not to use 1/4 of a bottle of rum. Lawson chuckles, bracing a hand on my shoulder.
Tell you what, why don't we drink this while we watch movies all afternoon? Your pick.
I lift a brow.
Just nothing Christmassy,
he hastens to add. Fine, I agree. And no drinking games either.
Aw, shucks,
Law says, sporting a huge smile.
We haven't played those in ages. I've even got a really good one lined up, too.
Oh, yeah? What was it? I ask only out of curiosity. His eyes sparkle.
We rewatch Stranger Things and take a shot every time Winona Ryder overacts.
No. See, this is why I don't play this game with you anymore. You make it too easy. We'd end up plastered in 10 minutes flat. She is so bad at acting.
So very bad.
Law agrees, cracking up as I refrigerate the eggnog. Since it needs at least an hour to cool before we can drink it, we set about doing something non-fun but completely necessary. Chores around the house. We've actually worked out a nifty system. We start at one end and go room by room, top down. Dusting, windows, general tidy up, then floors. The bathroom is left to the end, and we take turns alternating when it comes to cleaning the icky stuff. We usually shoot the shit while we're working, and it's as close to fun as cleaning can ever get. Once we've done everything, Law grabs the eggnog from the fridge along with a couple of tumblers and sets them on the coffee table. I'm already on the couch, remote control in hand, with my all-time favorite, non-Christmas movie, lined up waiting to play. Clueless. Not just a great movie title, but also an entirely appropriate description of my best friend, who still doesn't even have an inkling about my feelings for him, which is absolutely perfect. What we have is amazing. We're great together as best friends and roomies. We scored the internship of our dreams, and we've just launched into a whole month of holiday festivities. What more could I possibly want? A boyfriend. A boyfriend named Lawson Barnes.
Cheers,
Law says, handing me some nog. I raise my glass to his. This is good. It's a little stronger than I normally make it, but yeah, not too bad. The added alcohol should be my cue to drink less, but instead I do the opposite. I take a massive swig, then another, then one more for good measure. I'm rattled. Why am I thinking about wanting Lawson to be my boyfriend so often at the moment? It used to be a once-in-a-while thing. Now it feels like an almost everyday occurrence. It's as if my resolve is crumbling. But there's no way I could ever tell Lawson how I feel. He's so anti-relationships it's not even funny. He's too important to me to jeopardize our friendship. Besides, what we have is fine. But could a relationship be even better?
Stronger eggnog means we drink less, which means we consume less calories, which is a good thing, allegedly.
Law's joke jolts me out of my thoughts. He tops it off by shooting me a smile that makes my toes curl in my socks. I love it when he gets all goofy like this. Let's watch the movie, I suggest, draining the rest of the eggnog and pressing play. By the time the end credits roll, all the eggnog is gone. So much for Lawson's theory about drinking less, and yeah, all that rum has definitely gone to my head. I have a confession to make, I say, but it comes out more slurry than intended.
Oh, yeah?
Law's head bobs unsteadily as he turns to me. He blinks heavily.
What's that?
My plan was to get us a little tipsy so that you'd agree to put up Christmas decorations with me.
Well, your plan kind of worked.
We're both tipsy. A crooked grin slides across Lawson's lips, his really thick, plump lips now that I'm inspecting them more closely. I shake my head and force myself to look at something, anything else. What about the, decorations? Wait, that definitely didn't come out right. Law lets out a loud hiccup as he slides down the sofa toward me. He covers his hand over mine when he says,
We'll put them up another time, I promise, but, all is not lost on that front either.
Huh?
Remember last night at trivia, how they said that kissing under mistletoe was believed to bring good luck?
I repeat. Am I tipsier than I think, or is Lawson making absolutely no sense right now?
Before we left, Fulton snuck something into my hand.
Law reaches behind him and pulls out. Is that mistletoe? I ask, narrowing my eyes at the few green twigs held together by a small red bow he's holding. Lawson's blue eyes glow mischievously.
It is possibly the world's smallest. Fulton got it as an added gift when he ordered his latest batch of T-shirts on Etsy.
Oh, I see. But did I? Why is Fulton handing out mistletoe to Law, and why is Lawson smirking while he lifts his arm so that the mistletoe is directly over? My eyes dart upward. Jiminy Cricket! Me! What the fudge sticks is happening right now?
Remember what the ancient Greeks thought about mistletoe?
Law purrs. That it's good luck? The memory recall proves my brain is at least still somewhat functional.
That's right.
A raspy note of hunger hangs in Lawson's voice as he asks,
There's no such thing as too much good luck, is there?
My head shakes involuntarily. No, you can never have too much good luck. The rest of whatever the heck I was going to say gets lost on Lawson's lips.
His warm hand curls around my neck, and a gasp escapes me as he begins tracing the seam of my lips with the tip of his tongue. My eyes flutter shut as a flurry of tingles rattles through my entire body. My best friend in the world is kissing me. My head goes fuzzy as Law's tongue probes with a little more pressure against my lips. 1, 2, 3. It takes my tipsy brain a few foggy seconds to decipher the meaning of that. Oh, I finally get it. Our secret finger tap code is now his way of asking me for permission. I part my lips to let him in. He's cautious at first, flicking his tongue softly inside my mouth. But while he's doing that, his grip on my neck tightens. My chest feels both light and heavy at the same time. I melt into his touch, savoring a moment I thought would never come. I'd always wondered what kissing Law would feel like, and now I'm getting a taste of it. It's sweet and eggnoggy and so very Lawson. I'm in the best kind of shock about it while reminding my future self to always let Lawson be in charge of the alcoholic contribution to all my eggnogs from here on out. The kiss deepens, and slowly I emerge out of the haze I've fallen into. What we're doing hits me smack bang in the chest, but instead of freaking out or wanting to put a stop to it, the voice inside me whispers 3 little words. Go for it. So, I do. This could be the one and only time in my life I ever get to be like this with Lawson, so I intend on making the most of it. I charge my fingers through Lawson's silky, soft black hair. I meet the movement of his tongue with my own, but I take it up a notch. Or 8. Going slow like we have been up until this point is fine and dandy, but I really want to kiss the life out of him. All the years of pent-up frustration and secretly pining for my best friend I've been carrying around find an outlet as my tongue tangles with his. Delicious sounds spill out from the sides of his mouth like he's surprised in the best way possible at this sudden escalation surging out of me. I capture his face in my hands, fully taking over now. I don't know what's come over me, but I need this. Our tongues are dueling. My body is on fire. Every nerve ending I have is singed with pleasure I didn't think was possible to get just from kissing. I hope Law's feeling the same way I am, because if I can make him feel even half as good as how he's making me feel right now, he'll remember this kiss for the rest of his life, too. There's nothing but moaning and heavy breathing and sounds of the springs of our old couch creaking filling the air around us. I lose track of time, consumed by something so ravenous and deep that the intensity catches me completely off guard. Eventually, Lawson pulls back. I'm met with 2 half-hooded eyes dripping with nothing but desire and want. For me, it's the hottest I've ever seen Lawson look. I gently caress his puffed-out, just-being-kissed lips with my fingertips before peppering his jaw and neck with a series of smaller kisses, nibbles, and licks. He smells so good, and he tastes even better. I reach around to pull his hand from my neck. With our eyes locked on each other, I give his fingers 3 tiny presses. His eyes twinkle in recognition as he squeezes back 4 times. Holy heck, I just kissed my best friend, and I think we both liked it. How was the rest of your day off yesterday? Fulton asked me bright and early the following morning. I'm shadowing him today. He knows about our visit to Bishop's shelter yesterday, but he obviously has no way of knowing how my day ended. And more importantly, Noah, who's sitting with us in the otherwise empty staff lounge, waggles his eyebrows. How is Project Got Me Mary coming along? I texted the group WhatsApp chat before Law and I started watching Clueless yesterday to update them with my plans for the day, plans that were meant to have involved picking out a Christmas tree and hanging up lights and decorations. Instead, Lawson and I ended up with our tongues down each other's throats. Did you manage to find a good tree? Fulton asks. It's still early, so there's a great range to choose from. Actually,
Didn't leave the apartment. Oh, okay. Did you manage to get some other things up around the place then? Noah asks. Well, yeah, 2 things were definitely up, but I don't think that's what he's getting at. I swipe my hand through my hair and come right out with it. Lawson and I kissed. Well, more like we made out like 2 horny high schoolers. Fulton reaches out and touches my forearm. Was there mistletoe involved? I chew my lip, trying to restrain the smile that wants to break free. I think you know the answer to that. Also, eggnog. That's awesome, man. I look up at Noah in surprise. Come on, bring it in. He raises his palm. Fulton does the same. I'm completely baffled as to what they're doing. Try high five, Fulton says like it's the most obvious thing ever. So, that's what we do. Our hands collide in a 3-person high five. It's weird that my news about kissing Law elicits this reaction from them. Why aren't they shocked or mortified? Why aren't they worried that I've gone ahead and jeopardized my friendship? Why aren't they asking me for my eggnog recipe? Well, that answers my question, Noah declares with a wide smile. Project Got Me Merry is in full swing. Isn't the project about getting Law to fall in love with Christmas? I counter. Noah and Fulton exchange a brief look. Oh, yeah, of course it is. Fulton smiles at me a little too sweetly. But if he happens to fall in love with anything or anyone else, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, would it? Harmony pops her head in the door to let us know our first consults of the day have arrived, saving me from having to answer his question out loud. In my head, though, the answer couldn't be any clearer. Of course I'd love it if Law fell in love with me. It would be like having 10 Christmases coming at once. No, wait, 20. No, wait again. An infinite loop of never-ending Christmases. That's how great it would be if Lawson loved me the way I love him. But, to borrow a phrase from the movie we watched yesterday, as if. Lawson was fast asleep when I left this morning, and right now I'm just hoping he isn't freaking out too much about last night's kiss.
9. Lawson. It feels weird to be jogging alone. Yes, I miss having my sprightly bestie with questionable movie tastes right beside me, but it's more than that. Usually when I jog by myself, my mind wanders to not such great places. Solo running time normally equates to me stewing over whatever shitty thing is pissing me off at that particular moment, but not this morning. Today I feel lighter and better than I have in a very long time. It's actually a little alarming. Maybe I should make an appointment for a checkup to make sure I'm okay. I've managed to avoid catching Chester's positivity for over 3 years, but maybe those irrepressible upbeat genes of his have finally found a way to break through my defenses, graciously, and with a charming grin, of course. Or maybe it was the kiss last night, dummy. Ah, yeah, that. I don't know why Fulton discreetly handed me the tiny mistletoe right before we left his place the other night. Come to think of it, I don't really understand why all the vets keep making sly remarks and waggling their eyebrows like goofy idiots whenever talk turns to Chess and me. What is it that they seem to know that I don't? I get that Chester and I are close, and it might seem like we're a little more touchy-feely with each other than other guys who happen to be best friends, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything, does it? Kissing the life out of each other, on the other hand, now, that's a whole other story. I reach the intersection of 1st and 5th, stopping at the red light. As I bounce on the spot, I briefly close my eyes and run my tongue over my lower lip. Before I do that, I make sure to check there's no one around me. I don't want to be that weirdo running on the spot with his eyes shut as he replays the kiss he shared with his best friend that just so happens to be the best kiss he's ever had in his whole damn life. There's a lot to unpack right there, including, alarmingly, when the hell did I become one of those people who jogs while waiting for the light to turn green? Thankfully it does, and I take off at a faster clip. Cold air streams into my lungs as my legs eat up the pavement, and I try to sort through the tangled-up thoughts clanging around in my head like bumper cars at an amusement park. My heart pummels into my rib cage, just like it did last night when I tasted Chess's tongue in my mouth. There was a moment there, after I initiated the kiss and we'd been taking it slow, where something wild happened and he just took over. He became possessed and mauled me like I was the only thing he wanted. It's a side of Chess I've never seen before. Truthfully, it's a side of him I didn't think he possessed. I'm so used to seeing him all sunshine and smiles, it's a little strange to consider him in a sexual way. But God, how hot would it be if it turned out he actually had a filthy mouth on him and was a beast in bed? A groan rumbles out of my chest at the mere thought of that, which clearly means I am not pushing myself hard enough. I run faster, my breathing kicking up and sweat trickling down my back as I zoom past a row of stores all lit up with Christmas lights. For some reason it doesn't make me want to barf. It even looks sort of all right. Okay, I definitely need to make an appointment to see my doctor. Another snippet from last night comes back to me. Chess told me what he really wanted was to put up Christmas decorations with me. Instead, we ended up semi-comatose while watching a movie on the couch, even though that's not entirely my fault. Yes, I accidentally added a little too much rum to the eggnog, but I never thought we'd end up drinking the whole thing. I do feel bad we didn't get around to getting a tree. It's important to Chess, and I'd meant what I said, that we'd do it together. The past few years we've been roomies. He's gone ahead and done it on his own, knowing it's not something I'm super keen on. But not this year. Even though our schedules are crazy and we've only had one joint day off in the past 5 weeks, one way or another, Chess and I are going to go out and find a Christmas tree and put up those damn decorations. As I reach our building, something flutters on the pavement, catching my eye. I look closer and, holy shit, it's a $100 bill. I glance around to see if anyone's around who may have dropped it. A few people are walking on the other side of the road, but there's no one on this side. I scoop it up and stash it in the front pocket of my hoodie. Maybe this mistletoe thing really does bring good luck. As I begin cooling down and my heart rate begins to lower, that nice light feeling from before floats back in. It'd be too easy to blame weeks of innuendo from the vet crew or the mistletoe or even the eggnog for what happened yesterday. The simple fact is, I initiated the kiss. I wanted the kiss, and I loved the kiss. And even though we finger-tapped a quick check-in with each other afterward, I'm pretty sure there's a high probability Chess doesn't feel the same way about it. For Chess, the kiss was most likely an eggnog-inspired post-clueless blip. Too much alcohol in a classic 90s movie can make a guy do some weird shit. I ignore the bubble of disappointment percolating in my chest at the thought of that. There's also a good chance he might not even remember it, given just how much eggnog was consumed. I finish off my stretches and make my way inside. I'm going to set incredibly low expectations going into it, but one thing is clear. I have to bring the kiss up with Chester and make sure he's at least okay with it. My friendship with him is the one thing in the world I'd do anything to protect. 4 hours later, I shuffle into the staff lounge at the clinic. My shift starts in 10 minutes, while Chess started working at the crack of dawn. A few staff are scattered around the place. Noah is shoveling food into his mouth as fast as he can over the sink, which is such a Noah thing to do. I spot Chester sitting next to Fulton on the sofa, who's showing him something on his phone. I'd be willing to bet good money it's cat photos, since that's such a Fulton thing to do. Hey, guys. I drop down into an empty lounge chair. What you doing? Chess looks over at me and smiles. Fulton's showing me some cool Instagram accounts I should have to be. Fulton corrects without taking his eyes off his cell phone. Chester's smile grows. Have to be following. Let me guess. I hedge. Cat accounts? Fulton's head snaps up. They're not just cat accounts. The last 2 words come out of his mouth in a high-pitched, whiny voice. Geez, I really hope I don't actually sound like that. Cats are a force of nature, determination, and perseverance, he informs us. They remind us to never give up, that no matter where we are in life, we should be proud of who we are. These aren't just cat accounts. They're life motivation and inspiration accounts. Chess and I exchange a quick look before I raise my hands and concede. Fair enough. I stand corrected. That seems to appease Fulton. He gives a small nod, pushes his glasses back up his nose, and buries his head in his phone once again. It's almost as if he's pretending not to be there to give Chester and me a chance to talk. I narrow my eyes, wondering if Chess told him about the kiss. I wouldn't be mad if he did. Heck, I wouldn't care if he jumped on the roof of the building and yelled it out for all of Brookhaven to hear. That would kind of make me happy, actually. Since Fulton is busily scrolling through life inspiration accounts, that leaves me and Chess. But it's not exactly like we're alone or anything. Even if Fulton is absorbed in his phone, he's still sitting right next to us, and there are staff members milling all around. Privacy isn't exactly on the cards here. How do I bring up last night's kiss without using the words, "So, about last night's kiss?" I suddenly become very aware of two big puppy dog eyes trained on me. I meet Chester's gaze and do my best to read into it. What's he thinking? Feeling? Does he even remember what happened? Would he rather forget? After we kissed, we both got up and clumsily stumbled to our bedrooms. There may have also been another sloppy kiss before we actually went inside our rooms. For a second, I'm tempted to sweep it under the rug and ask him how his day has been so far and just go on with life as normal. But no, that would be the easy, cowardly thing to do. Chess deserves better. I have to reassure him that everything is okay. More than okay, actually, that even though that kiss was totally unplanned and came out of nowhere, I really enjoyed it, and I don't regret it for even a second. I open my mouth to speak, but come undone when I reach the using words part. A crease forms in his brow, and I can tell the longer I silently sit here, the more awkward I'm making things. Think, Lawson, think. How can I say something without really saying anything at all? And then it comes to me. I think the mistletoe thing works, I say with a cheeky grin. Chester's eyebrows shoot up. He readjusts how he's sitting, resting his arm on the side of the sofa and leaning in toward me. What do you mean? I found a crisp $100 bill in the sidewalk this morning when I went for a run, which means the mistletoe good luck thing works. In every way. Chester thinks about it for a moment before a smile curls over his lips. In every way? I'm so happy he caught my drift I could jump up and kiss him again. But I don't, since, it would completely defeat the purpose of being discreet. It works for me, I add, hoping to convey so much more than I can with these roundabout words. I want to say that it's not just the kiss I enjoyed so much, but it's everything we do, from the boring, mundane shit like cleaning our apartment together to scoring this incredible internship and being able to share the experience with him. My day just gets better whenever he's in it. I suck in a breath. Does it, work for you, too? He studies me for a few painfully long beats before his head bobs and he smiles so damn wide it makes the skin around his eyes crinkle. Yeah, it works for me, too. 10. Chester. The next few days fly by in a blur. As much as I love my studies, I can't wait to graduate. My time interning at the clinic is helping me learn so much, and has got me itching to get started in my career. I've watched 3 emergency operations, which has taught me so much stuff you can't pick up from textbooks. Chase gave me free rein to conduct a few consults, with him supervising, of course. Noah walked me through the latest in laser surgery, which is becoming increasingly popular since it allows vets to perform surgery without a conventional scalpel blade. It also cuts down surgery time, decreases bleeding, and may reduce pain for the animal. And Fulton, well, he is quirky, hilarious, and ridiculously knowledgeable about all animals, not just those of the feline variety. He always encourages me to embrace my passion for rare and less conventional animals. If everyone only loved the same types of animals, the world would be a much more boring place, he said to me on a couple of occasions. So I've leaned into his advice, regaling him with fun facts I've picked up about the Patagonian mara, a cross between a kangaroo and a hare, and mangalites of pigs. Pigs literally covered in a layer of wool like you'd expect to see on a sheep. And he seemed especially interested about the Amur leopards, since there are around 90 adult leopards left in the world. After a few hectic days, it's nice to finally unwind and relax. Lawson and I are sitting on Gus and Tate's back patio, which is thankfully heated, looking out at the sun setting over Brookhaven Lake. The nights especially are really cold now, but much to Lawson's chagrin, still no damn snow. Just sleet and wind and lots of gray. He's not a happy little camper about it. We're joined by Harmony and Lockie. The others are either working or have other plans. This is the second official stop on Project Got Me Merry, a super low-key dinner. We're enjoying the amazing meal Gus whipped up when I turn to Lockie and ask, "So, will this be your first winter Christmas? Because in Australia it's summer now, isn't it?" "Too right, mate." "That means yes," Law whispers helpfully. He's like an Aussie whisperer or something, seemingly able to understand way more of Lockie's Aussie slang and abbreviations than the rest of us do. Guess all those hours binging that Australian lifeguard show are finally paying off for him. "So if it's hot out, what do you do at Christmas?" Tate asks him. "Chrissy days usually spent playing backyard cricket while the old fella cooks up some prawns on the barbie." We all turn to Lawson, who's grimacing. "Yeah, I might need a moment to translate that." Much to Lockie's amusement, we decide to make it a group effort to tackle that sentence. "Chrissy is an abbreviation for Christmas." Harmony kicks things off. Lockie nods his head. "Correct. Cricket is either a sport or an animal only found in Australia that can kill you in under 10 seconds? Gus phrases it as a question, since he doesn't seem to be entirely sure. "It's a sport." Lockie chuckles. "Kinda like baseball, but not." "That's the one with all the bases?" Gus asks, and Tate murmurs something into his ear which makes him smile. It seems like they're sharing a private joke, and it's so freaking cute. "Old fella either means penis or father." That's Harmony again, grinning. "Father," Lockie says with a laugh. "My penis, much like me, doesn't do a whole lot of cooking." "And prawns are shrimp and a barbie is a grill, right?" Lawson offers with a smug smile that Lockie confirms with a head nod. "See, it's not that hard to understand me, is it?" We all laugh. The rest of the evening goes by just as well. Harmony tells us she, her husband, and their kids are going to be driving to Wilmington in North Carolina to visit her parents. She warns us that if any news reports come out about a deranged woman screaming on the interstate, it's a good chance it'll be her. Trying to convince her it's only a 4-hour drive and won't be that bad doesn't work, so we give up. "And what about you two?" Gus looks over at Law and me. "Are you both going home for the holidays?" Lawson drapes an arm over my shoulder, tilts his chin up, and proudly tells the gang, "Nope, it's just me and Chess. On our own this year, and it's going to be fabulous." I turn my head slowly, processing what I just heard. Did Lawson Barnes just use the word fabulous? In front of people? To describe Christmas? What the heck has Gus put into the sauce? Whatever it is, I wholeheartedly approve. I try to tame my smile, thrilled that Project Got Me Merry seems to be working even better than I'd expected. "I think we'll take it easy." Law continues. "It's our first Christmas together, so we'll just stay at home and chill. Right, Chess?"
Yeah, that's right."
"That sounds really nice." Tate smiles warmly at the two of us. "It's good to be able to do things your own way." He glances over at Gus, and it's clear the love and affection these two have for one another. Even though there's a significant age gap between them, and I guess I'd say it could be close to 20 years, being around them, you can just feel how perfect they are for each other. "Doing things our own way," Law repeats to himself. "I like that." I turn back to Tate and Gus. "So how did the two of you meet, anyway?" Their faces light up as they take turns telling us their story. It involves stripper poles, a soap opera convention, an overbooked hotel, the best female daytime TV actress of all time, and some super swoony dates in New York. The best part about listening to them recount how they fell in love is
The way they verbally weave in and out, finishing each other's sentences with such effortless ease. In a funny way, it reminds me a bit of Law and me when we speak. It's like we know what the other one is thinking before we even get the words out. Once they're done regaling us with the specifics, Tate ends things with, "The biggest thing I've learned about love is that there are no rules. I had all these assumptions about myself and thought I had to stick with them. At the end of the day, that was all just made-up bullshit. Be honest, be happy, and talk. Always talk."
Yes, that. Gus agrees, shaking his head vigorously. Communication is the key. You can get through anything if you just open up to each other. His eyes dart between me and Law, and I'm taken back to a few days ago in the staff lounge when Lawson brought up the good luck mistletoe. It was clear he wasn't just referring to the money he found on his run, but to our kiss. He seemed cool with it. I'm cool with it, which is great. I'm relieved it hasn't made things awkward between us or changed anything. But I do have one unanswered question about it. If one kiss was good, would 2 or more kisses be even better? Maybe I should heed Gus and Tate's advice and give this whole talking thing a shot. As the evening winds down, I'm reminded of something else I wanted to discuss with Gus I haven't had a chance to. I wait until Harmony and Lockie leave before bringing it up. I know it's getting late and we'll probably go soon too, but before we do, I just want to thank you, Gus. For what? I swallow around the lump forming in the back of my throat as I think about it. For what you did for Rudy. We met him when we visited Bishop's animal shelter last week. He told us his story, and, well, the poor fellow wouldn't be here if you hadn't done what you did. Fulton and Noah are the ones who saved him. I didn't do anything. Except for covering the costs of everything. Yes, you did, I counter, and I take it Gus gathers my meaning with the gentle nod and smile he aims my way. What can I say? I love animals. Tate squeezes Gus's arm and leans in for a kiss. Under the table, Law runs his fingers up and down my thigh. My hands are on the table, so since they're out of reach for him, he taps against my leg 3 times instead. I know and understand all too well the reasons why we can't adopt Rudy. Our apartment is too small and not fitted out in a way that would meet Rudy's needs, but still, it hurts knowing he's all alone in a cage at the shelter. And every day people pass him by as they choose other animals instead of him. Lawson's touch eases the burden of that pain a little. I may not have Rudy, but at least I've got him.
11. Lawson. When we get home after a really nice super chill evening at Gus and Tate's, I know Chester's mind is still on Rudy. He's bummed we can't adopt him, even though we both know the reasons why. He throws his house keys absently onto the small table by the front door, his shoulders slumped. It was a nice night, I say, watching him closely as I take off my coat. Yeah. He smiles, but it doesn't come anywhere near reaching his eyes. Hey. I close the space between us and look up into his uncharacteristically sad eyes. I know it sucks about Rudy. If we had a bigger place, something on the ground floor where we wouldn't have to navigate stairs on a daily basis, it'd be a no-brainer that we'd take him in. Really? I nod. Yeah, of course. Chester takes off his beanie and runs his fingers through his hair, letting out a long breath. I always thought you weren't that keen on getting an animal together. Why would you think that? Don't know. Chess shrugs, kicking off his boots. I guess because every time I brought it up, you never said much. I mean, I did kill a cactus, so I do have to question my ability to keep things alive. Chess snorts, and of course, it's the cutest snort in the history of snortage. But my fingers move up to Chester's face, tracing a path along the ridge of his jaw. I guess the thought of us getting an animal together sounds so, I don't know, coupley. He stays quiet for a moment. Is that a bad thing? My bottom lip quivers, succumbing to an unexpected rush of nerves. I sink my teeth into it to make it stop. No. Our eyes meet, and God, I could happily drown in those 2 chocolatey pools and die a happy man. And then Chester abruptly sidesteps me and bustles out of the entryway. But where are you going? I ask, completely thrown for a loop. I thought we were having a moment here.
Looking for that freaking mistletoe so I can kiss you again.
He answers over his shoulder as his eyes sweep the living room, desperately searching for said mistletoe. I follow him into the room. He's bent over the high back of the sofa with his delectable ass high in the air. I step up behind him until I'm close enough to wrap my hands around his hips. I can't tell if it's deliberate or not, but his ass pushes into my groin at the contact. I take an extra half step forward so he can feel the heat and the hardness he's causing in me. We don't need mistletoe if we want to kiss, I tell him, my voice unexpectedly dropping an octave lower. If that's what you want to do. I leave it as a question, even though I'm 99.99% sure that he wants to as much as I do. He straightens and swings around so that we're standing chest to chest. His is heaving, mine is too. His eyes dart up to my face.
But it's a Christmas tradition to kiss under the mistletoe. What would the ancient Greeks think?
His voice comes out low and husky, and why do I like that so much? Fuck tradition. I step in closer, my heart fluttering like crazy in my chest. It's like we both know where this is headed. There's an inevitability to it, but it's laced with the faintest hint of uncertainty, too. This is new terrain for us. But maybe our friendship is morphing from a comfortable mid-sized sedan to, I don't know, one of those big-ass SUVs like a Chevrolet Tahoe. And when you own a Tahoe, you want to take that fucker off-road, get him messed up and dirty. The ride may get bumpy, but the destination is always worth it. Out of nowhere, Tate's words ring in my head. There are no rules. It's our first holiday together. My palms land on Chester's rapidly rising and falling chest. We can start a whole bunch of new traditions, including impromptu Christmas kisses. No mistletoe required. His cheeks flush a bright pink. I can see the cogs in his head turning it over. He wants this as much as I do. I can feel it. I wonder if he's worried. But worries can wait for another day. Right now, there's something happening here, something we both need to succumb to. I sail over the pinkish hue of his cheeks with my fingertips. If you want to kiss me, Chess, just kiss me. A nanosecond later, that's exactly what he does. He angles his head down and swoops in, pressing his lips to mine. A guttural sound rumbles out of him when I part my lips. Chester slips his tongue into my willing mouth and swirls it around, making even more deliciously filthy sounds in the process. While our first kiss was a bit wild and all over the place, this one is smoother. I guess there was more of a build-up to it. It didn't come so out of left field like our first one did. I reach up and weave my fingers into his hair, matching his movements. We meld together until we become nothing more than heated lips, dueling tongues, and baritone groans. Kissing Chester has become by far my favorite thing about the holidays.
You taste so good,
he murmurs into my mouth. You're okay, I quip. Chester covers my ass with his big hands and gives him a tight squeeze, the pressure shooting straight to my balls. If that was meant to be a punishment for my sass, expect a whole lot more sass, I warned him with a smirk. His grip remains tight.
Maybe I want more of your ass.
I can't respond to that. My brain has melted to mush. Chess tugs my hips forward, rubbing his hard cock against mine. Combined with the glorious pressure of his strong hands on my butt, I'm like a live wire. Thank fuck there are still several layers of material between us, otherwise there's a good chance I'd do something embarrassing, like come on the spot. As appealing as the idea of stripping out of our clothes is and seeing what other new Christmas traditions Chester and I can start tonight, a light in a small room at the back of my brain switches on. Damn it. It just so happens to be the room where I shove reason and logic. We've done the Tate thing, fucking off the rules. Now it's time to do the Gus thing. Talk. I point my head toward the sofa. Want to talk for a sec?
Sure.
Holding hands, we sit down on the couch side by side.
Is everything okay?
Yes, very okay, I assure him quickly. I'm not freaking out or anything. Are you? Chester lets go of my hand and leans back, stretching his arms out wide along the back of the couch.
Do I look worried to you?
No, you look so fucking delectable. I want to drop to my knees and taste every single drop I can squeeze out of you. You look... okay. Chester laughs, the rich, deep sound filling the space around us.
Thanks.
I shake my head, trying to reconcile the amazing, sweet, optimistic best friend I've known and loved for 3 years with the guy sitting next to me, looking so confident and completely unfazed by what we're doing. I've never seen this side of Chess before. He seems so light, like some big weight has been lifted off his shoulders. I'm probably reading too much into it. We're just two besties who've discovered we like to, go off-road once in a while. It's probably just a Christmas thing anyway. I can psychoanalyze it later, like in the new year later, when we're back to being our usual selves. I scratch the back of my neck. So, where do we stand on the spontaneous Christmas kissing thing?
I'm very pro.
The span of his smile grows.
Mistletoe is great and all, but why deprive ourselves if we can't find one, right?
Right. Okay. Well, cool. Chester ruffles my hair playfully.
See? I told you I'd get you to like the holidays.
Oh, so this is all just part of some grandmaster plan, is it? I'm obviously kidding, but I swear that for a second Chess looks guilty. Whatever that flicker in his eyes was is gone before I can question it, though.
We're just two friends enjoying the holidays, spending our first Christmas together.
I hum happily to myself as I let Chester's words settle over me. I nestle into his shoulder and stretch my legs out over the coffee table. I'm not ready to tell him this yet, but I think I'm starting to like this Christmas thing after all. 12. Chester.
As much as I love listening to Christmas carols, making eggnog, and buying gifts, coming up with brand new, never-been-done-before Christmas traditions is quickly becoming my favorite thing about the holidays, especially when they include the incredible kissing ability of my best friend and his talented tongue on tap, no mistletoe or other prop needed. And that adage, practice makes perfect, definitely bears some truth. Our first kiss was hot and heavy, pure adrenaline fueled by desire and years of pent-up emotions finally finding release. It was also slightly messy and uncoordinated and awkward. In other words, an absolutely perfect first kiss. The way we kissed last night was different, smoother. It still felt new, but it had a familiar edge to it, as if we'd been kissing forever, as if we should keep kissing forever. At some point during the kiss, I fully allowed myself to be in the moment. It was like with our first kiss, when some deep need within me kicked into overdrive and I succumbed to it and let it lead me wherever it wanted to go. I know what's happening between us isn't forever, but for right now, it's the best thing ever. I have to be careful, though. I'm a heartbeat away from catching real, deep feelings here. A crush is a crush. I can handle that. I've successfully kept a lid on my feelings for the past 3 years. That I can do. That I can keep doing. But anything more? Nope. Once I open up that Pandora's box, I don't think there'd be a way for me to not get hurt. So it's settled then. Kisses are good. Feelings are bad. And if the first 2 kisses were that amazing, it means kiss number 3 is likely going to be... Hello, Earth to Chester. Tyler waves his hand in front of my face. What should we do? I hear Fulton ask. Try mentioning Lawson, Daly suggests. That should snap him out of... What? I say with a shake of my head, jolting myself out of my little daydream there. What's going on? We're back in our usual corner booth at the bar, but it's a smaller crew since we got slammed late in the day and some of the guys had to stay back. Law being one of them. Still, Fulton, Chase, Harmony, Tyler, and Daly are here, which means... Project got me, Mary? Harmony tips her head toward me with a sly smirk. Any progress? Well, I begin. Lawson had a really good time at dinner with Gus and Tate last night. I did too. Did they give the whole do things your own way spiel? She asks. Wait, that was a spiel? Harmony rolls her eyes so hard it'd give Lawson a run for his money. She takes a sip of her Chardonnay before saying,
"Oh, Chester, please don't ever change."
The others snigger, so it's pretty clear we've moved on from talking about getting Lawson to like the holidays to me liking Lawson. I guess there's no point in even putting up a weak argument against it. Harmony apparently spotted it straight away. I told Fulton about the kiss. Everyone else has eyes and ears and have been dropping increasingly less subtle hints all over the place, which means they're not oblivious to how things are with Law and me. So everyone knows I have a little crush on Law. I say it as a statement, because at this point that's about right. Everyone murmurs their confirmation.
"There's nothing wrong with having feelings," Daly says with a kind smile. "Or even acting on those feelings,"
Chase offers.
"Speaking of," Fulton sits up a little straighter, his t-shirt, which reads "Resting Grinch Face," on full display. "Any more mistletoe action?"
Nope, we're done with that.
"Oh, that's a shame."
Fulton slumps back into his chair. I wait a few seconds because why should these guys be the only ones to have fun around here? Now we just kiss whenever we want, I say casually, with or without mistletoe. It's a new Christmas tradition we invented, inspired in part by Gus and Tate's "do things your own way" spiel. I look around the table and, yep, everyone's jaws have dropped. I smile to myself. Mission accomplished.
"That's..."
Chase trails off. "Progress," Daly says, and Tyler bobs his head vigorously.
"Fucking hot."
That's Harmony, of course.
"I feel like a proud mama kitty,"
Fulton adds. There is one thing that's bothering me a little, though, I admit.
"What is it?"
Harmony asks, the heat in her eyes dimming, replaced with concern. Well, normally I buy a tree and put decorations up by myself, but this year Law said he wants to do it with me. More progress, Tyler squeals excitedly. Yeah, that is great, I acknowledge. But do you think we have a day off together coming up? That would be a whopping big no. I'm not sure what to do. I don't want to be negative, but it's getting late in the season. I'm worried most of the good trees will already be gone. What if we get stuck with a total dud? Or worse, a
plastic tree,
everyone mumbles in unison. Exactly.
"Let me see what I can do,"
Harmony offers, reaching across the table and placing her hand over mine.
"I'll speak to Gus and see if we can adjust the rosters to help you out. I can't make any promises. It's a busy time of year, and even with Lockie joining us, we're still one bet short."
Thank you, Harmony. I appreciate that. And don't worry, I don't expect anything. I'm sure things will work out one way or another. She smiles warmly at me and holds my hand tighter.
"Seriously, don't ever change, kiddo."
"When is the other new vet starting?" Tyler asks, changing the subject.
"He was meant to start at the same time Lockie did,"
Chase answers. "So what happened?" Fulton leans in. "What's the delay?"
"I don't know,"
Chase says.
"All I know about him, other than his name is Montgomery, is that he's had to stay back in the UK due to some family issues. I think there may have been a death in the family, but I didn't want to pry too much. Gus mentioned he should be joining us early in the new year."
That information dampens the mood a bit. I already feel bad for the guy, even though I don't know him. No one speaks for a while until Tyler changes the topic yet again, circling around to, "So, getting back to Project Got Me Merry, the next event is the ugly sweater party at ours, right?" We spend the rest of the evening talking and laughing about the monstrously ugly sweaters we plan on wearing. I drop in and out of the conversation, my mind replaying last night's kiss over and over again. I'm loving that Lawson's enjoying the holidays, even if he's being stubborn and refusing to say it out loud. I can read him like a book. And yeah, I'm also loving what's happening between us as well. Even if it is only for a few more weeks, it's fun and easy. And as long as I remember that this isn't going anywhere, I'll be fine. Come the new year, all of this will be over. Our internships will end, we won't be hanging out with these cool people anymore, and there won't be any more eggnog parties and spontaneous kisses either. A heavy feeling pools in the pit of my stomach as I realize just how much I'm loving life at the moment. And as much as I'd like everything to stay the same and go on like this forever, it won't. This time next month it will all be over, and there's nothing I can do about that. I wallow for a few more moments before straightening, taking a deep breath and replacing my self-pity with a much better, more upbeat thought. The holidays are in full swing, which means Project Got Me Merry still has a few weeks left to go, and I intend on squeezing out every single little bit of juicy goodness that I can in that time. My mind wanders over to the new traditions Lawson and I are making together, along with the very real possibility of even more new traditions being created in the near future, traditions that may involve fewer clothes, I hope. I decide next year can wait until next year. For now, I'm going to enjoy this while it lasts and do everything I can to make this Christmas the best one ever.
I hate this weather, Lawson grumbles from the treadmill next to mine the following day.
Yeah, I figured. I throw him a smile in the faint hope it cheers him up a little, but nope, his scowl is firmly set. Some things never change.
Stupid weather system,
he mutters, cranking up the speed on his machine and breaking out into a sprint. Apparently there's some low hectopascal weather system hovering south of Brookhaven, bringing with it Arctic cold winds and rain, but no snow, much to Law's annoyance. He's been cranky about it ever since he showed me the news article at work this morning. I decide to leave him alone for a while. It's the best thing to do whenever he gets a little edgy. Yes, it sucks that it's so cold and wet that we can't run outdoors, but it's pretty cool that interning at the clinic scores us free gym passes. You gotta look at the bright side of things. After a few minutes, Lawson lowers the speed. His forehead is spritzed with sweat. A drop trickles down the side of his face, down his neck, until it seeps into the top edge of his tank top. Another added bonus about indoor running? Wearing less layers. Dawson's decked out in his usual all-black attire, but the tank top he's got on highlights his glistening toned arm muscles superbly. And as I lower my gaze, well, let's just say there's a whole lot of swinging going on in those basketball shorts of his. It's enough to make a guy wonder, is Lawson free bowling? I jerk my head back up before he notices me staring at his junk. While we may have invented a new Christmas kissing tradition, we haven't spoken about it leading to anything else. I don't want to rock the boat and risk the project just yet. The Getting Lawson to Like Christmas project, that is. Not Project Got Me Horny, or whatever it's called.
What you thinking about?
Law asks, eyeing me before taking a swig from his water bottle. I watch his throat bob as he swallows. He's flushed in the face, his skin sheened with sweat, and I can't stop myself from licking my lips, absorbing how frickin' delectable he is. Gosh dang it, where is my head at today? I'm used to being discreet, playing it cool, calm, and collected, but a few kisses with Lawson and I'm checking him out like he's a fine piece of candy cane, which, for the record, he very much is. We may have talked about kissing and cleared that we're both cool with it. There may even be the possibility of new sexy things on the horizon too, but my crush on him is still firmly in the realm of Secretsville, which is where I plan on keeping it. I was just thinking about the fun run and how much, fun it's going to be. Smooth. Law's blue eyes shift to me, narrowing slightly.
Has anyone said anything more about it?
He asks, and I can pick up on the hint of suspicion in his tone. Yeah, actually, I spoke to Fulton about it the other day. I know Law still has some crazy conspiracy theories floating around in his head about a charity fun run. Of all the things. Hello! But I managed to pry some details from Fulton during one of our shifts together. I'm more than happy to relay that information to Lawson now to put his doubts to bed once and for all. I just won't mention the sly grin that Fulton tried to conceal, badly, from me as he was telling me about it. Whatever that was about, I'm sure it was completely unrelated. It's a 1-mile run through downtown Brookhaven, and it's held on December 20th. There, mystery solved. Happy now? Law grunts, which I choose to take as a minor victory. He looks cute when he's grumpy, and I try not to smile as I think ahead to how abso-freaking-adorable Lawson's going to look in the ugly sweater I got him for Tyler and Daly's party tomorrow night.
13. Lawson.
I can't tell if it's because Tyler and Daly's apartment is on the smallish side or whether it's due to everyone being here, but the scene that greets Chess and me as we enter the ugly Christmas sweater party is one of pure, unbridled chaos. I've never seen anything like it. There's hardly any room to move in the hustling hive of activity, what with the entire vet gang, 2 energetic twins, and a cacophony of animals. Whichever way I turn, animals have taken over, with French bulldogs, piglets, an almost blind golden retriever, and cats. So many cats, playing, chasing, yipping, and roaming all over the place. It's almost enough to make me forget about the most hideously hideous in the history of hideousness sweater I've been forced to wear tonight. Almost.
I block out the noise and flurry of activity for a second as I peer down at the absolute monstrosity Chester ambushed me with 5 minutes before we headed out the door. I'd been perfectly happy with the choice I'd purchased on Etsy. It was a navy blue sweater with "This is my Christmas sweater, deal with it" written in plain text across the front. Like me, it was dripping with sarcasm and zero Christmas cheer. Perfect. Chester took one dismissive glance at it and nixed it on the spot. He said he'd laid out the sweater I was going to be wearing on my bed. The thing about Chess when he gets that cute look of determination on his face, I'm powerless against it. So I ended up wearing what I'm wearing, and, well, let's just say, it's a lot. Chase and Fisher dash past us, but they're keeled over, being led by 2 charged-up toddlers. They barely manage to look up as they say a hurried hello and tear away after the girls. "Devos!" Tyler spots us and makes his way over with Fulton, Noah, and Hayes. We finally get to meet the mysterious, always busy Hayes. And great, I'm wearing this eyesore. "You look great," Chess whispers, picking up on my doubts. "I'll remember this for as long as we both shall live," I snark back, "and in your case, that might not be that long." Chess snorts. The guys make their way to us, and yep, their reactions to what I'm wearing pretty much say it all. Daly's mouth pops open so wide I can practically see his tonsils. Noah and Hayes actually rear back and brace, needing to hold on to each other for support, since it's that fucking hideous. At least I can rely on Tyler being his usual understated self about the whole thing. "Devos!" he declares with wide, shining eyes. "I don't need to just buy a vowel. I'm gonna have to snap up the whole damn alphabet because, oh my fucking god, are you serious with this?" I shoot daggers at my bestie, who seems to actually be enjoying the reactions my sweater is eliciting from our new friends. They're all wearing typically ugly sweaters. Tyler's sweater is Santa Claus recreating the Kim Kardashian magazine cover where she pops a bottle of champagne so that it lands on a glass positioned on her ass, except the champagne has been swapped out for milk. Fulton's sweater is a reindeer biting into his shoulder, while Noah and Hayes have gone for a 2-part ugly sweater combo. Noah's the top half of the reindeer, Hayes the bottom half. Meanwhile, I'm an actual fucking Christmas tree. It takes everyone who sees it a moment, possibly a few moments, to process all the ugly. Tyler approaches and appraises me in all of my PVC plastic glory. Yep, my sweater is actually made of the stuff used to make plastic Christmas trees, which is essentially what I am, complete with lights, garland, tinsel, and ornaments dangling off me. Oh, and let's not forget the star attached to my head. "Hey guys, check this out." Chester chirps excitedly next to me. He sticks his hand out to show the guys the small remote control he's holding. He presses it a few times, and the stupid star on my head buzzes as it flicks on and off. On and off. On and off. The guys start clapping and hollering like it's the best thing ever. Meanwhile, I try to keep my face pointedly neutral throughout the whole spectacle, but for some reason it's like there's a smile inside of me that's dying to break out. What the hell is that about? If I get electrocuted, I muttered to Chester, without any venom. In fact, I'm less worried about the electricity and more aware of the other current flowing through my veins. It's warm and lightly pulsing, and it feels a hell of a lot like... Oh, shit. I think I've become infected with the festive spirit. "This wasn't a contest," Tyler begins. "But if it were, you'd be, hands down, the winner of the ugliest Christmas sweater of all time." All the guys chuckle except for Noah, who glances down at what he's wearing and says, "Ugly." Everyone turns their gazes to him. "Oh, you thought—" Fulton covers his hand over his mouth to stop himself from finishing that question. Noah looks around at all of us. "I thought wearing these sweaters was a fun thing." "It is a fun thing." Tyler steps in so that he's standing right in front of the guy. "You're old, so you probably misunderstood me. Ugly means fun these days, right, Hayes?" Hayes's brows shoot up to his hairline, the conflict clearly written across his face. Does he lie to protect Noah's feelings, or does he tell his boyfriend the truth and crush his cute little fantasy? Tyler's right. Ish. We're here to have fun, and I love that you love what we're wearing, and really that's all that matters, baby." Now that's some UN-level diplomatic shit right there. I whisper into Chester's ear, who chuckles so cutely at my joke it makes me want to kiss him right here, right now. The guys start chatting away amongst themselves, only occasionally shooting a look of disbelief in my general vicinity. Chess nudges into me every once in a while by accident as he laughs along with whatever story Hayes is telling him. I turn my head and slowly take in the scene, but with different eyes this time. It's no longer unruly chaos. Well, it still is, but that's not what I see. What I'm now seeing is a group of people who aren't related by blood, but who are choosing to spend their time together, with their kids and pets and partners and friends. I've never had this before. I've never felt part of something bigger than myself like this. I've always been such a burden to my family, a constant reminder of my parents' biggest mistake, one night that's doomed to follow them around like a damn smell haunting them for the rest of their lives. I guess I could be angry about it. For a long time I was, but now I'm just filled with sadness because I'm starting to catch a glimpse of what I've been missing out on all these years, feeling included. I swallow around the heavy lump that's formed in the back of my throat. "You okay, Law?" Chess points those warm brown eyes at me, and I have no idea why, but I finally give in and do the thing I've been wanting to do with him all night. I grab his face in my hands and bring him in for a kiss. A discreet PG-13 kiss, since I'm well aware our newfound friends are gawking at us. Oh well, it's not as if it's a big secret. I'm sure they all knew something was up between us anyway. Who cares if they see us kissing? By the time we pull apart a few seconds later, the gang are back by our sides. Moths to a flame, I tell you. They'd have to be the most romantic bunch of people I've ever met in my life. Chase and Fisher are bouncing the girls in their arms. Bishop and Fulton are leaning into each other with love hearts in their eyes, and Harmony is pointing a cell phone our way. They're all sporting ridiculously wide smiles as they beam at us. "That's not going on social media," I say, wagging my finger at Harmony. "I had no plans to post that," she shoots back, looking like she had every intention of doing just that. "I will need something from tonight, though," she adds. "I'm determined to make hot dudes wearing fugly Christmas sweaters a viral hashtag." The party continues. Chess brought 2 giant pitchers of homemade eggnog, which everyone seems to be enjoying. I was in charge of the alcohol edition, but I poured in only a fraction of what I did previously. Lesson learned on that front. Although we did share our first kiss after downing all that eggnog, so maybe lesson not learned? Who cares? Whatever led to me and Chess kissing has to be a good thing. The 2 of us stay glued to each other's side for the entire evening. There's a warm, tingly buzz radiating through my chest. It started before I kissed Chess, and it hasn't left me since. At a rare interval, where we're not surrounded by friends, kids, or animals, I turn to him. He sees me looking and sends a shy, almost bashful smile my way. He spears his teeth into his lip before speaking in that deep voice of his. "You've got that I want to kiss you face happening again?" My lips quirk. "Would you like me to?" "Yes." There's no hesitation or doubt in his voice. "You don't have a problem with me kissing you in public?" "No," he replies just as quickly. "Fine." I shrug a shoulder and move in closer to him. "Looks like I'm kissing you." We both tilt our heads until our lips find each other. That warm, tingly buzz explodes into something bigger as my tongue slips into Chess's mouth. My best friend, Chester, who for some reason I can't stop wanting to kiss. But it's more than just a physical thing. He's a phenomenal kisser, sure, but he's an even better person. He's kind and thoughtful. He always thinks of others. He wants to make the world a better place, and for maybe the first time ever, a spark ignites within me, too. There's a part of me that wants to make the world a better place, too. I mean, not the whole world, since most people are jerkholes, but our little corner of it. Him and me, our apartment, our studies, our new group of friends. I feel excited, and actually optimistic about things. Maybe life can be shitty and beautiful at the same time. Maybe bad things happening in our past doesn't mean we can't have good things to look forward to ahead of us. Maybe I've had too much eggnog and I'm starting to lose my mind. No, as easy as it would be to play this off, something really is happening here. I can feel the change in me. Life isn't perfect, or even great, but it can be good. And as always, it's because of Chester that I feel so much better about myself, my life, and everything in it. Since it's getting late, everyone decides to make a mass exodus. As we're all bundling into our jackets, scarves, and gloves, the conversation turns to the next event, a Christmas Wonderland party at Chase and Fisher's place.
We're going to need a Santa Claus, Fisher says. You know, for the girls, he adds when that's met with silence.
I nominate Gus,
Tyler quips, a smirk tugging the corners of his mouth upright.
Oh, yeah?
Gus stops putting on his jacket.
And why is that? Because I'm the oldest?
Not only that. Tyler pauses until all eyes are on him.
There's also the matter of...
He trails off as he pats his stomach.
Oh, you little shit.
Gus throws his jacket onto the floor and peels up his sweater to reveal a very impressive stomach. It's flat and toned, and man, if I look half that good at his age, I'll be thrilled. Ab off, ab off, ab off, Harmony starts chanting. What the hell is an ab off? I ask. She booty bumps into me. It's a contest to see who's got the most impressive abs. Duh. Oh, Harmony, I start saying, I don't think anyone here is going to...
Deal!
Tyler's voice cuts into the air. He proceeds to lift up his sweater and, yep, there are definitely abs there. Lots of them. One by one, jackets start pooling on the floor and ugly sweaters disappear as they're lifted up to reveal nothing but abs, abs, and more abs. I lean in toward Chess to make a joke about how absurd this is, but I'm blocked from getting closer to him by an elbow prodding into me, as he joins the guys in the impromptu ab-off. My eyes fall to his stomach, and I can't help but lick my lips at the sight. Harmony comes over and joins me in appreciating Chess's torso. 2, 4, 6... She adds up and then grins at me like a cat that's got the cream. I found it's faster to count in twos, she offers by way of explanation before turning to Chester. Very nice, but you're not in the lead, I'm afraid, honey.
Who is?
He asks, trying his best not to look too dejected about it.
That would be me.
Tyler twirls so we can all see his striking display.
8-pack, baby. Watch it and weep, divos.
Chase clears his throat.
Excuse me, Devo, but you're not the only one rocking 8-pack abs.
We all step in closer toward Chase to get a better view. Harmony ever so helpfully provides the official tally. 2, 4, 6, 8. Yep, gentlemen, looks like we have a tie.
No,
Chase corrects her.
Not a tie. I've got almost 20 years on Tyler. My metabolism is shot to shit and I have to cycle daily to have this. That gives me extra points. Therefore, I am the winner.
You sure are, baby. Fisher coos loudly enough for us all to hear. Tyler grumbles something about lycra under his breath, but ultimately concedes. Chase raises his arms in the air in victory. Hey, guys, I suggest, looking into the sea of hot, shirtless vets with abs for days. Why don't you all crowd in together and... Harmony, this right here can be your social media post. 14. Chester.
Lawson and I get home from the ugly sweater party in a fit of eggnoggy tipsiness and giggles.
That was such a fun night,
he announces once we've dumped our jackets, boots, and winter gear in the entryway.
Man, that ab off.
Tell me about it. Those guys are insanely fit. Law spins around so fast I almost run into him. There's a gleam in his eyes as they drift up and down my body.
I wasn't talking about them, Chess.
Whatever space existed between us disappears as Lawson claims my mouth in another kiss. I'd judge it as mid-level on our kissometer scale. Not as chaste as our kisses at the party where we had an audience, but not as steamy as the other kisses we've shared over recent weeks. It's the Goldilocks kiss. Just right for right now.
You're cold,
he says, feeling my fingers.
Why don't you jump in the shower first, and then maybe we can hang out? Unless you're tired. Nope, not tired at all. I shoot back eagerly, even though I should be. My last day off feels like an eternity ago, but I'm not ready for this night to end just yet. I'll be fast, I tell him, dashing down the hall and into the bathroom. I jump into the shower, and as I soap up, my thoughts return to the party, specifically the 2 kisses Lawson and I shared. The energy between us is shifting, deepening. I close my eyes as the warm water sluices over my back, imagining Law and I taking things further, our kissing leading to more. What does his body look like when it's stripped of all the black material? What does his skin taste like? What expression does he make when he falls over the edge? My eyes pop open and I glance down. I'm hard. I consider my options. I could run one off now and get it over and done with. Maybe that would put an end to the simmering sexual tension between Lawson and me. I curl my fingers around my length and start stroking myself. But no, getting off alone is only one option. The other option is getting off with Law. Ding, 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 and just like that, we have a winner. I wash quickly since the hot water system isn't super reliable and I don't want Law to miss out. It's only once I've dried myself off I realize that in my haste I didn't bring in my sleep clothes. They're still in my bedroom. Since my situation from before has deflated, I decide to chance it. I wrap the towel around my waist, open the bathroom door, and tumble smack bang into Lawson. He braces me by my shoulders before taking half a step back, saying nothing. He doesn't need to. He's talking with his eyes as they run down my chest, lingering on my lips for a few seconds on the way back up. From seemingly out of nowhere, he produces a mistletoe and lifts it up so that I'm standing directly underneath it. He swipes his tongue along his bottom lip before he speaks. I'm not sure if you know this, but the custom for when you're standing under a mistletoe draped in nothing but a towel is usually a blowjob. And an elegant snort escapes me. I think you and I have very different Christmas traditions. He bursts out laughing, his eyes swimming in a mischievous glint. We do. But this is a good luck thing. Remember the ancient Greeks? I smile. Yes, of course, the ancient Greeks, but in what ancient civilization is a good luck blowjob a thing? Not ancient. Law shakes his head, causing a tuft of hair to fall down over his forehead. It's a modern tribe, made up of just one person, actually. Sexy black hair. Killer baby blues. My voice comes out raspy as I skim the backs of my fingers over his cheeks. Don't forget about the cheekbones. He chuckles lower than I've ever heard. It's the tribe of Lawson, baby. He inhales sharply, the endearment catching him by surprise. Our eyes meet and I smile, letting him know I'm cool with it. His shoulders relax a little. Tribe of Lawson, I murmur, my hands now sliding down the sides of his neck. Well, I've got a question for you. I trail off. My heart jackhammers in my chest as I take a cue out of Tyler's playbook and use the pause to let myself catch up to the moment. I quickly decide that two can play this game. If Lawson thinks he can outflirt me, wait until he sees what I've got up my sleeve. I lift my hands off him and run them down my chest. Law tracks the movement with eagle-eyed precision. Like what you see. He practically gulps, running a hand through his messy hair. God, how do you have a body like that? We both eat the same crap. I shrug. Who knows? Maybe being all sunshiny and sweet burns more calories. You should try it sometime. Pass. He lifts his eyes to mine, a cheeky smirk plays on his lips. You're happy and sweet enough for the two of us. I held back a smile, silently thanking a Rudolph Blitzen and all the other reindeer I'm a tad too tipsy to recall just now. This is the precise opening I was hoping for. You know I'm not just sweet, right? Says the guy who I've never heard curse once in 3 years. I glance up at the mistletoe, gently swaying between his fingers above me. Yeah, really. I pin him with a heated stare. You want me to prove it? Before he can answer, I drop to my knees in front of him. What are you doing?
I peer up the length of his body and smile sweetly. I make sure my eyes are locked on his. I don't want to miss the look on his face when I say, I'm getting ready to suck your cock like it's never been sucked before. A strangled noise escapes him as the mistletoe he was clutching drops onto the floor beside me. I grab onto Lawson's legs for support. His, not mine.
Did you just say...
The pure disbelief in his voice makes me snicker.
But you never...
Swear. I help the poor guy out since he's clearly struggling to articulate a coherent thought right now. And he's right, I don't normally curse. Outside of sex, that is. But when it comes to being intimate with someone, there's a whole other side of me that comes out to play. I may not be into anything too wild or adventurous, but I do like using my words. Especially sexy words. Lawson's never seen this side of me until now. I tend to keep this sort of language reserved for special occasions. His thighs quake at that, and I can't help but smile again. Yeah, this night is far from over.
15. Lawson. It's official. Christmas miracles are totally a real thing. Having my best friend drop to his knees in front of me before announcing he's going to suck my cock proves it beyond a shadow of a doubt. In the back of my mind, I always wondered if he had a dirty mouth on him. You know what they say. It's the quiet ones you gotta look out for. In 3 years of knowing him, the closest I've heard to a curse word from him was a shh that he managed to catch at the last minute and pivot into an oot. Turns out, he just saves his potty mouth for sex, which means it's pretty fucking good to be me right about now. Say it again. I began unbuckling my belt, my fingers trembling with anticipation as I shoved my jeans halfway down my thighs.
What?
Chess looks up, feigning innocence that is crazy hot as he bats his eyelashes at me.
That I want to suck your cock until you fill my mouth with your load? Fucking hell.
I groaned, squeezing my already throbbing cock through my briefs. I'm not trying to stimulate it. I'm grabbing it to prevent it from spontaneously exploding on the spot. There is no chance in hell I'm going to miss out on a blowjob from Chester because I come from his dirty talk alone. My whole good luck blowjob thing earlier was actually my way of me offering to blow him. Not that I'm complaining about the way things have turned out. Nope, not one bit. But there is a small matter of our current location. The hallway. Not exactly an ideal place, or even a comfortable one for Chester, considering he's on his knees. I lean forward and cup his chin in my hand. I find myself staring into those 2 deep brown eyes I've seen so many times, but never like this. Never looking up at me from the floor, filled with so much burning emotion. It's overwhelming, and not enough all at once. I don't want to break the mood, but I also don't want to do this here. I want you to be comfortable. He angles his head to the left slightly, smiling softly.
I love how sweet and considerate you are.
Only Chester can say that to me and not elicit an involuntary eye roll. I'm not sweet. I'm just sweet for him. I help pull him to his feet before I go ahead and do something stupid like saying those words aloud. Hand in hand, we make our way to my bedroom. I yank the comforter and push it off to one side. We collapse onto the bed, lying on our sides facing each other. The energy is changing. The dizzying rush from the hallway is giving way to something else, something bigger. I stroke Chester's jaw. We don't have to do anything. We can just lie here and talk.
Is that what you want?
He's trying to mask his disappointment, which makes me happier than it has any right to. No, I want this. As long as we're good.
Always.
With his fingers curled around mine, Chess clamps down 3 times. I smile, returning the gesture with an added 4th squeeze. Chester then frees his hand, and it makes its way down my chest back to my briefs. The second his warm fingers cup my bulge, I close my eyes and moan. The sound of sheets rustling fills my ears as Chess slides down the bed. I open my eyes to see his mouth hovering over my straining cock. He cups me tighter between his fingers, and the wet patch in my underwear gets bigger. He swipes his tongue over it. His lips smack obscenely.
You taste good. But this is just the preview. I want the full experience.
I lift my hips off the bed as he pulls the underwear off me. They get as far as my calves, but neither one of us cares enough to pull them all the way off. Chester grabs my cock in his hand and admires it for a few seconds. "What you expected?" I offer lightly. He glances up at me and grins in a way that somehow manages to be both goofy and sultry at the same time.
Better.
With that, he leans down and opens his mouth. The visual of my hard cock disappearing into Chester's mouth is one I will never forget for as long as I live. He takes his time with it, taking me in a few inches and then back out, repeating it as he lets himself adjust to the size. Further down, I can see he's lazily stroking himself as he works more of me into his mouth. Knowing that he's jacking off and is as turned on by what's happening as I am is the hottest, sexiest experience I've ever had in my life.
"You can lean back and relax if you like,"
he says when he pulls his mouth off me. My hard cock glistens in the low light of the room, coated with his saliva. A string of spit connects his lips to the top of my cock. "But then I'd be missing out on hot scenes like this," I tell him, wiping away the sliver of spit from his mouth. He smirks.
"Oh, so you like to watch?"
I nod. "Yeah, I mean, who doesn't? You're fucking hot, Chess." He rakes his gaze over me.
"You're okay."
I laugh, throwing my head back. "Fair."
"So if you think I'm hot, what do I look like when your cock is in my mouth?"
"Fuck, Chester," I groan. "Where has this side of you been hiding all this time?"
"I told you."
He starts fisting my dick slowly.
"I keep this part of me reserved for special occasions."
My eyes cloud over. As amazing as it felt when Chester's mouth was on my cock, his words are doing things to me I never thought words could do, somehow turning me on even more than I already am. "And is this a special occasion?" I ask, catching my breath and holding it while I wait for him to respond. Before he says anything, he squeezes the slit of my cock and laces his tongue over the bead of pre-cum pooled there.
"Very special,"
he answers. He lowers himself onto my cock again, angling his head so his eyes remain on me. That causes the crown of my cock to press into his cheek, inflating it every time Chest takes me deeper. My senses melt, succumbing to the sensation of what he's doing, how fucking hot he looks doing it, and it's all interspersed with his dirty talk that lingers in the back of my mind. How the hell did I get so lucky? Chester ramps up the speed, but doesn't shift his eyes off me for even a second. His fingers are at the base of my cock, providing the perfect pressure and suction combo. He's not taking me deep, but he doesn't need to. This feels incredible. I ball my hands into the sheets, my hips arching off the bed. "I'm getting close," I pant. Looking further down the bed, I spot Chester's hand working overtime on his dick.
"Me too,"
he somehow manages to say around my cock. Chester's head bobs heavily. The sounds of slurping fill the room, and I rear back. Fuck. I keep my eyes open, watching as Chester pulls back and jacks me off. Rope after rope hits his beautiful face, drowning him in my release. I keep coming, and I keep staring at him, spellbound, knowing that he's doing this for me. He said he wanted to taste me, but then he figured out I'm a visual person. He knew me covering his pretty face in my load would be the ultimate thing for me. So that's what he did. That's the gift he gave me. Well, that was the first gift he gave me. Chester shuffles to his knees and brings himself up to my side, giving me front row seats to watch him jerk off. His eyes roll into the back of his head, and with an almighty thrust, his cock spurts all over the bed. I'm transfixed by him. His eyes wide and bulging, his cum-covered face flushed, his whole body writhing and contorting as the last of his release leaves him. He lets out an almighty breath and sags down, lying next to me on the bed. I roll over and pull out a wet wipe from my bedside drawer. Delicately I clean his face, making sure to capture every last bit of my cum. "Thank you," he whispers when I'm done. "No, thank you." Chess, that was incredible. I reach for his fingers, threading them into my own. I feel elated, but I can't deny there's something dampening my post-O high, and there's only one way to deal with it. I have to come right out and ask, "Did you get everything you wanted out of that?" He sends me a dopey smile.
Hello? Didn't you see the mess you made on my face?"
"I'm serious," I say softly. "Were you okay with what we just did?" Our eyes meet, and he studies me for a few beats like he's catching up to where I'm at.
"I see. Yes, I liked it. And thank you for checking in. I guess I'll just have to taste you next time."
And with that, he shuffles over and places his head on my chest. I grab the comforter and heave it over both of us. I'm about to say something else when I hear it. A light snore. It's followed a few seconds later by another one, then another. I kiss his hair as I stare at the ceiling, letting Chester's soft snores and those words float around in my head. Next time. 16. Chester.
"Man, this is damn good eggnog," Gus says after taking his first sip. "I can't believe there's no alcohol in it," Fulton says, his eyes squeezing shut as he makes a very loud, very sexual sound in the middle of the staff lounge. I chuckle to myself. Well, I wasn't going to bring alcoholic eggnog to work now, was I? I'm still enjoying watching their reactions when Chase comes in. I've just finished pouring a glass for myself, but I raise it toward him. "Eggnog?" "It's non-alcoholic," Fulton informs him. "Thank you, but no." A sly grin forms on his face. "This 8-pack ain't gonna 8-pack itself. I need to stay disciplined." We all chuckle at that. "Actually, I need someone to run an animal down to the shelter." Chase turns his attention back to Gus. "I'd do it myself, but I've got back-to-back appointments this morning." "I can do it," I offer. "I mean, if that's all right with you, Gus." He smiles. "I was just about to ask you if you wouldn't mind." "Is it okay if I tag along?" Lockie joins us. He was sitting on the couch messaging someone on his phone before. "I've never actually been there." "That sounds great," Gus says. 10 minutes later, Lockie and I are heading down to the shelter with Rowena, an abandoned but restored to full health Boston Terrier, in tow. She's safely seated in an animal carrier in the back seat. I'm a little worried about spending one-on-one time with Lockie without Lawson, a.k.a. the Aussie Whisperer, to help out with translations when needed, but things are going smoothly so far. "I'd offer to drive, but you Yanks drive on the wrong side of the road." Lawson's already explained that Yanks is an affectionate term Aussies call us Americans. "Does that mean your cars are back to front, too?" I ask. "Like, if we were in Australia, would the passenger and driver's sides be swapped around?" "Yeah, mate, they would be." That's crazy. I continue driving, trying to imagine doing it from the other side of the car. It would be so strange. I'm actually happy to have the chance to visit the shelter again, even though it's a hectic time of year, and things are happening with me and Law. Rudy's never strayed too far from my thoughts. Even though I know there's no way we can adopt him, I can't seem to stop thinking about how much I want to. I can picture the three of us being so happy together, taking Rudy out for a walk, with Lawson grumbling about how it's too cold and still not snowing, or laughing when Rudy would greet us when we got home from work, smothering us in licks and affection. Law would make a big show out of pretending to hate it, but I'd know that deep down he secretly loved it as much as I did. I can even imagine the arguments he and I would surely have about letting Rudy sleep on the bed. I'm on Team Pro bed sleeping. We could get a ramp installed so Rudy could wheel himself up.
Obviously, he wouldn't be allowed near our heads, but I'm a firm believer that there's always room for a dog at their owner's feet. And we'd obviously lock him out of the room, for when Law and I do repeats of last night, my entire body flushes with heat as memories of last night come rushing back to me. Seeing the look of shock on Lawson's face as he took in a different side of me, watching his eyes fly into the back of his head as I tasted him, hearing the growl rumbling out of him as he flooded my face with his release. Fuck, I need to think about something else. Otherwise, Lockie's accent isn't going to be the only hard thing to explain in this car. Determined to shake all X-rated thoughts of Lawson Barnes out of my head, I decide to learn a bit more about Lockie. All I know about the guy so far is that he's Australian, he's married, and his husband is American. That's not really a lot. Whereabouts in Australia are you from? Brizzy, he answers. Brisbane, he amends when he sees me frowning in confusion. I still don't know where that is, sorry. Lockie laughs. It's a loud and boisterous laugh, and even it sounds Australian. Ha! It's all good, mate. Most Yanks don't. It's about 1,000 kilometers north of Sydney. Kilometers? Jiminy cricket, I really do need Law. Don't know kilometers either. More laughing. Let me check on my mobile. On his what? He produces his cell phone and starts tapping away. Do they call cell phones mobiles in Australia? Yeah. He glances up at me. Cell phone sounds weird. Mobile sounds weirder. We're both chuckling as he informs me 1,000 kilometers is 621.371 miles. So, he says, and I don't need an Aussie whisperer to detect the change in topic coming up. Lawson, he states bluntly. Something going on between you two? Oh, well, laughter fills the entire car. Guess that's my answer right there. It's still, things are, we're friends, best friends. I guess we're just working some stuff out at the moment. Yeah, like how many more BJs we can cram in before Santa comes. Okay, perhaps not the best word choice there. The truth is, I'm not sure where Lawson and I are. Christmas kissing was one thing. The ancient Greeks would most likely have approved, even if we ditched the pretense of mistletoe pretty early on, but Christmas blowjobs? What would their take on that have been? Seriously, though, despite crushing on Lawson for pretty much the entire duration of our friendship, I never, ever thought it would go any farther. I should probably just enjoy it while it lasts. Christmas is fast approaching, and if I second-guess things too much, it'll all be over before I know it. You know, Lockie settles into his seat, his wide shoulders looking comically large in my tiny beat-up Datsun. Bailey, that's my husband. We started off as mates. Really? Yep. We met when he was working in Brizzy. We hung out and were friends for about a year before we started mating, I suggest, and Lockie breaks out into another roaring laugh. Exactly. So you never know. Just be open and see what happens. I was thinking pretty much the same thing. Guess that settles it then. I'm just going to try and relax and see where this thing between us goes. The important thing is I am 100% sure our friendship is solid. Nothing can destroy that, so, yeah, what have I got to worry about? How about never being able to kiss Lawson's soft, pouty lips ever again once Christmas is done and dusted? I push that thought away as we pull up in the parking lot of the animal center. We head into the admin building where I introduce Lockie to Bishop, and Bishop introduces us to his brother Roman, who helps him out at the shelter. I haven't met Roman before. He looks like he's a few years older than Bishop. He's an attractive guy, but the lines across his forehead run deeper, and his skin is more weathered than his brother's. I remember Fulton mentioning something in passing about the tough time Bishop had growing up. I wonder what Roman's story is. Roman's eyes, the exact same eyes as Bishop has, seem to be fixated to something over on my left. I follow his gaze and cough to cover my surprise. Roman is checking Lockie out, and isn't being discreet about it one bit. I'm about to make a mental note to tell Bishop to let his brother know Lockie's married, but then I remember Bishop mentioning Roman is straight, so there's no need. I'm probably seeing something that isn't there. I have to go over Rowena's details with Bishop, and when Lockie asks if he can take a look around the shelter, Roman eagerly offers to take him on a tour. Once she's settled and the guys aren't back from the tour yet, I ask Bishop the question that's been playing on my mind from the moment I knew I was coming here. Would you
Mind if I check in on Rudy?" "Not at all," he replies, grinning. "I've moved him, so let me show you where he's living these days." I follow Bishop into the animal house, and as nice and clean and spacious as it is, there's no changing the fact that this is still a shelter, a place for unwanted animals. The only silver lining is that this is a no-kill shelter, so at least there's no imminent threat to Rudy's existence. But still, my heart breaks into 1,000 tiny pieces as I stroll past all the pens filled with beautiful animals, all just wanting to find a human willing to love them. "Here we are," Bishop announces as the creak of Rudy's wheels come closer toward us. "I have some paperwork to attend to. You'll be fine to make your way back when you're ready?" "Yeah, of course." He claps me on my shoulder as he leaves. I don't buy his excuse for a minute. He's just giving me some time alone with this gorgeous fella. I drop to my knees and extend my hand through the bars. Rudy must have some memory of me because he's a lot less cautious this time, coming up, sticking his nose in the air and then lapping my fingers with his bright pink tongue. I treat him to some pats and tell him over and over that he really is beautiful and worthy, and that one day he'll find a home filled with people who see him the way I do. I'd love to put a leash on him to take him for a walk so that he can get some fresh air, but we don't really have the time. There's not much more I can do with him being on the other side of the cage, so right before I get up to go, I give him one more big scratch under his chin. He seems to really like it, his tongue lolling out the side of his mouth as he lets out a series of adorable yips. "All right, Rudy, I have to leave, I'm afraid." The change in his demeanor is instant. His head falls, the yips stop, and he peers up at me, locking me into a gaze I can't seem to be able to break away from. It's like he understood what I just said and doesn't want me to leave him. He nudges his nose through the bars and showers my hand in a waterfall of desperate licks until it's disgustingly wet and sloppy. I don't move the entire time he's doing it. How can I? Animals can't talk, but I'm certain they have emotions. This is Rudy's way of expressing his. When he finally stops, I pull my hand away. "I'm so sorry, buddy. I wish I could take you with me, but I can't." He cocks his head to the side, and as if my heart wasn't fragile enough already, he raises his paw and places it on a horizontal bar. I look down and choke back a sob when he taps against the bar. He wants me to take him with me. He's telling me I'm his person. It takes every ounce of willpower I have in me to push to my feet and walk away from him. By the end of the day, I'm tired and hungry and still messed up at having left Rudy alone in that shelter. Law was on the mid-shift, so he should have finished at 6. It's now 7:15, which means he got held back. I'm not mad about it, I get it. I'd never leave the clinic if animals required care either. Lawson slips in through the front door at 5 to 8. He lets out a long, exhausted sigh. It's fucking cold and fucking wet and still no fucking snow, he grumbles. I can hear him kicking off his shoes and dumping his jacket, scarf, beanie, and gloves in a big pile by the door like he always does. "Hey, Pumpkin," I call out cheerily from the kitchen in an attempt to brighten his mood. I can't see him from where I am, but I can picture his eye roll perfectly. He wanders in a few moments later, wraps his arms around my waist, and nuzzles his lips into the nape of my neck. "What are you making?" "Soup with a twist." "What's the twist?" His warm breath dances into my ear, and I'm struck at how oddly intimate it is for Lawson to be holding me like this, and yet it also feels like the most natural thing in the world. The twist is, I'm heating it on the stovetop and not in the microwave. Lawson's chest rumbles with laughter against my back. Fancy. He props his chin on my shoulder and hums. "Sorry I'm late. Noah needed a hand with the surgery that took a turn for the worst. Everything worked out in the end, though." I'm so glad to hear that, and there's no need to apologize, I totally understand. I scoop up a bit of chicken soup onto the wooden spoon and blow on it for a few seconds before letting Lawson take a bite over my shoulder. "Good?" He closes his eyes. "The best. The stovetop makes all the difference." We eat the store-bought soup in our tiny kitchen, our knees bumping under the table squished into the corner, as we tell each other about our days. Apart from Noah's surgery taking an unexpected turn, the rest of Lawson's day was pretty uneventful. "How about you?" He's scooping us each another bowl. "Anything interesting happen?" he asks, returning to the table. My mind instantly travels halfway across town to a certain 2-legged dog spending yet another night alone. "I went to the shelter with Lockie.
I saw Rudy again. Law stops eating, drops his spoon into the bowl, and reaches across the table for my hand. His blue eyes have turned dark. I don't have to say another word for him to know something's going on inside. I'm pretty sure I'm emoting my feelings about Rudy through my pores. I need to talk about it. Even if it's a conversation we've already had a number of times before, even though I'll just go round and around, rehashing all the reasons why we can't adopt Rudy, talking is the thing I need right now to feel just that tiny bit better about this whole sad, sorry situation. Knowing me the way he does, the way only he does, Lawson picks up on it. He skims his thumb over the top of my hand and says the one thing I was hoping he'd say. "Talk to me, Jess. Tell me how you're feeling." 17. Lawson. I keep rubbing my thumb across the top of Chester's hand. It's obvious he needs to talk about Rudy and get it off his chest. He's positively thrumming with feelings, and unlike me, he knows how to articulate them. He hasn't mentioned the adorable two-legged pooch in a while, so I assumed he had resigned himself to the cold, harsh reality of the situation. I mean, this place is barely big enough for us two lugs. There's no way we could fit an actual animal in here, too. But as I take in the sadness filling his brown eyes as he tells me all about his time with the Newfoundland that's captured his heart, it quickly becomes evident Chester's been thinking about him this whole time. Maybe I missed it because we're both so busy. It's a hectic time of year. We still haven't found time to buy a tree and put decorations up, something even I'm starting to get increasingly worried about. Even a dumbass like me knows leaving it this late in the season reduces the odds of getting something that remotely resembles a tree by a lot. And then he just licked my hand for at least a minute, maybe longer when I said I have to leave. He knew what it meant, Law. He understood what I was saying, and he didn't want me to go. You guys have connected. His lower lip trembles and his lashes flutter, fanning out tiny lines of shadow across the tops of his cheeks. Chess is hurting and raw and so fucking beautiful in this moment. My heart clenches like someone is wringing it out like a wet dishcloth. I continue thumbing his hand, the same hand Rudy lapped at only a few hours earlier, and I come to a decision. I don't say anything since I don't have the faintest idea how I'm going to be able to pull it off, but somehow I am getting Chester that damn dog. We finish dinner, and then I duck in for a quick shower to wash the day off. By the time I join Chess on the couch, he's absently flipping through TV channels. I glance around our tiny, bare, and very much undecorated apartment, and guilt hits me like a sucker punch in the gut. I'm sorry we haven't had time to find a tree yet, or put any decorations up. Chester turns the TV off and drops the remote onto the coffee table. It's not your fault. He smiles, but it doesn't hide how tired he looks. Harmony offered to see if she could work some roster magic, but she hasn't been able to. It's a busy time of year for everyone, I guess. Ever the optimist. It is, but I still feel bad about it. I know how important it is to you. I said that we would do it together, and I want you to know I meant it. I may be a lot of things, but I'm a man of my word. If I say something, I mean it. I follow through. That's why it sucks so badly that we just can't get our work schedules to align. And whenever we are at home together, it's usually at the end of a long day when we're both exhausted. Thank you for saying that. He pauses, his cheeks rise. I know you're a good guy, even if you like others to think you're not. I chuckle, because he's kind of got a point. Since we're talking... He breaks off mid-sentence, but I know where he's heading with this. Want to talk about last night? I finish for him. We should. I nod. Agreed. Got any eggnog? With alcohol? Chester laughs as he gets up. As a matter of fact, I do. I made some earlier. As Chess gets the eggnog, my tired brain flips back to the events of last night and what they mean for us. I've been turning them over in my head all day, but my jumbled thoughts also race ahead to everything still ahead of us. Chess wasn't kidding when he said it's a busy time of year. There's a big Christmas party at Jason Fisher's place, then the fun run that I still have a niggling feeling about, and then, finally, there's the day that this has all been leading up to.
December 25th. And then they will all be over. The spontaneous kisses, the just as spontaneous blowjobs, the eggnog. It'll all fade until it becomes a distant memory. This thing between the two of us will be relegated to some holiday fun, a temporary seasonal glitch in our friendship. It can't go on forever, can it?
I could hear you thinking from the kitchen.
Chess teases, handing me some eggnog when he returns. Another reason why we need a larger place. I take a decent swig of the nog and look at him as he settles back onto the couch next to me. Chester brings the tumbler to his mouth, trying to hide the smile curling his lips.
Still thinking,
he mutters before taking a sip. My throat constricts, making it hard to push words out of my mouth. I take a few deep breaths before finally revealing something that, until now, has only frayed at the edges of my conscious thought. Now I'm bringing it front and center. I'm scared. I drop my gaze. I've never admitted that to anyone before. Never had the chance to. Being vulnerable doesn't come easily to me, which is precisely why I've deliberately avoided situations like this. I've pushed any potential partners away by not exactly being the easiest guy to get along with. I've kept my guard up, barriers firmly in place, never letting anyone close enough to see the real me. Except Chester. With his goofy smile, rumbling deep voice, and cheery outlook on fucking everything, he's the only person I've ever let in this deep. His brows pull down in thought.
Scared of what?
He asks quietly. My heart shoots straight into my throat, but I know I have to tell him this. I actually want to let him in on what's going on for me. This is new for me. Normally I suppress my feelings until they suffocate me, like a normal person, but I feel safe opening up to Chess. I'm scared of how easy this is, I begin. How we've slipped into something that feels so good. How it's always been this way with you. You're the only person that I can't be a grumpy bastard with. You make me feel things. Good things. You make me look at the world and see that it's not just a load of shit, that there are positive things too, that people can be good and kind and decent. You do so much without even knowing. You affect me, Chess. And that's scary as fuck. Chester cradles his drink in one hand, and with the other he sweeps his fingers lightly over my arm.
You affect me too.
He pauses.
And just to clarify, since I made this batch of eggnog, this really is me speaking, and not the rum.
That makes me smile, which in turn makes Chess smile too.
And for what it's worth, I'm a little scared as well,
he says. His eyes shift from me to around the room, darting left and right in little bursts the way they always do whenever he's processing something. He speaks slowly, choosing his next words very carefully.
There's a lot going on at the moment. We've got the internship. Christmas will be here before you know it. We still have to decorate this place, get ready for the fun run.
His lips catch between his teeth as he trails off. That is a lot of stuff. I agree.
It is.
His gaze meets mine, his brown eyes earnest and sincere when he says,
I'm enjoying all of these new traditions we're creating. Let's just see where it goes.
He frames it as a genuine question, not some flippant remark that he doesn't really mean. Neither one of us has enough gas in the tank to fully deal with the repercussions of our new traditions, so maybe we don't have to. Maybe his advice is sound and we should do precisely what he's suggesting. Just see where it goes.
I think that's a good idea,
I tell him as I let out a huge yawn. Chester's grin is interrupted by a massive yawn of his own.
I'm glad.
He grabs my fingers in his. I got you. I press back 4 times. I got you too. We sit like that, fingers tangled together in silence, almost in silence. A steady, increasing stream of louder and louder yawns fills the room. I glance toward the hallway. I don't suppose you want to sleep in my room tonight. Just sleep. His eyes catch mine, and there's a slight curve rounding his lips. That sounds perfect. Chess has a quick shower while I jump into bed. When he leans against the door to my bedroom, my breath hitches. He's shirtless, and his gray sleep pants hang so low the top tuft of his pubic hair pokes out the top. He lets out another yawn, and he's so tired that his hand reaches his mouth to cover it only after he's finished yawning. My eyes travel up and down his smooth, broad chest, amazed that someone so damn hot can be completely oblivious to how sexy he is. I manage to restrain myself despite it being so fucking tempting to turn this innocent sleepover into a night of debaucherous fun. And even though I'm 95% a top, I would bottom so hard for Chester, letting him fuck me into the mattress until I forget my name. But no, I don't want him thinking I lured him here under false pretenses. That's not cool. I made a point to emphasize we'd only be sleeping, so I'm going to stick to it. Besides, the poor guy is so tired he can barely keep his eyes open. I pat the bed. Come here. He pads into the room and slips under the cover I'm holding up for him. Thanks, Lo, he mumbles as he settles next to me. We haven't had the big spoon, little spoon convo yet, mainly because I'm one of those weirdos who actually prefers to sleep on their back. Chess whispers a groggy goodnight as he snuggles into the side of my body. I shift my arm, sliding it under his neck, because that's the best cuddle I can give him in this position. As Chester's breathing deepens and he breaks out into a light snore after what feels like only a few seconds, I find myself wide awake, even though I'm bone-tired, aimlessly staring at the ceiling. Let's just see where it goes. The words replay in my head. I agree that, for now, it's the best approach for us to take. Still, an itchy, uncomfortable sensation claws at my chest. Why? I frown, trying to figure it out. What am I feeling? What the hell is going on with me? Why am I really scared? What's underneath my fear? Chess shuffles beside me, draping his arm over my chest. I brush my fingers gently up and down his forearm, not wanting to wake him, just hoping he can feel my presence. That's it! Holy mother of fuck! The realization hits me hard, and it hits me heavy. I don't want this to end. I don't want to go back to the friendship we had before, as great as it was. I want to forge ahead on a new path, one that involves kissing and sex and sleeping together. I want us telling each other about our days. I want us jogging in the morning and watching movies on the couch late at night. I want us taking Rudy out for walks every day. I want us cleaning and running errands and doing all that boring household shit together. I want my best friend to become my boyfriend. 18. Chester. It's our first Christmas together, so yeah, I want it to be special. Chase tells the gang gathered in the staff lounge. His eyes shine when he speaks about Fisher. The girls are so excited. They can't wait to see Santa. Everyone's heads turned toward Gus. It's all under control, he assures everyone. The Santa outfit I ordered arrived yesterday, and so did all the padding I'm going to need to wear. I hope you made a point of texting photos of the padding to Tyler. Fulton quips. Oh, I sure did, Gus says, breaking out into a laugh. Everyone chuckles, and I smile, loving the effortless banter these guys share with one another. They can go from being serious to fooling around in a heartbeat, but when it comes to the things that matter most, each other, their loved ones, and of course animals, there's not a thing they wouldn't do. They continue talking about the big Christmas Wonderland party Chase and Fisher will be throwing, but I tune in and out of it. Don't get me wrong, I'm super excited about it. In many ways, it's the culmination of Project Got Me Merry, the final chance to make Lawson see how magical and wonderful the holidays really are. And unlike everything else that's happened so far, this will be all-out balls-to-the-wall Christmas overload. Carols will be playing, Santa will be popping in all the way from the north side of Brookhaven, and it sounds like there'll be a massive feast since the guys have hired professional caterers. But my thoughts remain stubbornly fixed on what happened last night, and the way Lawson opened up to me about being scared. I know that wasn't an easy thing for him to do, and I appreciate his honesty and courage. Yet the more I turn what he said over in my head, a deeper picture emerges. He said it was so easy with me, that it's always been easy. That means he wasn't just thinking about all the new traditions we've taken up lately. He's been reflecting on our entire friendship as well. Lawson doesn't have many close friends. Okay, he has no close friends except me. That's his thing. He protects himself so he doesn't get hurt. Why did he let me in? And he's right. Why has it always been so effortless between us? And if we work so well as friends, is there an actual legit chance we could have a shot at something more? I'm pulled out of my thoughts when I hear Lawson declare, "I'm genuinely looking forward to it." I realize I had drifted off, but I gather by the silence sweeping over the staff lounge that the guys were still talking about Chase and Fisher's party. Everyone's looking around, trying to contain their surprise at Law's announcement. While I made it clear to Law I was on a mission to make him enjoy the holidays, he still has no clue that the entire VSB crew have been in on it as well. Christmas is still a week and a half away, so I don't want to blow our cover just yet. Thankfully, Harmony rushes in and asks to speak with Chase. Law follows since he's been teamed up with him today. "That was close," Fulton says once they've left the room. I almost broke out in a triumphant, "We did it! We made Lawson love Christmas." "Tell me about it," I agree, letting out a relieved huff of air.
"So got me merry update, please."
Noah turns to me with a sly grin.
"Where are things up to with that exactly?"
"I think we're ahead of schedule." I angle my head toward the door. If Lawson is actually excited by the thought of a party where he knows there'll be a Santa Claus and carols, then I'd say we've accomplished our mission. "And is there anything else you'd like to update us on?" Gus asks, trying badly to hide the smile stretching his lips. What do you mean?" Fulton takes his glasses off and shoots me a comical look. "Are we seriously pretending you don't know what I'm talking about? Or can we cut the cuteness and just get down to the fact that you boys are crazy about each other?" I feel flustered, but only because I've never heard anyone describe Law and me in that way before. It's actually quite nice to hear. We're, just seeing how it goes. "Whoever gave you that advice sounds like they're a fair dinkum smart fella." Lockie grins. I've never heard fair dinkum before, but from context I gather he's praising himself for the advice he gave me on the way to Bishop's shelter. "I owe you one," I say to him with a light chuckle. I think it's the best way to approach things, and once the holidays are over... I don't know where I was going with that. Thankfully no one presses. They leave me to it, slowly getting up and going back to work. Before he leaves, Fulton swoops over to me. He leans down, smiling, and says, "You're doing a really good thing for your bestie, but don't forget about yourself in all of this. Once Christmas is over, you gotta ask yourself what it is that you want." I look up at him. What if I don't have an answer to that question? Fulton's smile widens. "Oh, I think you do. Have a little faith in yourself and in Lawson. I'm confident the two of you will figure it out." And with that, he sets off, leaving me sitting alone with nothing but a flurry of hope whirring in my chest. Honestly, I do have an answer to that question. I don't even need more time to think about it. I know exactly what I want. I want to be with Law. Not just as friends, but as a couple. 2 nights later, the Mariah Carey Christmas album is playing in the background, and the whole gang is at Chase's house that has been transformed into a glittering Christmas wonderland. Law and I are smiling as we watch Imogen and Ellie perched on Santa's lap, letting him know exactly what they hope to find under the tree on Christmas morning. He's such a good sport to play Santa, and the girls are loving it. I nudge Lawson with my elbow. It's crazy to think they really do believe in Santa Claus, isn't it? Even a few short weeks ago, I would have expected a response that outlined all the reasons why lying to children about fictional characters such as Santa, the Tooth Fairy, or the Easter Bunny was setting them up for a lifetime of disappointment and mistrust of older people. Instead, he replies with, "It's the coolest fucking thing ever." I turn my head, both eyebrows arched to make sure he hasn't upped his sarcasm game and I'm missing something here. But nope, there's nothing but sincerity on his face mixed with a little wonder. His throat bobs and he looks hesitant to speak for a moment, but when he does, what he says almost bowls me over. "You know, I never believed in Santa Claus.
What? Not even as a child? Don't all kids believe in Santa? Lawson shakes his head.
Nope. Dad took me to the mall one day when I was about 6 years old and told me to pick out what I wanted for Christmas. I must have said something along the lines of, "But doesn't Santa give me my presents?" because I can clearly remember the way he looked down at me, a sneer on his face, as he said, "Only stupid children believe in Santa Claus."
I clasped my hand over Lawson's. Oh my gosh, what a terrible thing to say to a young kid. Law shrugs.
Meh, it happened.
He's trying to pull back from the emotions the memory must have stirred up in him. Lawson doesn't do vulnerability. Admitting he was scared a few nights ago was the first real sign of it I'd seen in our entire friendship. This right here is only the second time I'm witnessing it. I grip his hand even tighter and leaning closer. Well, it's a good thing we're here to see this, then. It's not the same thing, but getting a glimpse of the holidays from a child's perspective is still pretty neat.
Yeah, it is.
We sit down for a meal shortly after Santa leaves, which just so happens to coincide with Uncle Gus arriving. Luckily, the girls are too young to cotton on. The spread is impressive. There's turkey with stuffing, mashed potatoes, gravy, cranberry sauce, a honey-glazed spiral ham, a green bean casserole, and a wide assortment of vegetables. I also brought over some more eggnog, along with the smaller non-alcoholic batch for those who don't drink. But the best part of dinner isn't the food, which is delicious. It's the company. It's spending time with people who in such a short amount of time have become such good friends, and it's seeing Lawson laughing and talking and having such a good time with them all. I've never seen him get on this well, this quickly with anyone. It's really fudging cool. This is what the holidays are about, what people believe in, and the traditions they celebrate are all wonderful things, but underpinning it all is this: taking time out of our busy lives to be together, to connect, to laugh, maybe even to squabble sometimes, to share a meal, to remember why we love the people in our lives, to reflect on what really matters in life. That might mean different things to different people. For me, Christmas is about family, the one we were born into and the one we've found along the way. I catch a glimpse of Lawson joking around with Imogen, and my heart stutters in my chest. We may have some stuff to figure out once the holidays are over, but I know with everything I have in me that one thing will never change. Lawson is my family. He will always be my family. Once the girls are tucked away upstairs, Hayes stands up. "I know we said we wouldn't exchange gifts, but I had a mix-up at the warehouse yesterday and ended up with some extra supplies." He leaves it at that, as he makes a beeline for the living room.
"What is it that Hayes sells again?"
Lawson whisper asks me. "I don't think I actually know," I reply. A few moments later, Hayes returns and starts handing out small gift-wrapped boxes to everyone as he makes his way around the table. "You get some DLS, and you get some DLS," he declares in a loud over-the-top Oprah voice. Everyone laughs and happily tears open their presents. "What the fudge sticks is DLS?" I ask. The vet crew exchange a round of smiles before Gus tips his head toward the present on the table in front of me. "Why don't you open it and find out? You too, Lawson." So we both do. I peel off the paper, open the box, and pull out a dildo lube soap. Fulton screeches way too excitedly. How much eggnog has he had? I stare at the dildo-shaped object in my hand. It's wrapped in clear plastic. I have the purple version. Law has the pink one.
"Is this a dildo?"
he asks Hayes. "Partly," he replies, launching into the whole story about how a batch of misshapen soaps gave his best friend Tate a business idea that's made bottoms all over the world rejoice. "That line is from our new marketing campaign," he chuffs, looking proud and a little flustered at the same time. "We have another line about considerate tops, too," Tate points out. "Since, bottom prep ain't just a bottom thing." "Amen to that," Tyler hollers as more laughter follows. "This is, interesting and amazing. Thank you," I say once everyone settles.
"Yeah, thanks,"
Lawson adds, casting a smirk my way.
"I can definitely think of a few ways to put this gift to good use."
A round of whoops and hollers erupts around the table since, of course, everyone heard that remark and has taken it to mean one thing, that Law and I are going to end up having sex. A shiver of anticipation runs up my spine at the mere idea of that. So yeah, It would seem I'm not opposed. After everyone's calmed down again, Noah speaks up. Hey guys, I just wanted to say, Hayes and I are really sorry we didn't get a chance to do anything at our place. We're in the middle of house renovations from hell that never seem to ever end. It's a nightmare, and the house is nowhere near ready for guests, Hayes adds, looking just as bummed about it as Noah. Hey, don't worry about it, buddy, Gus says with a warm smile. I think we've all had plenty of Christmas cheer this holiday season. Everyone nods in agreement. Besides, Fulton can't help himself. We wouldn't want Lawson getting all Christmas-eat out, now would we? Oh no. Lawson shoots upright in his chair. Don't worry about me. I am loving everything y'all have done so far. Bring on more Christmas, I say. 19. Lawson. Bring on more Christmas, I say? Did those words really come out of my mouth? Have I been body-swapped the whole time we've been interning at the clinic and I'm only realizing it now? Chess and I stumble into our apartment, just that perfect amount of tipsy after Chase and Fisher's awesome Christmas party. We shrug out of our winter jackets and I hang Chester's up for him. He smiles and thanks me before biting his gloves off with his teeth in a way that shouldn't be anywhere near as sexy as it is. My mind quickly conjures up the image of Chester, on his knees, putting his mouth to another good use, swallowing my cock. I shuffle out of the entryway and steer away from him so that I don't do something stupid like fling myself on him like some horny teenager. He follows me into the living room, sitting closer than normal next to me on the sofa. I have a confession to make, he says, and the deep, lowered timbre of his voice does nothing to quell the ache in my balls. I drink in the sight of him, sprawled so close to me I can smell the sweet remnants of eggnog on his breath. Oh, yeah? And what might that be? I've been on a secret mission this whole time to get you to like Christmas. Maybe the eggnog has gone to Chester's head more than I realized. You've already told me that. Chester laughs, his head falling back. But I didn't tell you the full story. Oh, God, I would give up all the measly possessions I own so long as the next words out of his mouth don't include body swapping or modeling agency. What does come out of his mouth is only moderately better, though. Yes, you know about me wanting to get you to enjoy the holidays, but what I haven't told you is that all the guys are in on it as well. We even gave it a code name. I bite on my lip to stop myself from smiling. Oh, and what is that? Project Got Me Merry, a group vet shop boys' effort designed to make you fall in love with... He hesitates for a moment before finishing with, Christmas. My breath hitches as heat slowly travels up my neck. I don't know what I am. Are you okay, Law? I look straight into my best friend's big brown eyes and say, yeah, actually I think I am. I can't believe you and all the guys would go to such a big effort for me. Chester adjusts how he's sitting, drawing even closer to me. He cups my face in his soft, warm hands. I'd do anything for you, Lawson, because you are so freaking worth it. You know that, right? His voice drifts into silence after that. Emotions bubble up inside until they boil over, spilling into something that feels like the faintest touch of believing Chess when he tells me that, yeah, I am worth it. It's still a quiet voice, though, barely more than a whisper. The much louder voice booming inside me is one of disbelief and shock that the whole gang would go to all this trouble for me. That Chess orchestrated it all just so that I could finally have one decent Christmas. It's too much. A hot, thick tear slides down my cheek, soon followed by several more. Chester's eyes widen in alarm. What's wrong? Why are you crying, Law? Are you upset? No. I shake my head, burrowing my head into his chest as his strong arms snuggle around me. The opposite. So those are happy tears, then? He checks. I nod, bumping my forehead against his chest. I can feel the relief as he exhales, stroking up and down the length of my back. Want to hear something funny?
he asks after a few beats. Sure, I sniff, staying where I am. I have zero intention of moving away from Chess.
The guys at the clinic, they all reckon we're well, they think we're in love. How wild is that?
But is it, though? I know there are all sorts of levels to friendship love, but we left Platonic Island a few weeks ago and have set sail for who knows where. I remind myself of what we agreed to, that we'd go with it and see where it takes us, and if the goal here is to be enjoying this, I bolt upright. Well, if the guys...
And Harmony,
Chess cuts in.
She's basically the ringleader behind all of this. She spotted it the second we walked into the clinic for our interviews.
I chuckled to myself because that makes perfect sense. That woman is so in love with love and sexy gay men, it's positively beautiful. Well, if everyone at the clinic is going to all this effort, we don't want it going to waste, do we?
What are you getting at?
I flick an eyebrow. The wheel of fortune, wheel of emotion spinning in my head moves from surprise and disbelief to horny in less time than it takes to pick a vowel. You up for a blowjob? Chester's brown eyes light up, giving me my answer there and then.
Fudge, yeah,
he adds for good measure before I smash our mouths together, melding them in a strong, sharp, urgent kiss. There's no foreplay, no taking it slow. We've both caught a second wind, and I intend to do this quick, rough, and dirty. My sweet-as-fuck bestie seems to be on the same page.
I can't wait to see my dick disappear down your hot little throat,
he growls. Fuck. I moan into his mouth. I'm addicted to your filthy mouth. Chess snickers, and the combination of his deep voice, dirty words, and sunshiny goodness is more intoxicating than any eggnog. It's the hottest thing ever. There is no one in the world even remotely like Chester Matthews. He's one of a kind, and if I have my way one day pretty damn soon, I'm going to make him mine. I tear myself away from Chester's mouth and clamber down his body to his jeans. His fingers are fast at work, unbuckling his belt and shoving his fly open. I motion for him to lift up so I can tug his jeans and briefs off, which I manage to do in one relatively smooth motion. His cock smacks against his stomach. It's my first real chance to get a proper look at it. He's about the same length as me, but way girthier. There's a pearly bead of pre-cum at the tip, and I lap it up eagerly. There's nothing more that I want right now than to engulf Chess in my mouth and send him to heaven the same way he did to me. I drop to my knees on the floor in front of him. He widens his legs to make room for me, softly carding his fingers through my hair.
Here.
He hands me a cushion, and the sweetness of the gesture makes me want to give him a blowjob so good he'll be able to come from the memory alone. I cup his balls in one hand, gently kneading them between my fingertips as I start to swallow Chester's dick. The thickness stretches my mouth and my jaw, and there's no way I'm going to be able to take him all in.
So good.
The words rumble low and deep out of him, and they're the perfect encouragement I need.
Keep doing that, baby.
My heart blooms in my chest. The cushion, the support, the endearment. It's all too fucking much. Chester may be the one getting blown, but I'm the one coming completely undone. I flick my tongue every time I reach the underside of his crown. I keep playing with his balls and bring my other hand farther in between his legs, edging toward his ass. I take his cock as far as I can until his head pokes at the back of my throat. It dawns on me that I've never been intimate like this with someone I loved before. It feels so different. It transcends the physicality of what's happening. Chester's cock in my mouth. It's deeper than that. There's a love and care and affection that accompanies and enhances the physical sensations, elevating things to a whole new plane. My head spins thinking about it. So I get out of my head and start sucking faster, taking him in and out of my mouth with an increasing urgency. Chess tastes so damn delicious. I pry my pants open, pull my cock out, and start getting myself off, too. Chester's fingers land in my hair again. This time they drag against my scalp in a way that stings so fucking good.
I'm close.
The words fall out of him in a deep whisper. I double down on his cock, making it clear I'm not leaving until he's sated and boneless and completely drained after the best orgasm of his life. "Law," he growls, tightening his fingers into my hair, arching his hips into the air. "I'm gonna..." He groans and curses his way through his release, filling my mouth with cum. I swallow it down to the last drop, then slowly pull off his cock. I work to finish myself off, too, when Chester's hand moves to my shoulder. He sends me a smoldering smile.
"Didn't we say I was going to get the chance to taste you next time?"
I grin. "Yeah? You still want to?"
"Fuck yeah."
My legs are shaking. Goddamn, that's the first time I've heard him utter that word, and it's the sexiest thing ever. But somehow I manage to get to my feet. Chester moves so he's right in front of me, dropping to his knees and peering up at me with those beautiful brown eyes. I'm so worked up it only takes a few strokes for me to jerk off into his open mouth. My body rocks with aftershocks, but I fight the urge to close my eyes, determined to not miss a second of Chester eagerly lapping up my release. When he finishes, he glances up at me, his eyes swirling with pleasure.
"Jiminy Cricket, your cum tastes good."
I laugh and drop down onto the couch next to him because how else am I supposed to react to that? Like we've been doing these past few nights, we shower and get ready for bed. We've been taking turns alternating bedrooms. Tonight we're in Chester's. I'm on my back. Chess is nestled into my side, an arm flung over my chest. As usual, he's already almost asleep, while my restless mind taunts me with the promise of it. I don't want this to be over once Christmas is done and dusted. I whisper into the darkened room, unsure whether Chester is still awake or not. A few beats. Nothing. And then,
"Maybe it doesn't have to be."
his voice is heavy, like he had just drifted off to sleep but pulled himself back when he heard me speak. I press a gentle kiss to the top of his head. You're the best thing in my world, Chess. I don't want to lose you. I feel his cheeks rising against my chest.
You never have to worry about that, baby.
They're the last words either one of us says. I fall asleep with a big smile on my face and a happy knowing in my heart that somehow, some way, this crazy thing between us is going to happen. 20. Chester.
The following day, Lawson and I are spending our lunch break at the gym, trying to treadmill our way out of last night's calorie overload from the meal we overate at Chase and Fisher's party, not the late-night protein hit we enjoyed when we got back home. I've just finished a 5-minute warm-up, and I'm about to begin my least favorite circuit interval. You realize this is our final training session before the fun run. Law's eyes cut to mine, sweat beading across his forehead. He grunts. I'm not prepared to call it that just yet. What? A fun run. That's yet to be determined. It could very well be a case of false and misleading advertising for all we know. I bite my tongue, so I'm not tempted to remind him he's been calling it a fun run this whole time. Lawson's cute when he's flustered, and sweaty, and with his face covered in my... I glance down at the basketball shorts I'm wearing, and holy salami on a pepperoni pizza, I need to stop thinking sexual thoughts about my bestie, like stat. Knowing my luck, it'll probably snow. Law grumbles, deliberately omitting using the phrase fun run, even though that's what he's referring to. But don't you want it to snow? The crazy weather system hasn't relented. Brookhaven has suffered through one of the coldest and windiest Decembers on record, but still no mother-fluffing snow. Even I'm starting to get a little worried. How weird would it be to wake up on Christmas morning, look out the window, and not see everything coated in white powder? Yeah, but I'd rather not have to run in it. What do you bet the day of the run it snows? Hard, like I'm talking blizzard whiteout conditions here, and we have to merrily jog our way through it. Doesn't sound like fun to me. I smile even as my legs start to burn. Have a little faith, my friend. The snow will come at the perfect time.
Trust me." He shoots me a questioning look, like he might seriously be considering if I really do have some secret deal with the weather goddess. Unfortunately, I don't. But I do know that what is meant to be will be, and whatever happens will be fine as long as we're together. 3 days later, and the fun run is finally upon us. And for the first time, I'm starting to think that all of Lawson's suspicious rumblings about it might not have been so crazy after all. There's a weird buzz in the air, and it seems as if Law and I are the only ones not in on it, whatever it is. We've gathered in a pavilion in downtown Brookhaven. The entire vet gang is here, minus Lockie and Harmony, who are holding the fort back at the clinic. Here you go. I hand out the eggnog to the guys, doing a quick scan to make sure everyone now has a glass. I lean into Lawson. Just checking, this is the non-alcoholic one, right? I made 2 batches this morning, one without alcohol for these guys as a way of thanking them for giving up their Saturday morning to come down and support us in the fun run, and one with alcohol for Law and me for later tonight, when we can share a toast for a job well done. And, well, maybe we can share more than just a toast. The race doesn't start for another hour, so we're among the first ones here.
"Why are we here so early?"
Law asks, giving voice to what I was just thinking about. Everyone's gazes dart around like they're school kids getting busted for doing something bad. That funny, slightly off feeling in my stomach intensifies.
"There's something we need to tell you about today's run,"
Noah begins. Lawson's head snaps to mine, his eyes squinting.
"Told you,"
he mutters under his breath. "Something we should have told you a long time ago, but unfortunately some of us got overruled," Fulton declares dramatically before crossing his arms over a shirt that reads, "All the jingle ladies, all the jingle ladies." Gus takes a look at the 2 of us and chuckles. "There's no need to look so afraid, boys. It's not like you're going to be jogging the streets completely naked." I sag in relief against Lawson. "See, it can't be that bad then." "That's right. You won't be totally naked," Tyler agrees, crouching down, unzipping a duffel bag and producing, "You'll be wearing these." He holds up 2 flimsy pieces of bright material. Lawson squints.
"What are they? Handkerchiefs?"
Tyler and the guys crack up at that.
"No, they're Speedos. You guys are doing the Brookhaven Santa Speedo fun run."
It takes me a few blinks to process what he just said. "So, you mean to tell us we're running in public on a freezing cold winter's cold day, wearing only a Speedo?" Everyone nods their heads, smiling like idiots. I turn to Lawson and gulp.
"See," he mutters, "false and misleading advertising."
We also learn why we all arrived so early. It's because the gang knew they'd need time to coax us into doing this completely, totally, and utterly crazy thing. As the eggnog flows and the conversation gets more animated, just imagine the great photos we'll be able to take. This will be something you guys will tell your grandkids about one day. I can tell Lawson is steadfast in his refusal. Noah, Gus, and Chase are working on him, while Tyler and Fulton are trying their best to convince me. "More eggnog!" someone yells out, and I pour everyone another round. Geez, I'm almost out of the stuff. That went a lot faster than I'd anticipated. The pleading continues as more participants start trickling in. Pleading, eggnog, pleading, eggnog is how it goes until we're all out of the stuff. The pleading stops not long after, too. "Guys, this isn't gonna work," Gus concedes, a little wobbly on his feet.
"What do you think we should—"
Noah hiccups, trying to cover his mouth but missing his face completely.
"Do?"
Chase is tapping his chin when he suddenly raises both arms into the air. Everyone turns to look at the guy, expecting him to say something, but he doesn't. He just stands there, in an animated freeze frame. "Words might be useful," Fulton prompts him.
"No,"
Chase says, a lazy smile stretching his lips.
"Words won't help at all.
If we want to convince Chester and Lawson to do the Speedo run, we need to resort to Plan B. Remember Plan B, guys?" The chorus of grumbles fills the air.
"Do we really have to?"
Tyler whines. "We do." Chase's head is bobbing, but I can see him trying to school his features into a more serious expression. "It's time to go nuclear." And then it hits me. "Oh, dear Lord," I say as I clutch Lawson's arm, taking in the guys standing before us, all unsteady on their feet and looking a little worse for wear. The same realization must hit Lawson, too, because he tightens his grip on my arm. I'm starting to think I may have got the eggnogs mixed up and accidentally brought the boozy one.
I think you may be right. We both turn our heads toward each other.
I'm scared, Jess.
That makes two of us. As the guys exchange a round of solemn, slightly rickety nods between themselves, my heart starts hammering in my chest. On the count of 3, Fulton cries out as Law's fingers burrow through my jacket.
Oh, God, what are they going to do?
I don't have time to answer, which is a good thing, since I have absolutely no idea what's about to happen. 1, 2, 3. In a surprisingly synchronized display, given the amount of alcoholic eggnog consumed, the guys all bend forward and proceed to strip.
What the hey? We thought you might have some reservations,
Tyler tells us, shifting his hips from side to side as he shimmies his pants down his legs. And of course, Tyler being Tyler, he makes it look rhythmic, like he's a backup dancer in a music video complete with little arm pumps to boot.
So we wanted to show you there's nothing to be worried about.
Right on cue, music starts blaring from the speakers, but it's not the usual Christmas fare. Nope, it's that old-school Shania Twain song, Man, I Feel Like a Woman. This seems to embolden the gang even more. They've all stripped out of their pants and are wearing ridiculously colorful Speedos, and boy, do these guys have some filled-out muscular asses as they gyrate in all sorts of weird and wonderful ways to the music.
I'm taking a photo because I want to live,
Lawson informs me, sticking his phone out as he starts snapping away. What do you mean? Once he's taken a few shots, Law tucks his cell away.
If Harmony finds out about this and discovers there's no photographic evidence, how do you think she'll react? I'll be a dead man. I even took a 10-second video to capture all the dancing.
Dancing. I let out a chuckle. That's using that term very loosely, but good thinking on the Harmony front. As we continue taking in the scene in front of us, from a safe distance, some of the other runners who have filed in are also stripping out of their clothes. But as they begin their warm-up stretches to get ready for the run, the vet crew remain in their own little dance-tastic universe. Gus has snatched a bright purple wig from God knows where. He plonks it onto his head, waits for just the right part of the Shania song to come on, grabs an air mic, and belts out, Man, I feel like a chimney. The guys erupt in laughter, flailing about all over the place like it's the funniest thing ever. In all fairness, Gus is pretty ridiculous right now. Do you like Shania Twain? I ask Tyler, who's drifted over to us and away from the madness. He shakes his head, unusually serious.
Can't say I've ever read any of his stuff.
Lawson coughs to cover his laugh. I'm saved from having to respond to that. Where would I even begin? When Fulton tipsily saunters over, his glasses falling crooked across his face. Guys, sexy vet brainwave alert. Tyler, Law, and I snigger, but Fulton doesn't appear to notice or care. He's more excited about the revelation he's about to regale us with. He leans in conspiratorially. Imagine you're having a conversation with someone about fence-sitting, and they're on the fence about it. He rears back, cracking himself up. Cracking only himself up.
That, literally makes no sense,
Tyler says, frowning.
Who in their right mind would have a conversation like that to begin with? I mean, are fences something old people in their 30s talk about?
Fulton doesn't relent. But imagine how funny it would be. While the two of them go round in circles, discussing the likelihood of a hypothetical fence-sitting conversation actually taking place, Lawson and I edge back a few steps.
What are you thinking?
He whispers, his lips barely moving. That we're sober enough to run our behinds out of here without anyone noticing. I shoot back, only half kidding.
Do you actually want to do this so-called fun run?
Our eyes meet. I shrug. I really don't know. Now that the shock has worn off some, helped in part by these goofballs parading about in their Speedos and seeing more of the other runners coming in and wearing theirs, it's not feeling like such a big deal. I guess I'm okay with it. What about you?
I may have a slight manscaping situation going on.
Your pubic hair is fine, I assure him. Chase, who had been approaching us, hears me say that. His eyes bulge, and he lifts his arms to the sides of his face, retreating slowly away from us.
You like my situation down there?
I nod. Heck yeah, it's trim and tidy, lights up your cock beautifully. Noah, who emerged behind us, rears back when he hears that. You know, I lean against Lawson's shoulder. I think I've just figured out a way to keep the guys away from us. Law grins.
I'm happy talking about sex stuff with you all day long.
My cock twitches approvingly. But seriously, what do you think we should do? 2 words, Fulton yells out from a few feet away before getting any nearer. Smart move on his part. Actually, 1 word. He recalibrates as he gets closer. Trudy. I scrunch my nose. Who?
I think he means Rudy.
Lawson clarifies. Nope, I mean Trudy. Fulton remains defiant and woozy. The 2-legged dog at Bishop's shelter I know for a fact you've fallen madly in love with. Okay, so it's clear he means Rudy. I play along, though. What about Trudy? The money raised by you guys running today goes to help all the animals at Bishop's shelter, including Trudy, and all the other Trudys out there who can't get in because there isn't enough space to accommodate them.
Well, shit. That answers that, Lawson says, stalking over to pick up 2 pairs of fluorescent-colored Speedos. Looks like we're doing this, Jess. The only question remaining is, which Speedo do you want to wear? Fluorescent pink or bright yellow? 21. Lawson. Is it wrong that I'm totally on board with this crazy Santa Speedo run idea? Let me rephrase that. On a scale of 1 to 10, where 1 is Scrooge-level grumpy and 10 is Mariah singing happy, how wrong is it that I abso-fucking-lutely love this idea? Fulton mentioning Trudy was just the thing I needed to seal the deal. Being reminded that this fun run benefited a cause close to everyone's hearts was a brilliant play, but honestly, I may have an ulterior motive of my own, too. After the initial shock of the bomb the guys dropped on us wore off, and Chess ever so kindly confirmed that my manscaping sitch was A-OK, the more I thought about it, the more I realized this was actually a pretty ideal scenario for me. I can possibly attribute some of my enthusiasm to this not being the worst nightmare scenario I'd been fearing. I was right in thinking that something felt a little off about this run. The guys were always being cagey about the specifics, skirting away from providing any specific details, like, I don't know what the damn thing was called, but I get it now. Telling us we were competing in the Brookhaven Santa Speedo fun run would have totally blown their devious little scheme up. Or maybe it's that Chess and the gang have finally worn me down and their whole got me merry caper is a success, and I've gone from absolutely detesting the holidays to, well, motherfucker, I'm just going to say it, liking the holidays, or at least I'm liking these holidays. But the real reason for the current upswing in my mood is much simpler, and it boils down to 1 word: Speedo. Specifically the bright yellow one Chester snagged from my fingers before we headed to the makeshift change rooms. Me stripping down and wearing one? Not a big deal. I can handle that, especially since we're going to be in a sea of fellow Speedo-clad runners. Chess stripping down to his. Ding, ding, ding. That's definitely the #1 reason why I'm okay with this. If I were a more suspicious or jaded person, which believe me, I am trying really fucking hard to not be, I'd say it's almost as if this is the reason why the guys were so secretive about it. Pity they don't know I've already had the pleasure of seeing and sampling Chester's cock. Still, I know that the visual of him in nothing but a Speedo is going to burn in my memory for a very long time. I can't wait to see how he looks in it. Chess and I step out of the changing rooms at the same time, and I can't help it even if I tried. My eyes shamelessly travel the length of his physique. I'm not even bothering to be discreet or quick about it. It dawns on me that in the 2 times we've exchanged blowjobs, neither one of us has been fully naked. Pants down, yes, but we've always kept our shirts on. We've also had to endure terrible, terrible dim lighting. Unlike now, in broad daylight, Chester's body is a mountain range of muscled planes, strong curves, and smooth skin. He's solid and bulky, and I want nothing more than to be pinned down under all that man-flesh as he gives me the dicking of a lifetime. Also, yellow is now officially my favoritist of favoritist colors, ever, period. Exclamation mark. You done eye-fudging me? Chess asks, smirking, his voice deep and masculine, and for the millionth time I'm struck by how much I love the contrast of that sound to the sweetness of his words. I don't look away. Almost. A little twirl on the spot would be nice. Otherwise, I should be done in about another, 30 seconds. To my very pleasant surprise, Chess not only sniggers at that, he actually spins around, giving me an eye-watering view of his delectable behind. The thin fluorescent yellow nylon stretches over his thick, meaty ass, and if we weren't in public right now, I swear to God I cut off that line of thinking because we very much are in a public space and there's only a very flimsy piece of pink nylon separating my plumping cock from said public. A voice booms over the speakers advising all runners to make their way outside to the starting section of the race. The gang have pulled up at a table and chairs, all looking a little worse for wear, coming down off their Shania-inspired eggnog high.
"We need to get to the starting line,"
Chess tells them.
"We should probably get up."
Tyler stumbles as he stands, but manages to right himself.
"And,
he flails his arms around half-heartedly,
do the whole observing and cheering thing."
Chester and I help the guys stagger to their feet. As soon as we're outside, the blustery cold whips a bit of life back into them. It also pierces through my bare skin, needling into every single pore of exposed flesh. We drop the guys off in the spectator area as we make our way over to the starting section. My nipples could cut glass, I say, demurely covering them. Chess looks over at me in my nipple protection mode and barks out a laugh.
"You're so freaking adorable."
Yeah, tell that to my cock, a.k.a. President of Shriveltown. Chester leans over, angling his mouth toward my ear.
Bet my warm mouth could bring him back to life.
Jesus fuck. I groan and pull ahead, needing to forget the words before they imprint in my mind forever. We thread through the cluster of other runners to where we're meant to be for the start of the run, and thankfully Chester keeps his sexy, dirty mouth shut. He can save that for after the race. I have a few good uses I could put it to. It's so cold we're hugging each other for warmth, our hands sliding up and down the other one's back, desperately trying to offset the freezing air surrounding us. With the starting area jam-packed, it offers at least a bit of protection against the icy conditions, but it's still easily in the low 40s. A few seconds later, the announcer's voice returns over the speakers, officially welcoming everyone to the Brookhaven Santa Speedo Fun Run. The crowd erupts in a loud cheer, and I can hear both mine and Chester's names being yelled out by our friends over the din of noise. The starting gun goes off, and Chess and I make our way side by side for the entire length of the 1-mile run. I keep glancing over at him, thinking about everything he's done for me. I don't just mean putting up with my grumpy, snarky ass during the course of our friendship, but what he's done these past few weeks. I'm in awe that he's gone to so much trouble and effort to make what's normally a lonely and painful time of year for me so much brighter and better. It may only be December 20th, but this has already been the best Christmas of my life, by a country fucking mile. About 15 minutes later, we're back in the pavilion with a towel draped over our shoulders. It's heated inside, thankfully. Our bodies are still flushed from both the cold and the exhilaration of running through the streets of downtown Brookhaven in nothing but a flimsy piece of material as hundreds of people cheered us on, including a boozy bunch of vets who hollered the loudest as we ran past them. "We did it," I say, flinging an arm over his shoulder. "Think of all the money we raised being used to make Bishop's shelter even better."
"I know. It's amazing,"
he agrees with a flash of perfectly white teeth, but only a few short seconds later his smile wavers. "You're thinking about Rudy, aren't you?" I hazard a guess. I should have known bringing up this shelter would do that. I'm an idiot.
"Yeah."
Chess drops his gaze to the ground.
"I'm sorry. I don't mean to bring you down. This is our moment. We should be celebrating."
"We can celebrate later." I interlace our still frosty fingers together. "But it's okay to be sad about Rudy, too. The two of you have bonded." Chester nods sharply.
"We really have."
"Come here." I scoop my bestie into a hug, rubbing his back for warmth as much as for support. We stand there, clad in only a Speedo and a towel, our bodies flush against one another. The beat of Chester's heart vibrates into my chest as my hands slide up and down his back. It's in that very moment, as I'm standing in his arms, cradling him against me, that the idea pops into my head. I've come up with the perfect plan for how I'm going to bring Rudy into his life. Correction, not just into his life, into our lives. But before I get to that, there's an even more pressing matter to attend to. After getting changed back into our regular clothes and sending the still mildly tipsy gang back to their poor unsuspecting partners and their Uber rides, I clasp Chess's gloved hand in mine. "Where are we going?" he asks as we approach his car. "Hand me the car keys and ask no further questions," I respond.
Okay."
20 minutes later, we're at a Christmas tree farm on the outskirts of Brookhaven. As I'd feared, the pickings, much like the gangly saplings we're looking at, are slim. All the decent trees are long gone. I watch as Chester takes in the few measly trees left. His eyes dart sharply from left to right a few times. I can see the cogs in his brain spinning, and I love that I know him so well that I can recognize it. He then takes a determined breath before turning to face me.
"You know, people don't look at Rudy. They overlook him. They don't see his beautiful spirit, his friendly eyes, or how much love and affection he has to give."
Okay, I say, not knowing where he's going with this.
"Well, the same applies here."
Chess waves his arm at the limp display before us.
"These are the trees no one wanted, because people only see them as ugly or not what a traditional tree should look like. And do you know what I say to that?"
Fudge it.
"Nuh-uh."
Chess grins a crooked grin.
"I say, fuck it. If these are the only trees left, then let's take a few of them and make something beautiful out of them. They may not be animals, but they're living things too."
My heart swells in my chest. It's so typical of Chester to turn a shitty situation around like this. And the crazy thing is, I'm totally on board. Fuck society for glamorizing only one type of tree. Beauty comes in all shapes and branch sizes. Chess and I scoop up 3 trees each, all roughly the same size, and carry them back to the car. We slide them on top of each other in the back seat, and they manage to fit, only sticking out a little bit through the window, which we draw all the way down. It's going to be a chilly ride home with the window open, but it'll be worth it. Chess finally has his Christmas trees. As I drive out of the parking lot, Chester's hand lands on my lap. It stays there the whole way home. So does the stupid smile on my face. 22. Chester.
"This wasn't how I pictured it, but it really doesn't matter. Law and I are finally doing it. We're putting up Christmas decorations. Together. And this year, instead of having just one Christmas tree, I have 6 gangly, barely standing trees to transform into a mini forest of festive creations. We made sure to check in with everyone's partners when we got back from picking up the trees. They all reported the same thing. Their vet boyfriends came back home slightly drunk, hungry, and then passed out at some stage in the afternoon. But they're all safe and sound at home, and that's the main thing. I'm brimming with happiness as Law and I shuffle around our tiny living room. Decorations, tinsel, lights, and baubles are strewn about everywhere as Christmas carols play softly in the background. Lawson seems to be having a genuinely good time, too. And I know it's genuine, since the eggnog we're sipping on is non-alcoholic due to the mix-up earlier in the day. It was even his sober suggestion to play the carols, and not exclude any Mariah Carey songs from the playlist. That's a sign of massive progress right there. Guess it means I can now officially call it Project Got Me Merry is a success. Well, at least the getting Lawson to fall in love with the holidays part of it. The additional part that the vet crew had introduced, the getting us to fall for each other part, is yet to be determined. Snagging any time together has been a challenge, so apart from a few vague musings, we haven't gotten around to discussing any specifics. But seeing as it was my suggestion to see where this goes, guess that's what I'm going to have to do. Can you pass that tinsel over there, please?
Sure.
Lawson bends over and hands me the silver tinsel pooled at his feet. Our fingers graze, and for a moment neither one of us moves. A feeling of contentment stirs in my chest. We're both freshly showered, and Law has slicked his hair back and off his face. His smooth skin glows in the gentle Christmassy light of the room.
So, what's the plan here?
He asks, finally breaking contact. Plan? Is this the moment where we talk about us? Whether there even is an us, and what that might look like in the light of a new year?
Yeah, with the trees.
He points his head toward them.
He's been setting decorations around the room, candles in the windowsill, stockings hung on a wall since we don't have a fireplace, and other various odds and ends we unpacked from my Christmas arsenal. Well, I begin, pushing past the tinge of disappointment in my chest. Most of these trees don't have limbs strong enough to support baubles. Lawson sniggers and I roll my eyes, just because the word sounds like balls. Mature, I observe dryly. They're weak and oddly shaped. That only elicits even more chuckling. The trees, not your balls. There, that snaps him out of it. I continue. I think tinsel is the best option here. I might even stack them in twos around the room and wrap the tinsel around both trees to unify them a bit. And that's pretty much all I've come up with so far.
That sounds pretty good, Chess.
So I set about doing just that, while Law takes the unused baubles I can't place onto the tree and finds surfaces for them to rest on. Basically anything flat, like the coffee table, the kitchen counter, our tiny dining table. When we're done, we meet in the center of the living room and take in the fruits of our labor. It's a mess. Like if Hallmark set designers were looking for inspiration on what they didn't want their movies to look like, this would be it. It's hands down the oddest-looking Christmas display I've ever put up. An arm hooks around my waist.
This is fucking awesome.
I turn my head, expecting to see Lawson kidding around, poking his tongue out at me or something equally juvenile, but nope. His face is completely serious. Yeah? He nods, and it makes his body bump against mine.
Look, I know it's not worthy of a Macy's parade or anything.
I'm about to jump in and tell him the Macy's parade is actually Thanksgiving, but decide it's not that important, sensing he's got more to say.
I've never actually put decorations up before.
What? My whole body turns toward him. Not even as a kid? I knew his folks weren't ever in the running for Parent of the Year, but come on. First they ruined the Santa illusion, and now I'm hearing about this? It's a new low, even for them.
Just wasn't their thing, I guess.
Sadness rolls off him as his eyes flutter shut and his chest heaves, processing the emotions of the memories swirling inside him. The wind howls outside, making the windows rattle. It catches our attention for a moment. I don't know if he feels like talking about it, so I offer, how about I grab us some more eggnog? I'll pour some rum into it, and maybe we can keep talking. Lawson thinks about it for a moment. His eyes flick to mine.
Sure. Just make sure you channel your inner Lawson when you add the alcohol in.
I smile. Deal. A few minutes later, eggnog laced generously with rum in hand, we're sitting on the couch. I tuck my feet under my body and wait for Law to say something first. When he does, it's not what I was expecting. At all.
Tell me a fun Christmas story from your childhood.
My eyebrows shoot up, and it makes Law almost choke on his nog.
What?
Nothing. That's the last thing I thought you'd say, that's all.
Just because I had a shitty childhood doesn't mean I don't want to hear about yours. I don't want you to feel like you have to hide things to protect me. Come on. Something funny and Christmassy. Go.
Gee, no pressure or anything. I think hard, trying to come up with something that fits the bill. A memory floats into my mind, so I go with it. This isn't the best story in the world, but it's the first thing that popped into my head.
Doesn't matter, lay it on me.
Lawson stretches his legs out onto the coffee table, and I do the same as I start talking. Well, as you may or may not have picked up on, I love Christmas. He snorts.
Yeah, figured.
I always have, ever since I can remember. When I was a kid, I had this naughty habit of waking up in the middle of the night and checking each present under the tree. I read every tag and felt every package, guessing at the contents within. I would examine each gift so often that I could tell which present went to which person without even looking at the tags on Christmas morning. Law's eyes brim with humor as he shakes his head at me.
Little Chester Matthews. Such a rebel.
Totally, I agree. But I became, well, a bit of a brat about it. I started focusing on the presents too much, wanting the latest video games or expensive sneakers and getting so caught up in the receiving that I overlooked the fact that Christmas is as much about giving.
Interesting.
Lawson's dark lashes flutter as he urges me on with my story. My parents wanted to teach me a lesson, so one Christmas, when I was 11, they kept one of my presents hidden. Come Christmas Day, we're all exchanging and opening presents, and then Dad gives me the one he and Mom hadn't put under the tree. I smiled to myself as I recalled that morning, surrounded by my parents, my older siblings, and so much love. It breaks my heart Laws never had the chance to experience anything like it. I clear my thought and go on. Anyway, me being my super suave 11-year-old self, the first thing I blurted out was, "But this wasn't under the tree." Yikes, you outed yourself. I laugh. I did. My parents were cool about it. This was their delicate way of letting me know they were on to me. They made me realize I'd gotten too caught up in something that wasn't that important, but in a really nice way. They could have talked to me about it, even scolded me for it, but they didn't. They let me come to my own realization about things. Your parents rock. My heart fills with love as I think about them. Yeah, they kinda do. But that's not the coolest thing about the story. Oh? Yeah. When I unwrapped the additional gift they gave me, it was a book. A book about exotic animals. Ah, that's where that comes from. I nod. It was such a simple gift. It cost way less than so many other things I got that year, but it's the one present I've treasured more than any other in my life. I devoured that book. It changed my life so much. I already loved animals, but it opened me up to so many new and exotic types I'd never even heard of. It was really special. I wait a moment. That wasn't a super funny story, I know, but it's one of my favorite Christmas memories. Chess, it was perfect. He swings his legs around and grabs my face. His eyes shimmer with mischief. I have a story, too, he says. Oh, yeah? A slow smile rises on his lips. Yeah. This one time, my best friend in the world conspired against me, but this isn't a tale of betrayal or revenge. I grin as our foreheads meet, the warm touch soothing, familiar, and even tempting, like this is how we should always be touching. Is forehead touching even a thing? Tell me more, I mutter, keen to hear this tale of his. Lawson finds my hair and drags gentle circles over my scalp. It's actually a love story. My heart comes to a complete stop. Oh. It didn't start off like that, though. It began with a devious plan to make a grumpy bastard like the holidays. I chuckle, and my heart restarts as a warm wave gently caresses my body. Did that plan work? His fingers stopped moving for a moment. It did. Chess, I can't... There are no words to express how much what you did means to me. You've made this Christmas truly unforgettable. Without a doubt, the best one of my life, and Yeah. I don't think you'll ever know how much I appreciate everything you've done. How much I appreciate you. I think I have an idea. Our foreheads stay connected as I say, it really was my pleasure. I'm sorry you don't have many good memories of this time of year. All I wanted to do was to show what the holidays could be like, what they should be like. It really boils down to surrounding yourself with good people. And you are a good person, Lawson. In spite of all the shit your family has put you through, you're kind and decent and loving. I can hear him sucking in air, opening his mouth to respond to that, so I draw back, needing to look into his eyes when I tell him. And don't pretend you're not. Yes, you can be moody and testy and prickly, but that's just your way of protecting yourself because you've been hurt by people who were meant to love you unconditionally and didn't. But that's on them. You're no one's mistake, and no one has the right to make you feel like you don't deserve to be here or that you don't belong. You do belong. I cradle his face in my hands and stare deeper into his eyes than I ever have before. You belong with me. For only the second time in the years I've known him, Lawson bows his head as tears stream down his cheeks. I catch them as they fall, wiping them away with the pads of my thumbs. He needs this release, so I give him all the time in the world. As long as he has tears to cry, I'm going to be right here by his side, brushing them away. After a while, he catches my wrist in his hand and looks up. His watery blue pools shimmer in the Christmas lights, and even though he's sad and vulnerable, he's as beautiful as I've ever seen him. Because underneath that sadness and vulnerability, there is a person who is stronger and has the potential to be happier than I think he's ever allowed himself to believe. But I see it. I love the Lawson I know, my best friend and roommate, but I also love the Lawson that's yet to come. The version of him that hasn't fully formed yet, because he's understandably cut up and broken about the crappy way his parents treated him. Maybe Project Got Me Merry is about more than just getting Lawson to enjoy the holidays, or yes, even fall for me. Maybe it's about Lawson realizing there is so much more for him to discover. About life, about the world, about himself. You said this was a love story, I prompt, still clutching his face between my palms. I can feel the fragility rolling off him, and it makes my chest churn with this deep, deep desire to do anything I can to protect him. He nods and sniffs. Yeah, at least I hope it is. The bashful look he sends me, shy yet buoyant and on the verge of even more tears, melts me. I'd like it to be. Preferably one of those stories with a happily ever after. His eyes widen, transforming from downcast to wide open and hopeful. I'd like that, Jess. So fucking much. I bring my mouth to his. He leans inward toward me until our lips touch. My eyelids close of their own accord, and that's how we stay. Our lips joined. But it's not a kiss, not really. It's more like we're just breathing together, as one. Our lips remain harmonized without moving. I can taste his sweet breath, feel it fan out over my face. It must look like the weirdest thing, the two of us sitting on the couch, frozen, kinda sorta but not really kissing. I don't care. The world outside these windows evaporates. All of it and everyone in it gone. There's nothing but law and me, our bodies connected by this one whisper-thin thread. My lips barely move as I mumble, "Want to know what the best part is?" What? Excitement purrs in my belly. We only have 4 more sleeps left until Christmas. 23. Lawson. The past 4 days have been next-level hectic. I'm grateful we got to put up Christmas decorations after the fun run because we wouldn't have been able to scrape together any time since then. The clinic's been overrun with animals. Well, asshole owners dumping their animals on the doorstep. Gus says it's an unfortunate occurrence that only seems to be increasing every year. People abandoning their animals before going away for the holidays, treating the vet clinic like their own private pet hotel. It's meant I've taken many drives down to Bishop's shelter. It's heartbreaking to know that so many animals are being disregarded and tossed out like garbage by their so-called owners. The only upside to it has been that it's given me the chance to put the final pieces of my plan together to unite Chess with the guy who's stolen his heart. Okay, the other guy who's stolen his heart. I stifle a yawn as I rub my hand over Chester's shoulder. He's sleeping heavily, curled up against me in a way that couldn't feel any more perfect. His head is tucked under my shoulder in a way I've quickly become accustomed to. Our bodies just fit so right together. My cheeks stretch happily as I reminisce about not only this past month, but also my entire friendship with Chess. Yes, he's a goofball. Kind, smart, hard-working, passionate, a lover of all animals. Too damn nice for his own damn good. Way too sexy and way too oblivious about it. But honestly, all of those things are why I like him so much. No, scratch that. Like's the wrong word. The right word is love. I love Chester Matthews, and I suck in a deep breath. I'm in love with him, too. My chest swells at the awareness. It's a light, expansive feeling. It doesn't come as a huge shock, because on some level I've known how I feel about him for a while now. It's more an acknowledgement than a sudden out-of-the-blue kick-in-the-balls realization. We haven't had any time to talk since Chester told me I belonged with him 4 nights ago, but that's only because we've been so busy. We're not avoiding each other, we're trying to skirt around the issue. Something real and beautiful is unfolding between us, and yes, it's scary as hell, but it also feels more right than anything in my entire life has. Because what Chester said was absolutely true. I do belong with him, and the same way that he belongs with me. And today, on Christmas Day, I'm going to show him exactly what that means. I lift my head off the pillow and glance out past the sides of the curtains. There's not much to see. It's still dark, and from what I can make out, there's no snow falling either. Damn, I really wanted Chess to wake up to a white Christmas. Since he's done so much for me these past few weeks, today the plan is simple. I'm going to spoil him rotten, starting with pancakes in bed. I brush my lips to his hair and take in the slow cadence of his breathing. He's still fast asleep. Good. That buys me a little time. I slip out from under the covers, get dressed, and tiptoe out of his bedroom, closing the door behind me without making a sound. I quickly use the bathroom before making a start on the pancakes. As I stir the batter, my mind wanders to the goodbyes we said to the vet shop boys' crew over the last 2 days. Noah and Hayes are staying in town. Noah will be on call, along with a few nurses. Hayes is so tired after a bumper holiday shopping rush. DLS was literally flying off the shelves in his warehouse. He's happy taking it easy at home. Fulton and Bishop will be spending today with Bishop's brother, Roman, before flying to spend the next few days with Fulton's family in upstate New York. Gus and Tate caught a red-eye to L.A. last night to spend the holiday with Tate's mom. It's funny. It almost seemed like Gus was more excited about spending time with Tate's mom than Tate. I shake my head, smiling. God, if Gus hadn't been the incredible guy he is and given both me and Chess this internship, who knows how much longer it would have taken us 2 knuckleheads to see what's been right in front of us this whole time. Chase and Fisher are spending the day with their girls, Piglets, and Frenchies. Fisher's folks are visiting them as well, so they have a very full house at the moment. Tyler and Daly are totally loved up. I'm sure they'd love nothing more than to stay inside, probably in bed. But Daly's grandma flew into town, so they'll be spending the holidays with her. Lockie and his husband Bailey flew down to Florida for a warmer break, staying in a resort that was recommended to them by Chase and Fisher. When Lockie mentioned them doing nothing other than sipping cocktails by the pool and making new friends, I couldn't help but notice he didn't seem all that keen on the idea. It almost felt like he was going along with it only to please his husband. I flicked my gaze out the window and let out an annoyed huff. Poolside cocktails are a lot more appealing than the mess going on outside. Still no snow, despite being frigid and blustery. The windows rattle as I slide the pancake onto a plate. Damn stupid weather system, I grumbled to myself in the empty kitchen. Harmony texted the group chat late yesterday, stuck in traffic in whiteout conditions on the I-40 somewhere in North Carolina, asking us to send a drone to kill her and put her out of her misery. She texted a few hours later saying they'd all arrived safely and that she was commissioning a drone to come get us since we refused to help her out. I'm happy our friends are off doing their thing today, but I couldn't think of anywhere I'd rather be, or anyone I'd rather be spending the day with than right here with Jess. Once the pancakes and a piping hot mug of coffee are ready, I place everything onto a rickety old tray I found after rummaging around the back of the pantry and made my way to Chester's bedroom. As I nudge the door open with my foot and enter, he stirs, lifting his head. His hair is all messy, sticking out in every direction, and he rubs the sleep from his eyes with his knuckles. Coffee? I smile, loving seeing and hearing him all groggy like this. It's a wonderful way to start the day. And pancakes. His whole face lights up brighter than the 6 scraggly trees scattered about in our living room and entryway, which, given they can't support the weight of actual lights, perhaps isn't the best metaphor. I set the tray at the foot of the bed and hand him the coffee. He brings the cup under his nose and inhales before taking a long sip. Merry Christmas, Chess.
Oh my God, yes. Merry Christmas, lol.
He almost loses his balance, springing to life and moving lightning fast to place the mug on the nightstand and tearing out of bed. He mulls me into a massive hug. His body is a furnace, heat radiating between us as our chests press together. I ruffle my hand through his sleep-rumpled hair. "Sleep well?" "The best," he replies, not moving an inch. When we do end the hug, he eyes the pancakes, which prompts me to say, "Eat, otherwise they'll get cold." His gaze lingers on me for a few more seconds.
"Okay."
He shuffles back under the covers while I arrange the tray over his lap. He takes a bite and makes a truly porn-worthy sound of approval.
So good.
I'm stuck on the sight of him, bathed in early morning sunlight, chewing happily, looking so goddamn beautiful. I made a small plate for myself, too, so I scoop it up and dig in.
I have a confession to make," he says once he's scarfed down almost all the pancakes.
I stop chewing. Okay. Should I be scared? Chess grins.
"No."
He places his finished plate on the empty side of the bed and reaches for the top drawer of his nightstand.
"I know we said we wouldn't get each other gifts, but I couldn't resist. So, sorry, and Merry Christmas."
The guy's already given me the best Christmas ever, and now this? It's almost too much. "You're not regifting Hayes's DLS, are you?" I tease. He turns back to face me with a small box in his hands.
"No. I was thinking that might come in handy. Later."
His eyebrows waggle mischievously as my cock pulses in approval at that suggestion.
"It's actually quite stupid,"
is what he says as he hands the small box over to me. I shake my head. You really shouldn't have. I peel away the wrapping paper. "Oh, Jess." I lift up the snow globe to my face. "This is awesome. I love it."
"It's silly."
There's an adorable red flush covering his neck.
"Do you, recognize anyone?"
Huh? His eyes curve toward the snow globe in my hands. I bring it even closer and squint to see... Holy shit, is that us? There are two little figurines in the middle, one dressed in all black that I assume is me, and one wearing nothing but a yellow Speedo and a Santa cap that's a throwback to Chester's Fun Run outfit.
It was a crazy last-minute idea I had after we did the run and it still hadn't snowed. I didn't want you to miss out altogether, and since I know you're a visual person, I thought seeing me in a Speedo might, do it for you.
Oh, it definitely does it for me. I drop my gaze to where my cock is desperately trying to free itself out of my pajama pants. Chess laughs, the adorable blush now splintering out over his jaw and rising up his cheeks. I inspect the globe even closer. And what's that between us?
Oh, shoot, sorry. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have done that.
I squint. The two figurines of me and Chess are running down the middle of the street with a small black and white shape between us. Is that Rudy? Chess nods, dropping his head.
Yeah, dumb, huh?
So many emotions flood me all at once, I'm speechless. This snow globe perfectly encapsulates everything I want. Chess, me, and Rudy. And yeah, the snow is a very welcome addition, too. After a while, I reply, "No, not dumb at all." I thought I'd hold off and do it later in the day, but my thudding heart is telling me now is the time. I race out of the room.
"Where are you?"
I don't hear the rest of Chester's question as I vault down the hall and into my room. I heave open the door to my closet and pick up the ginormous box. I return to Chest a few moments later, pretending to strain with the weight of the box I'm holding. "I have something for you, too." 24. Chester.
Lawson shot out of my bedroom so fast I didn't even get the chance to ask him what he was doing or where he was going before he whooshed back in. I can't believe he got me something, too, and Jiminy Cricket, I can't believe how freaking huge it is. So much for not giving each other gifts. I throw a quick glance over at the customized snow globe I got him, which suddenly looks like a whole lot of inadequate. Lawson's clutching a massive box that covers his entire chest. It's perfectly gift-wrapped in red paper with a Santa print, and by the way he's wrestling with the package, I'd say it's heavy as fudge. I officially feel like the worst best friend ever.
I jump out of bed. Here, let me help you with—
Nope, all good.
Lawson swats my hand away, placing the present on the bed with an almighty grunt. He wipes his hands across his forehead for good measure before aiming a sly, crooked grin my way. You really shouldn't have, I say, taking in the massive gift.
Yes, of course I should have.
He pulls me in for a side hug.
You have done so much these past few weeks to make me fall in love with Christmas, and what can I say? I have. And it's all because of you, so stop staring at me like a goofball and open the damn thing.
I will. But first, I wriggle out of his grip and lower slightly so that my lips can meet his. Merry Christmas, Lawson. He smiles into the kiss.
Merry Christmas, baby.
We pull back just a fraction so that we can see each other better. His mussed-up black hair, his sparkling blue eyes, his lithe arms around my body. Yeah, this is the best way to start Christmas Day ever.
But seriously,
he presses his forehead against mine.
Open the goddamn present. I'm dying to see your reaction.
I chuckle and step over to the bed. In the top right corner of the box is a small white envelope. I go to reach for it when Lawson slaps my hand away. He shoots me an incredulous look.
Who opens the card first?
I grin. You're ridiculous. I do.
You're killing me.
He flops down dramatically on the bed and, okay, since he seems to be so adamant about me opening the gift, I set the card beside where Law's lying down. He stretches his long legs out, his blue eyes shimmering, and I'm struck by how carefree he looks. He really is enjoying this. It's not just an act he's putting on for me.
Any guesses as to what it is?
He asks. I take another look at the massive gift and shrug. Dunno. Something big? His head falls back as he laughs.
You are such a dork.
The present is wrapped so nicely, a.k.a. professionally by an expert, since I've seen the way Law mangles shoving a sandwich into a sandwich bag. I feel bad about messing it up. I gingerly tap the corners of it, wondering what to do.
Just rip it off,
Lawson says, reading my mind.
When we're old and gray, then we can say things like—
He puts on an old-timey voice for this next bit.
It's such lovely wrapping paper that I'll peel it off carefully so that we can reuse it again next year.
It's my turn to laugh. A spark of warmth flickers in my chest, like in the way Law casually dropped us still being in each other's lives when we're older. I can picture it. Maybe his grumpiness now is practice for when we can both be grumpy old men. I can totally picture that. All right then, I concede. Guess there's only one way to do this. I'm not delicate at all as I shred the paper from the top of the box and— Oh, I frown. Underneath the wrapping paper is more wrapping paper? I shoot Law a confused look. What the fudge?
Looks like you'll have to keep going.
There's a thread of laughter in his voice as he encourages me to unwrap the next layer, and the next, and all the ones after that. I'm about 15, I'm guessing, layers in when the wrapping paper gives way to newspaper. I lose count when I bypass another 20 or so layers of newspaper wrapping. I discarded the first few bits of wrapping on the floor, doing my best to stack them in a neat pile, but now they've crept up off the floor and are surrounding the bed, too. It's like we're being engulfed in a puffed-up cloud as I peel off more and more layers of paper. I lose track of time, but I'd guess a solid 10 minutes passes while I continue unwrapping the most wrapped present of all time. Law crosses his feet at his ankles and angles his body toward me, propping himself up on his elbows. His blue eyes shimmer, never leaving me for a second. You're enjoying this, aren't you?
You have no idea.
By the time we're literally drowning in paper, Lawson's body is almost completely obscured by it, I finally reach what I hope is the actual gift itself. It's a black square box about 6 inches by 6 inches. If there's another 15 million teeny-tiny boxes in here, I am going to scream, I warn him.
Not 15 million, I swear.
Lawson.
You're sexy when you growl.
He makes a conciliatory gesture.
Okay, there are no more boxes, no more wrapping paper. Once you open that box, your Christmas present will be revealed.
Promise. He bobs his head, gnawing on his lower lip to prevent himself from smiling.
Promise.
I take a breath and open the box. Oh my God! I exclaim, my eyes snapping to Law. I drop onto the bed in shock. He sits up, crosses his legs beside me, and starts gently stroking my back. I don't understand, I say, staring at the photo in my hand. He presses a soft kiss to my cheek.
His name is Rudy. He's a two-legged Newfoundland. No one seems to want him except for this one beautiful and brilliant guy I know. So, I figured we'd adopt him and treat Rudy to a lifetime of slow walks, snacks, and suffering through your terrible movie choices.
I snort, my gaze still fixed on the photo of Rudy, my head a scrambled mess trying to catch up to what I think is going on here. How is this even real? Am I dreaming? Rudy's tongue is sticking out the corner of his mouth as he looks up at the camera. He really is the cutest thing ever. When did you take this?
When we had that influx of animals being dropped off at the clinic, I did at least 6 trips to the shelter. But I had the idea a few weeks ago and have been putting it into motion ever since. It's all set with Bishop. You'll just need to come down to sign some paperwork, but once we move, this pooch is ours.
I'm still in shock, coming to terms with everything. I jerk my head up. Wait, we're moving?
Well, we can't bring Rudy back here, can we? There's even less space now that you've filled it with all this wrapping paper.
Right, that's my fault entirely. I deadpan.
I'll forgive you, baby.
I'm treated to another kiss, this time on my forehead. I close my eyes and let the reality sink in. Rudy is mine. Actually, no, even better. He's ours.
The lease is up next month. I've been looking around online. If we're happy to move out a bit farther, we can get a house with a backyard for the same as what we're paying here. I hope that's okay.
Are you kidding me? Of course it's okay.
Because if I overstepped the mark and made assumptions about your preferred living situation...
I cut him off with my lips. The beauty of what law has done for me finally registering fully in my brain. This is, hands down, the most touching gesture I've ever received. The kiss is the perfect Christmas kiss, warm and deep and cinnamony. We're going to be Paulrins, I murmur against his lips.
Not just any Paulrins, the best ones ever.
Thank you, Law. I'm so happy I could burst.
Can you wait until after you read your card?
Oh, oot! I slapped the side of my face. In all the excitement about Rudy, I'd almost forgotten about the card. Hand it over, I order playfully, but there's a look of hesitation on Lawson's face. I peer down at the envelope he's holding pensively between his fingers. He passes it over as a strange sensation comes over me. In the space of a few short seconds, the energy in the room has done a complete 180, and I don't know why. All I know is there's something in this card that has got Law looking uncharacteristically nervous, which, in turn, makes me nervous. I tear at the envelope as soon as I get it and pull the card out, except it's not just one card. I can tell immediately by the weight of them. The first card has an outline of a deer head and reads, "You're very dear to me." I can't help but laugh. Let me guess. Fulton, we say at the same time. I open the card to find another one in it. It says, "Baby, it's cold outside." And then in Law's unmistakable messy scrawl, he's added, "And no fucking snow either." I'm smiling as I open the next card. It's an image of mistletoe with a custom-made caption, "You can never have too much good luck, right?" I think this one's my favorite so far. I say, recalling those very words that led to our first kiss. Lawson grins, but says nothing, and I can sense he's still on edge about something. I don't press him, though, as I'm guessing it's probably got something to do with these cards. I'm still smiling as I unfold the next one. It's got a snow globe on it with the caption, "At least we're not isolating this year." And the one after that, it's a cop pulling Santa and his reindeer over. The speech bubble above the police officer reads, "Just milk and cookies, huh? Please step out of the sled, sir." But my breath hitches in my throat when the following card reveals, "And suddenly you were my everything." I look up at Law. He's staring at me in a way I've never seen before. It's intense and vulnerable and hopeful all at the same time.
"There's just one more card left,"
he says in a shaky whisper. It's blank, just black, and nothing else. As I open the card to read the inscription, I hear a faint,
"It's okay if you say no."
But it muffles into the background.
Even through misty eyes, it's difficult to miss the 5 words written on it in capital letters. Will you be my boyfriend? I cover my mouth, but I'm helpless against the tears that start streaming down my face. Lawson's voice cracks when he asks, "What's wrong, Jess?" 25. Lawson. Oh, shit, fuck, motherfucking butthole cavity search. What the hell have I done? Chester's crying, and it's all because of me. I've somehow managed to ruin what was meant to be his best Christmas day ever, although I'm baffled as to what I've done wrong. Before I get the chance to spiral any deeper, one word jolts me out of my confusion. Yes. Chess is still dabbing his eyes and trying to brush the tears off his face. Did you just say yes? I double-checked to make sure I heard right. He nods, snorts, and then hiccups all at once, and somehow it's the most precious thing I've ever seen. Oh, thank fuck. I collapse onto the bed, wrapping paper engulfing me from all sides as I flap my arms through it like I'm making a snow angel. You had me worried there for a second. Chester wades through the paper, pushing it off the bed and swimming over to where I'm lying. I have a hard time saying no to you. Careful. I reach up to brush away the last remaining tears off his face. As your boyfriend, I reserve the right to use that against you at any time in the future for any reason whatsoever. Another nod, snort, hiccup follows. I'll have to watch what I say from now on. No. I bring my hand back down as Chess lies beside me. Don't ever change. Don't ever censor yourself. Don't ever hold anything back from me. Okay? His eyes darken, darting from left to right, deep in thought. He's building up to something, and I find myself holding my breath as he starts to speak. Well, in that case, I love you, Law. I mean, I'm in love with you, and I have been for a while now. I'm in love with you, too. The words spill out of my mouth before I can stop them, but why would I want to do that? Chester Matthews is my boyfriend, and all I've said is the truth. I am in love with the best guy in the whole frickin' world. Wait, you said for a while. How long are we talking here? Is it since that time I beat you when we watched Mean Girls and we had to take a shot whenever someone said Regina George's full name? Chess grins. Before then. Let me think. I tap my fingers against my chin. Was it 2 Christmases ago when I threw a tantrum Christmas shopping when that rude bitch cut in front of us in line, turned around, and then flipped me off? Earlier than that. I flick an eyebrow. Just how much earlier are we talking about here, Chess? His grin drops off his face, his whole demeanor closing in like a tortoise ducking for cover under its shell. Well, pretty much the whole time we've been friends. What? Are you serious? He nods, averting my gaze. I need a moment to process this. I quickly run a mental montage in my head of our friendship, searching back through the years for any clues I may have missed that may have indicated Chess had been sending more than just best friend vibes my way. I give up when I decide it's impossible to do. For me, Chester's always been Chester. Bright, happy, smiley. There's no way I can worm my way into his brain and possibly know what he's been thinking or feeling or seeing all this time. One question floats to the surface, and it's one only he can answer. Why didn't you say anything sooner? I ask softly. There's no judgment behind it, just curiosity. As much as I wish he had turned to look at me, I'm going to resist the temptation to hook my fingers under his chin to make that happen. He's not ready for that yet. What he needs right now is space, and as much as I'd give anything to touch him right now, it could make him feel like he's boxed in or trapped. I know that's how it would make me feel if the roles were reversed. Now that I think about it, I can't really come up with a good answer. His voice stays low, laced with emotion. Hey. I reach my hand out and leave it hanging between us. It's an invitation, but I leave it up to him whether he accepts it or not. He casts his head up, slowly, Calmly, he reaches out for me. As soon as our fingers touch, I tap into them 3 times. I see his smile grow. He bumps my fingers back 4 times, and then finally, because he's ready, he looks up at me.
What we have is so good. And I know how you feel about relationships.
Felt, I interrupt. I can't help it. I have to correct him as it dawns on me that all my smack talk about being allergic to relationships over the years has probably played some role in Chester keeping quiet about his feelings.
I'm not blaming you, he says. I just never wanted to push too hard in case I pushed you away.
That's fair. Our fingers stay tangled. I'm sorry if I ever made you feel like you couldn't talk to me about this.
And I'm sorry for not being braver and bringing this up sooner. Maybe we can chalk it up to a Christmas miracle?
That makes me laugh.
Sure, let's go with that.
I bring his fingers to my mouth and gently brush my lips over them. Best Christmas miracle of all time.
Actually,
my eyes lock on his. Yes?
Well, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but maybe an even better Christmas miracle would be you fucking your boyfriend for the first time?
And just like that, we have a new winner. I gulp, then laugh, then shake my head, then... Fuck, how did I get so lucky finding you?
I'm the lucky one, trust me.
Chess runs his hands down my chest and grabs my bulge.
I've seen how big your dick is.
We both chuckle as we kiss and undress in record time, whipping up a tornado of wrapping paper all around us.
You know what?
Chess says once we're both naked.
Let's switch rooms. I feel like we're drowning in here.
Good idea. I smack his bare ass. Lead the way. I want to admire the view. Chess shakes his head and takes my hand, leading the way to my room. Once inside, he dives onto the bed and I follow, landing on top of him. We begin kissing, but I pull back. Actually, would you mind fucking me first, please? I kind of have this fantasy about being crushed under your body while you fuck me into the mattress. Chester's eyes go wide before he plunges down and attacks my neck with his mouth.
And you say I'm the one with the dirty mouth.
His deep, low growl vibrates against the hollow of my throat as he flips us over so that I'm on my back and he's on top of me. He licks his way down my neck into my chest, circling my nipples with his slick tongue.
Let me just get you ready first,
he murmurs. If getting me ready involves more of what you're doing, then feel free to take all the time in the world. Chess stops lapping at my nipple, looks up and breaks into an uneven smile.
Oh, I fucking plan to. I am going to devour you piece by piece until you are begging me to come.
Yes, fucking please. And I know he means it too. This isn't going to be some quickie smash and dash thing. It's going to be long and dirty and loving all at the same time. Chester is on a mission to send me to a place I've never been before, and I am ready for it. Even if it is bordering on tortuous, just how slow he's kicking things off. First, he takes what feels like forever to retrieve lube and a condom from his nightstand. Then there's the eternity, or what feels like one, he dedicates to prepping me with 1, 2, and then finally 3 fingers. By the time his sheathed cock is at my entrance, I'm such a quivering mess it's bordering on being embarrassing. I'm lying on the bed, flat on my stomach, arms outstretched. Need you, I growl without looking back. He lines the head of his cock flush against me, but doesn't press in. The bed bounces as he drapes himself over me. His arms span wide, covering my arms, interlacing our fingers.
Am I too heavy?
It's a grumble that sets fire to my skin. Not at all. He's the perfect kind of heavy on top of me, the type I've been fantasizing about for a while now. His chest meets my back as his cock descends into me. I blabber incoherently as my body instinctively arches to meet him.
Okay,
he checks. He's barely sunk into me. Not okay, I growl, impatiently wiggling my ass. I want more. I want
my cock filling your hole.
I think I'm going to black out from anticipation. Jesus, fuck yes! Chess lowers himself onto his elbows, forcing even more of his weight on me. Before I know what's happening, his hips roll and his cock fills my channel until he bottoms out. I cry out in sheer ecstasy, the stretch burning in the most exquisite way possible. Chester's mouth is at my ear, and his hungry tongue messily slides around my lobe as he thrusts in and out of me. He begins with a slow, steady pace, giving me time to get used to him while his fiery breath and low moans purr in my ear.
You're so tight, baby,
he mutters, his voice dropping into a low purr. It's 'cause I hardly ever bottom. I breathe out. All movement stops. There's just the pressure of his smooth, heaving chest pinning me down.
Really?
Yeah. Only did it a couple of times before and regretted it. Wrong, guys. I should have waited for you. He lowers, bringing even more weight onto me, and it's the most amazing sensation ever. I feel so safe with him inside of me, on top of me, all around me. I know I can tell him anything, be my complete and total self with Chester, and he'll never hurt me. His thighs caress the outsides of my legs, and he brings them in closer, making my hole clench even more around his cock.
Don't worry, Law. I'll make you forget about everyone else.
My admission has lit a fire in Chester as he begins fucking into me with a wild, urgent abandon. I close my eyes, letting my body rock and bob underneath him as he speeds up to a furious pace. Bliss washes over me, every corner of my body consumed by pleasure, the likes of which I didn't think was humanly possible. It's like the time we first kissed. Something snapped in him, and he let his desire overtake him. Same thing's happening right now. He's lost all control, his hips rocking and canting furiously against me, his balls slapping the insides of my thighs, and a stream of low grunts falling out the sides of his mouth.
Getting close.
His voice is so low it's practically a bass line. Do it. I clamped down around his cock, pounding into me. Come inside me. I hate that he's wearing a condom, but since we haven't properly discussed things, it was a sensible option. But one day soon, I'm going to feel my best friend... my boyfriend's come inside me. Chess lets out an almighty roar that I do my best to stifle with the pillow I fling over my shoulder. He bites into it as his body rocks, an earthquake of spasms. Heavy, ragged breaths whoosh out of him. He shakes his head, and the raspberry sounds of his cheeks wobbling back to life make me smile. Was that good? I ask.
It was okay.
We stay connected with him inside me for a few more moments, savoring the closeness we've experienced, not ready for it to be over yet.
I'm going to have to come out, baby,
he whispers. I give a small nod. Okay.
Ready? On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3...
He eases out of my body with great care, but the loss is immediate. I shiver, even though it's not cold. He collapses by my side, and I realize I actually am cold. I miss being blanketed by my 200-pound marshmallow boyfriend. I can tell he's drained, but he's still considerate enough to grab the comforter and drag it over our bodies.
I was kidding before. That wasn't okay, Lol,
he says, settling the comforter over me so that it covers me completely, his warm brown eyes searing into mine.
That was beyond words.
I smile and agree. Yeah, it was. Now, I believe you mentioned something about me getting to fuck my boyfriend earlier. That perks him right up.
Are you sure?
Baby, I cradle his face in my hands. Let me make you feel as incredible as you've made me feel. Unless you need some more time. Chester's whole face ignites, a sexy smile stretching his lips wide. He kicks the comforter off us so hard it flies off the bed.
I've waited long enough, Law.
I want you inside me right fucking now.
26. Chester.
I was feeling boxed in and trapped earlier, and I had no one else to blame but myself. Lawson's question before was such a simple one. Why hadn't I told him about my feelings sooner? All the reasons I had, not wanting to damage our friendship, knowing how he felt about relationships, felt so pathetic when it came time to articulate them out loud. If I'd have known revealing how I felt would have ended up with me having the most intense body-rocking orgasm of my life, and now having my best friend's cock buried deep inside me, believe me, I would have spoken up a long time ago.
Is this good, baby?
Lawson asks, digging his fingers into my hips. I'm on my hands and knees on the bed, and he's standing on the floor behind me. I throw a quick glance over my shoulder. Perfect. I moan as he hits a good spot. Not the prostate, but somewhere in the near vicinity. All that stretching you did really opened me up good. Lawson's eyes look like they're about to roll out the back of his head. I smile to myself, loving the reaction I can draw from him. For all these years, he's been the one eliciting responses from me. It's only fair I get to do the same to him now. I drop my head onto the bed and swing my arms back. My fingers grip my ass cheeks, and I spread them wider. I can tell the exact moment when Law notices what I'm doing, because he lets out a gasp. Like what you see, I tease. He doesn't respond with words, but with an increased frenzy of thrusts, drawing deeper and harder into me, letting me know he's enjoying the view. Lawson's a visual guy, and what can I say? I like to give my boyfriend what he wants. Boyfriend. It's finally happened. Lawson is my boyfriend, and I couldn't be any happy. Motherfuck! I cry out in ecstasy as pleasure ripples throughout my entire body. Prostate. Law guesses correctly. Yeah, yes. Harder, baby, right there. Oh, shit, yes. Yes. Give it to me. As it turns out, Lawson's got a lot to give. His fingers claw into my hip so hard, creating bruises I'm sure will take days to fade. Not that I mind, I can't think of anything better than having a physical reminder of what we've done. He speeds up even more, his hips galloping against my body. I do my best to meet his pace, pushing back and sinking his cock even farther into me. So close, he grits out. I spread my knees out wider, and the slight change in angle sends him crashing over the edge. With a roar to rival mine, and potentially scare the life out of our neighbors, Lawson unleashes. I wait until he stops moving. His body stops quaking before carefully pulling myself up and forward. Law's spent cock slips out of me. I flip around onto my back and hook the backs of my calves against the front of his shoulders. He drops his head, and I can see the curve of his cheeks rising as he smiles, taking me in. Show's not over yet, buddy boy, I murmur. I dip my fingers into my crack to smear them with lube. I grease my cock up and start stroking myself. Lawson's eyes flit between my cock and my face, his soft hands rubbing up and down my legs. You're beautiful, Chess. His voice is laced with wonder as I bring myself closer. So fucking beautiful. I'm so turned on it doesn't take me long to come a second time. I keep my gaze firmly locked on Law, his eyes bulging wide as I coat my stomach with white ropes. He slowly lowers each of my legs down until my feet touch the mattress, and then lies down beside me. I'm on my back, pretty sure I'm unable to move, so he nestles into me. We're in the exact mirror positions of how we sleep, and it feels nice like this. Well, except for the cooling cum on my belly, but I don't think either one of us has the energy to get up just yet. We drift off into an unexpected morning nap, and then we fall into a lovely routine for the rest of the day. Sex, shower, watch a Christmas movie, repeat. Somewhere in amongst all of that, I video call my parents and brothers and sisters. We exchange a few dozen texts with the vet shop boys gang, and Lawson even fires off the obligatory texts to his parents, and doesn't seem too bothered when they take forever to respond. He doesn't complain, not even once, about the lack of snow outside either.
Want to look at some real estate listings?
Lawson suggests between rounds 2 and 3 of sex. Sure.
I grab my iPad and a blanket so we can snuggle on the couch while we search for our new home. Lawson was right. By moving away a few miles, we can get a pretty decent house with a yard for about the same price as what we're paying here. I can't wait to have Rudy with us, I say, my chest going light as I conjure up the life the three of us are going to have.
Me either, baby. From the moment you saw him, you fell for him, huh?
Yeah. Seems I have a tendency to do that. Law bundles me in closer.
Won't hear me complaining.
We bookmark a few houses that look promising, but it's pretty hard keeping our hands off each other. And since I no longer have to restrain myself, I don't even bother trying. It doesn't matter whether we're hanging out and watching a movie, making out, or making love. There's nothing better than being with Lawson. No more secrets, no more withheld feelings. Everything is out in the open, and I make a vow to myself to not hold anything back from him ever again. There's no use blaming myself for not speaking up earlier. It won't achieve anything. I can't change the past, but I can learn from that experience and commit to being more open, more honest about anything and everything from now on. I want this thing with Lawson to work, and relationships require communication. Wow.
What?
Lawson lazily strokes my arm after our third sex session for the day. It just hit me. You and me, we're in a relationship. Lawson grins.
God, that sounds so grown up.
It does. I hesitate. Are you scared?
Nope.
His eyelashes flutter as he leans in for a soft kiss.
This is you and me, baby. We got this. As long as we keep doing this talking thing, I think we'll be fine.
What about the dirty talking thing? His eyes ignite.
Yeah, definitely need to keep doing that. Much more of that. Daily would be ideal.
I'll see what I can do. I throw back a laugh before turning serious for a moment. I will talk more. I promise. I want us to work out so bad, and I'd do anything to make that happen. You make me so happy.
Oh, baby.
His lips brush over my jaw.
You make me so happy, too.
Christmas morning gives way to Christmas afternoon, gives way to Christmas evening. It's a lazy, relaxed day, and after all the hectic fun of the past few weeks, this is pure bliss. Project Got Me Merry has been a huge success in more ways than one. I've loved these holidays and all the fun we've had, and this really is the perfect culmination. Just me and Law together with the rest of our lives stretching out before us. We end the day in the same space where we started it, in bed, but with one significant difference. We've gone from best friends to boyfriends, and it's the most amazing, delicious thing in the world. But there is a close contender for second place. Jiminy cricket, fuck, that feels good. We're up to our our fifth round of lovemaking. I'm on my back. Law is plowing into me, and I recognize the signs that he's getting close. He has the cutest little tells. His jaw tightens, his shoulders twitch, and his eyes narrow in concentration. A rush of happiness flows through me, realizing I'll get to spend, hopefully many, many years getting to know every single thing about this incredible, loving, sometimes snarky guy I get to call my boyfriend. Close, he groans, confirming what I already knew. As much as I've enjoyed taking all four of his loads inside of me, this will probably be our last session for the day. Seriously, I don't think our bodies are capable of withstanding anymore, so I decide to offer him something I know he'll treasure. A bonus Christmas present, if you will. Come on me, I say as his thrusting intensifies. Sweat beads and slides down the sides of his face. The look of concentration he's got is so freaking cute. You sure, baby? I don't want you to do anything you don't want to. I can't describe how good it feels to hear him say that. We don't have to do it every time, I pant, but I want it right now. I want you to blow all over me. Lawson pulls out of me slowly and then starts furiously jacking himself off. I dig my heels into his ass as a way of encouraging him. It doesn't take long for him to find his release, his cock spurting white liquid over my lower stomach and covering my cock and balls with it. Lawson looks down at the mess he made on me and chuckles.
Guess it is a white Christmas after all.
It really is, I say in awe at the sight I'm witnessing. Lawson glances up at me, frowns, and then follows my gaze to where it's aimed. Outside the window pane,
The first flakes of the season have just begun to fall. His eyes bulge. Wow. If I'd known all it would take to summon the snow would be to spend all day making love to my boyfriend, we could have done this a whole lot earlier. I laugh, exhausted, sexed out, and so deliriously happy. Lowell settles beside me, little spooning his back against my front, as we lie side on, staring out the window. There's nothing but a blur of white outside, but we're nice and snug inside. It's the perfect way to end a Christmas day I'll remember for the rest of my life. I reach behind me and scoop my phone up off the nightstand. I open Spotify and bring up an entirely appropriate song. The first few notes begin to play. "What's this?" Lawson asks. "Bing Crosby," I reply, thinking he might need a few moments until the song kicks into the part where he starts singing. But even hearing the lyrics doesn't seem to help Law. "Bing Crosby? Is that a sex position?" I groan into his shoulder. "Please tell me you're kidding." "I am not, but I definitely wouldn't mind binging your Crosby some more." This time I nibble into his shoulder. Lawson squeals with laughter. "Oh, are you giving me a Bing Crosby? Is that what's happening right now? I'm not normally into biting, but I can get on board with this." "Will you please stop talking?" I say around my own laughter. "One more thing." He rolls around so that he's facing me. He strokes my cheek and studies me intently. "Thank you, Chester, for making this the best Christmas ever." He reaches for my fingers, and as he presses down 3 times, he mouths the words, "I love you." I smile, loving the new update to our secret code. I take his fingers in mine, and with each squeeze I mouth back, "I love you, too." Epilogue. Lawson. 11.5 months later.
Oh, yeah. Like that. More. Oh, Jiminy Cricket. Fuck.
If there's anything hotter in the world than making love to Chester as he completely loses his mind underneath me, then I don't want to know about it. Chess curls his fingers around his cock, and I can tell he's close. I am too, but I've developed a little habit of making sure Chess always comes first. He calls it gentlemanly, bless his innocent heart. I just love seeing his O face. And okay, maybe I'm being a little gentlemanly too. It's our second Christmas together, but the first where we've been a couple since the very beginning of the holiday season. We decided our official anniversary would be Christmas Day, since that's when we first said we loved each other. So we're just 2 weeks shy of celebrating our first of what I hope will be many years together. Christmas celebrations at the clinic, much like they were last year, are in full swing. It was a bummer leaving the gang in January, but we had to go back and finish our studies. Once we graduated in the spring, Gus offered us both positions as junior vets. We accepted in a heartbeat. My mind briefly drifts to the revenge Christmas plan we have in store for the crew tomorrow, but I'm sharply yanked back into the present moment when I feel Chester's channel clench around my cock.
"I'm getting real close, baby,"
he growls. I scoop down lower and claim my boyfriend's mouth in a hungry, desperate kiss that hopefully shows him how much I love him, that he makes me the happiest, snarky asshole in the world, then I never want to spend another day in my life without him, that he's the gosh dang one for me. Sorry. What can I say? After a year of boyfriending, a few chessisms have slipped into my vocab. I want you to come first, baby, I tell him, staring into those 2 big brown eyes looking up at me so lovingly.
"Oh, fuck me,"
he groans, fisting his cock harder. Luckily for me, Chester's sex vocab is as hot and dirty as ever. He starts coming.
"I love you, Law,"
he sputters, coating himself with his release.
"So fucking much."
The visual is enough to set me off as I follow hot on his trail, unloading in his ass. We progressed to no condoms pretty quickly after getting tested. We even gave that whole talking thing a good workout, sitting down and discussing monogamy and how important it is to both of us. It didn't need to be said, since we both already had an inkling we were on the same page about it, but we wanted to. I never want there to be any unspoken words or room for misunderstanding between us. "Let me get you cleaned up, baby," I say, pressing a kiss to his sweat-sheened forehead. I dash into the ensuite and run some water over a cloth to get it damp. We didn't end up renting a house like we had planned to last Christmas. We did something even better. We bought a place. Chester's parents lent us some money for the deposit. It's a fixer-upper for sure, but it's only a few blocks away from Chase and Fisher's place. The gang helped us move in, and in an unofficial exchange, Chase helped us with some of the bigger renovation work, especially the floorboards, which apparently he had some recent experience with, while he and Fisher have an unlimited monthly subscription to a babysitting service known as Chess and Law's Babysitting Co. We love their girls so much, and we've even talked about having kids one day, too. For now, we're happy with the fur baby we have. I return to our bedroom, and Chess is battling hard to stay awake, blissing out in his post-O haze. I clean him up delicately, and he jolts and startles as the cloth tickles his skin. It's officially the cutest thing ever. "We should probably let Rudy in," he says once I'm done, battling hard to keep his eyes open. "Yeah, we should." I place a kiss on his temple. "I'll get him, baby. You stay here and relax." Chester hums happily as I slip out of the bedroom and retrieve the two-legged love of our life. Rudy has velcroed himself to us, and I honestly can't imagine not having him in our lives. Well, except for when we're intimate, of course. That would just be weird. He wheels into the room behind me and up the small ramp we installed for him at the foot of the bed, taking his place in between our feet. We got a supersized bed, prompted by a suggestion from Chase, actually, since Rudy's not the smallest dog in the world. Plus, he has his wheelchair. This way, we all have room. I was hesitant about how it would all work, the three of us sleeping in the one bed, but I've discovered something new about myself this past year. I have a horrible habit of not being able to say no to my boyfriend. "I don't know why I'm so tired," Chester says, then 2 seconds later lets out a massive yawn. "One, I just shagged the life out of you." "You're welcome." I take his hand in mine, bring it to my mouth, and pepper it with feather-like kisses. "And 2, we've spent the entire day getting a tree and decorating this place with more lights than the North Pole." "The North Pole doesn't have Christmas lights." He stops only to yawn again. "But it's cute that you think it does." "Hey, give me a break here," I tease, carefully readjusting my legs so that I don't wake Rudy, who's already snoring loudly. I lie down on my pillow so that I'm facing Chester. It's taken me 22 years to actually like Christmas. I have some catching up to do. "And do you?" Chester strokes the side of my face. "Like Christmas, I mean." I nod. "Yeah, I actually do. And it's all your fucking fault." Chester snorts and I laugh, thinking if only my former self could see me now. I should be hating the holidays. I should be hating the massive furball that's wedged itself into our lives and makes me do things like give up 2 hours of my weekend to food prep for him, since Rudy deserves more than store-bought dog food, according to a certain someone. I should be hating that I've got a group of friends that I can rely on, and that see me for who I am and for some reason still seem to like me. I should be hating that I've settled down with someone so warm and hopeful and optimistic, who always tries to see the best in others and in the world, and in me. But I don't. I fucking love it. All of it. I'm in a really good place and loving life more than I ever have. And even though things aren't any better with my family, there's been no Christmas miracle on that front, unfortunately, I'm trying to let go of some of the anger I feel toward them. They're human, and they're just doing the best they can do, even if their best is pretty fucking woeful. Who knows, maybe one day things will improve, but until then I'm just going to live my best life and focus on the things I can control. Project Got Me Merry may have started off as a way to get me to like Christmas, but it's been so much more than that. It's opened me up to a whole new way of approaching life, and I can't put into words how special that is. Don't get me wrong, I am still very much me. I can be snarky, even grumpy sometimes. I've just undergone a few software updates. Lawson 2.0 is far from perfect, but he's getting better. I stroke the side of Chester's face. You make me so happy, baby.
You do love my ass, he jokes.
I grin. I do, but I don't mean that.
Well, I don't mean just that.
Chester's eyes narrow slightly as he senses the shift in my energy. I interlace our fingers, take a breath, and let the words pour out of me. This past year with you has changed me in so many good ways. I still have a lot of work to do, but I've become more open, more of myself in ways that still confuse me, but I know are ultimately good for me. I've never fit in anywhere. Not with whatever few friends I had, and sure as fuck not with my family. But with you, baby, I have it all. You're my friend, my family, and my boyfriend all rolled into one. For the first time in my life, my throat tightens. I feel like I'm a part of something bigger than myself. I feel like I belong.
Oh, Lawson.
He cradles my face in his big, soft hands.
You do belong.
Right at that moment, Rudy lets out a massive fart.
You have to belong, Chess amends, because there's no way I can handle that all on my own.
I laugh and look down at our sleeping pooch. I'll get us some water and open the door to let some fresh air in, I say. When I slip back into the room, the first thing Chester says is,
Why are you evil smirking right now?
I hand him the water. Am I?
Thanks. You are.
He takes a sip.
You're thinking about tomorrow, aren't you?
I chuckle, unable to help myself. Yeah, I am. Chester's eyes sparkle with mischief.
I can't fudging wait.
Chester.
If I thought last year's Christmas was out of this world spectacular, this year's is on track to be even better. For one thing, we've already put the Christmas decorations around the house up. Unlike last year, we had our pick of whatever we wanted. While it was tempting to go for a deep green balsam fir with a lovely aroma, we instead chose 2 mid-sized trees. They're not as scraggly as the ones we had last year, but they were likely to be overlooked by most people. Instead, they found a nice home, framing each side of our fireplace beautifully. There are no weird weather systems around this year either. Brookhaven copped a dumping of snow in late November, and it's been snowing intermittently ever since. That's made Lawson a very happy camper. Rudy has settled in well with us and is doing great. I'm constantly in awe of how much joy he brings us. From the moment I laid eyes on him at Bishop's Shelter, I knew he was special. And thanks to my incredible boyfriend, I'm now lucky enough to have him in my life. Animals with special needs respond better than other animals to a routine, so we made sure to establish a regular one with him. Rudy also requires a higher level of care, such as his twice-a-day antibiotics, daily baths, monthly veterinarian visits, that part is easy, regular grooming sessions, and constantly being on the lookout for dangerous urinary tract infections. It costs time, effort, and money, but it's so worth it. Falling asleep with my 2 favorite guys in the world is something I wouldn't trade for anything. But the best thing about my life would have to be Lawson. We're creating a life I could only dream about together. Our first pet, our first home, and our second Christmas together. Life doesn't get much better than this. Thanks for last night, I say over breakfast. Lawson's buttering some toast. He stops and pins me with a cheeky smile. You never have to thank me for sex. Believe me, baby, it's more than my pleasure. I love when he's like this. Relaxed, happy, joking around like the doofus he is. I don't just mean about the sex, although, geez, how is it that we're only getting better? He doesn't say anything, just laughs. I continue. But I meant about opening up to me about how you're feeling. Thank you. Law still doesn't open up super easily. It's not something I'm forcing him to do. Instead, I just encourage it when it happens and leave it be. Relationships are built on communicating together, not on trying to change the other person. Hopefully talking does lead to change, but it has to be because the person making the change wants it. Lawson's face goes red, and he mutters something about a Christmas miracle under his breath. He's using humor as a sign to brush it off, so I don't push any more other than to say, I just want you to know I love you more than words and finger taps can ever express.
I love you too, baby.
We take Rudy out for a walk after breakfast. When we get back, I ask Law, "So, are we ready to put your evil Christmas plan into action?"
Mine?
He pretends to look shocked.
No, let's be clear on something. This is our plan.
I chuckle. He has a point. When we found out that there was no such thing as a Santa Speedo fun run tradition, and that the vet gang had come up with it as a so-called fun prank to play over 2 innocent interns, I knew something had to be done about it. We couldn't let the guys get away with it scot-free. So this year, we're turning the tables and subjecting the crew to a slice of Christmas pie revenge. We're halfway through the month-long holiday festivities at the clinic. At least we weren't lied to about that. It really is something they do every year. The kickoff party was at Noah and Hayes' renovated house, and everyone had a blast. Fulton and Bishop hosted another fun trivia night, and Chase and Fisher have big plans for their Christmas extravaganza coming up next week. In some ways, I'm enjoying the festivities even more this year since I've gotten to know everyone so much better. The guys, and Harmony, have become like a second family to both of us. But that's not going to stop me extracting revenge on them for what they did to us last year. 3 days ago, Lawson and I finally sprang it on them. We had initially wanted to keep it a secret until the very day of, but we figured that was probably taking it a step too far. This was meant to be a fun revenge prank. We didn't want anyone to feel uncomfortable or forced into doing something they didn't want to do. So they've all had 3 days to think about it. Lawson and I made it clear that if anyone doesn't want to participate, that's 100% fine too. There's absolutely no pressure for them to be involved. It's totally their choice.
How many do you think will show up?
Lawson asks on the drive over to the studio. I tap my fingers against the steering wheel. I'm pretty confident most will, if not all.
I love your optimism, baby.
I turn into the parking lot. And my ass. Don't forget how much you love that. We're holding hands and laughing as we step into the studio. The photographer we hired is setting up his equipment. The animals from Bishop's shelter are there and being tended to by shelter staff, and Harmony has just arrived. She's inserted herself into the totally real, not made up in the slightest role of photographer's assistant. Despite Law taking photos of the guys dropping their pants and parading around in their Speedos before the fun run last year, she's still pissed she had to work that day and missed seeing it in person. I have a feeling that by the end of today, she won't give last year's shenanigans a second thought. We've organized a Vet Shop Boys calendar shoot. All proceeds raised from sales of the calendar will be split between Bishop's shelter and a local LGBTQIA homeless organization. The twist? It's a Speedo calendar shoot. So yep, all the guys will need to strip down and show the world what they're working with. I mean, it wouldn't be a very good revenge plan without a mild dose of public humiliation, would it? Since we're early, we make sure the photographer has everything she needs, and then we go hang out with the shelter staff.
How many do you think will show up?
Law asks for the second time, since there's really not much else for us to do. I think Fulton and Bishop for sure, since, Bishop's so kindly allowing us to feature some of the animals from the shelter in the shoot.
Yeah, I agree,
Law says.
Do you think Lockie will come up? Or what about Monty?
Hard to know for sure. The 2 newish vets have both had such interesting love journeys getting to where they are now. Monty joined the clinic after we wrapped up our internship in January, and, let's just say his first Thirsty Thursday visit to the bakery with Gus is one he won't ever forget. It changed his life in a way he never could have expected. And then, there's poor Lockie and everything he's had to endure. The last thing anyone saw coming was him discovering his husband was... The door to the studio swings open and Lawson and I snap our heads in unison. "Mate!" Lockie drawls in his unmissable Australian accent.
That means friend, sign of affection.
Lawson stage whispers into my ear. Yeah, I'm familiar with that one. I chuckle, side-hugging him as I start counting the number of people following him inside. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. Perfect! The entire gang is here, and they brought their partners. I clap my hands together. Let's get started, you guys. Harmony stands in front of the large group and pulls out one of those black and white clapperboards directors use in Hollywood. She grins, holding it up. I bought this the second I heard about what these knuckleheads have come up with. She tips her head to Law and me. That draws a predictable round of muttering and faux complaining from the guys. Just a reminder, I point out. No one is forced to be here. You're all adults.
We gave you fair warning." 3 days, Tyler cries out. "Do you know how many strings I had to pull at the Brookhaven Day Spa to accommodate these oafs getting their required beauty treatments? There was some ape-level hairy emergency manscaping that had to be done." Lawson laughs.
Yeah, well, suck it up, boys. You made us run through downtown Brookhaven in nothing but a Speedo on a freezing cold day with 30 minutes warning. Here, at least, you'll be staying indoors with full heating.
More grumbling ensues until Harmony lets out a wolf whistle that pierces through the air and shuts everyone up quick smart. "Gentlemen, focus! We are here for a good cause." She bends her knees, sticks out the clapperboard dramatically into the air, and declares, "Lights, camera, action, and strip." The guys proceed to peel out of their clothes, still muttering and pretending to be unhappy the whole time. I know them well enough by now to know it's all an act. If they didn't want to be here, they wouldn't have turned up. Besides, they'd do anything for animals, and this right here proves it. Each couple picks an animal from the ones brought over from the shelter before ambling over to the photographer for the individual and couple shots. Even though sex sells, hence the Speedos are in, Lo and I also wanted to highlight the animals that live in the shelter. I was very specific in the animals I requested we photograph today. Sure, we had a couple of traditionally cute animals, but the majority of the animals aren't what most people would associate as pretty or cute. They're not purebreds or Insta-worthy level adorable. They're animals who have been abandoned, in some cases mistreated, and may have physical scars that attest to that. But they're not ugly. No fudging way. They're strong and beautiful, and they're fighters because they had to survive just to get here. Any person or family would be lucky to have them in their lives. That's the real message I'm hoping we convey with the calendar. Once everyone's done their individual and couple shots, yes, even Law and me, since it wouldn't be fair if we didn't take part 2, the photographer calls us all together for a group shot. It takes a few minutes to gather us around. They say never work with animals and children. They should add vets to that list, too. Tyler's having a freak out about which is his best side. "I look great from the left, but I look even more fabulous from the right. I don't know what to do." Fulton's in the throes of a self-inflicted PC crisis. Is smiling and saying cheese okay? I mean, why cheese? Why not another dairy product? Why dairy at all? So many people are lactose intolerant these days. Oh my God, can you even say lactose intolerant, or is that problematic? Chase is wandering around, looking pretty damn pleased with himself. Guess that's what happens when your 8-pack abs welcome 2 new abs to the family. While all the mayhem swirls around us, I slide my hands around Law's waist. "Have I told you I love you today?" He looks sad and bites into his lip. "Only twice." "Well, I love you so much." I lean in closer so that only he can hear. "And maybe we can do some dirty things when we get home after this." His blue eyes flare with desire. "All right, everyone, let's get this shoot wrapped up," he cries out, and I laugh. We take a few group shots, but before we're done, Gus yells out, "Harmony, get over here!" She races over to us and lunges as if she were launching herself into a mosh pit at a concert. Thankfully, we manage to catch her. The photographer snaps away as we hold Harmony in front of us. I think this will be my favorite photo. From the moment we stepped foot inside the clinic, everyone has been warm and friendly and so welcoming. Their affection for each other is evident, and they extended it so easily to me and Lawson, too. We were never once made to feel different, or like we were outsiders just because we were new. There was never any us and them. It's always been all of us together. This photo will always remind me of that. Later that night, Lawson and I are lying in bed after not 1 but 2 rounds of doing the best kind of dirty things. Rudy is nestled between our feet while I'm draped over Lawson in my usual position, the side of my face pressed against his chest. "Did you enjoy the shoot?" I ask, starting to get sleepy.
"I did, baby. I think that calendar is going to sell like hotcakes."
I skim my fingers across his torso. "And do you know what the best part of today is?"
My instinct is to say sex, but I have a feeling this is a trick question.
"One-track mind much?" I snigger. What I was going to say was it's only 10 more sleeps until Christmas morning.
"You do love Christmas,"
Law says, his fingers sinking into my hair, stroking gently. "So do you."
I point out.
True, and an added bonus is that we'll never forget our anniversary.
Also true. I smile into his body. I can't believe it's possible to feel this happy. I've gotten everything I ever wanted, and best of all, someone to share it with. I'm about to say goodnight when I hear a faint snore. I stay still, and as the seconds pass, it increases. Lawson falling asleep before me is a new thing. It only started a few months ago. I smile and reposition myself onto my pillow, with my arms still around him. Before I drift off, I think about how nice it is to have the rest of the holiday season to look forward to. As much as I love all the trimmings, the carols, the eggnog, the presents, the magic sprinkled in the air, ultimately, Christmas is a time to spend with the people you love. I'm lucky. I have a terrific boyfriend, a great group of friends, and a wonderful, supportive family. That's all I need in my little patch of the world. As I lie in bed, my heart overflowing with so much love and joy, I send up a quiet thought, wishing everyone in the world a safe and merry Christmas. This concludes Got Me Merry by Casey Cox, narrated by John Solo. Copyright 2022 by Casey Cox. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Casey Cox and was produced in the year 2022 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.